The story begins as the female lead anxiously glances at her watch, her heart racing as she stands in front of the old building. Today was the day she hoped to bring some sunshine back into the life of someone who had once been her closest friend. Years ago, they had sat together at the grave of Yu's beloved pet, a moment etched in her memory. She could still see the pain in his eyes, the way he had vowed to become a veterinarian so she would never have to grieve over a lost pet again. When he had shared his dream, she had looked at him, puzzled at first, but then a smile broke across her face, and she hugged him tightly, feeling warmth and hope radiate between them. Those moments had been the foundation of their friendship. Playful afternoons, late-night study sessions, and the thrill of impressing their teachers with top marks. But then, life had taken a turn. She had dropped the bombshell. She was switching schools. The memory of that day at the train station was vivid. She had seen the sadness in his eyes as he managed to put on a brave smile, waving goodbye as she disappeared into the distance. As she left, she couldn't shake the feeling of longing that had settled in her heart, wondering if he would be okay without her. Years later, Yu sat slumped in his chair, absent-mindedly tugging at a worn page in his notebook, lost in distant memories. The classroom buzzed around him, but he felt like a ghost, invisible to everyone. A classmate snapped at him for neglecting his cleaning duty, but his confused mind didn't register the reprimand. Frustrated, the boy yelled again, ordering him to wipe the whiteboard. Startled, Yu jumped up, stammering apologies as laughter erupted from his classmates, a cruel symphony that echoed in his ears. As he rose, he noticed the cruel messages scrawled across his desk, remnants of the bullying that had become a part of his daily life. Each word felt like a weight on his chest, suffocating him. During school breaks, he walked down the corridor, reciting motivational lines from his notes, trying to drown out the mocking laughter that chipped away at his resolve. Opening his assigned school cubby, his heart sank. His classmates had emptied their trash inside, a cruel reminder of their disdain. He forced himself to see progress, reminding himself that things were still better than in middle school. Holding on to his dream of becoming a veterinarian, he pushed forward, clinging to the hope that one day he would make a difference. On the train ride home, a sense of relief washed over him as he checked his previous result sheet. His best performance yet. Just as he felt a flicker of hope, a message from his mother pinged on his phone, asking him to buy dinner for the family. He hurried to complete the task, but a sense of dread lingered in his chest. His mother's temper was unpredictable, and he braced himself for the worst. When he arrived home, his sister greeted him with a bright smile, but the sight of the house overflowing with trash made his anxiety spike. His mother, looking disheveled with messy hair, sat glued to her phone, lost in her own world. At the dining table, he ate quickly, wanting to finish so he could focus on his math homework. But before he could gather his thoughts, his mother suddenly questioned him about his frustration. Without waiting for his response, Yu's mother snapped, her voice sharp and filled with frustration. "You think I don't have enough on my plate? You're just blaming me for everything." Overwhelmed with sadness and frustration, Yu tried to explain himself, but his mother refused to listen. She continued scolding him, convinced that he was judging her. With a sharp thud, she slammed her hands on the table and stood abruptly, her disheveled hair falling over her face as she yelled, "I'm running to the hospital, taking multiple medications, juggling a part-time job, and all I get is reprimanded by Yamamoto-san and Nozaki-san." Turning back to him, she lashed out again, her voice rising. "You think your life is hard? All you have to do is attend school without a single real worry." In a fit of rage, she threw the dishes aside, furiously blaming him for ruining her appetite. Stunned and overwhelmed, Yu stammered apology after apology, even blaming himself for making her so angry. Tears welled up in his eyes, but he held them back, fighting against the tide of despair. He retreated to his room, shutting the door behind him, and sank to the ground, burying his face in his hands. Exhausted and drained, he gripped his head, trying to process the chaos that had just unfolded. After a deep breath, he forced himself to stand, determined to focus on his math homework. With newfound resolve, he moved toward his study table. As he switched on the light, his gaze fell on childhood pictures with his friends, and among them was a soft, smiling image of Yatsuha. A wave of disappointment washed over him as he remembered the happiness they once shared, a stark contrast to the turmoil of his life now. Trying to concentrate on his math, his mind kept drifting back to the bullies at school and his mother's terrifying temper. Yet, despite the weight of it all, a small smile appeared as he thought of Yatsuha's innocent childhood face and the promise they had made to get into Hokushin National University together and become veterinarians. Just thinking about her gave him strength. No matter how painful life became, no matter how much others tormented him, even if the world itself wanted him gone, he decided to stay alive. If not for himself, then at least for her. But as he struggled to hold on, the crushing weight of his situation made him question everything. He began blaming himself, scolding his own existence, and doubting if Yatsuha had ever been a real reason to stay alive or just an excuse. With his hands gripping his head, the voices of depression urged him toward a darker path. In his mind, he envisioned Yatsuha, no longer the kind, innocent friend he remembered, but a cold, angry figure. She looked at him with disappointment, showing no interest in his dream of becoming a veterinarian. Instead, she scolded him, echoing the same cruel words that tormented him daily, urging him to end it all. The vision was so intense that, in desperation, he covered his ears, begging her in his thoughts to stop. But the overwhelming darkness didn't fade. His hands trembled as he set his pen down, convinced that even Yatsuha wanted him gone. In that crushing moment, he made his final decision. But just then, something strange happened. With her childish smile and a slight blush on her face, Yatsuha pulled the curtain aside and greeted him, her voice bright and cheerful. Lost deep in his thoughts, Yu looked completely confused, struggling to comprehend this unbelievable situation. As soon as he recognized her, his face remained frozen in shock. Noticing his bewildered expression, Yatsuha sighed in irritation. "Didn't you get my letter? I mentioned I'd be seeing you very soon." She excitedly revealed that she had transferred back to his school just a short while ago. With great confusion and disbelief, Yu immediately moved closer to the window, where Yatsuha stood outside on the second-floor ledge. Shocked, he stared at her, unable to process the situation unfolding before him. Beaming with excitement, Yatsuha happily admitted that she just wanted to meet him as quickly as possible. She pointed toward the building next door and explained that she had jumped directly to his window because it was the shortest path. Hearing this reckless explanation, Yu's heart raced with concern. He quickly grabbed her and pulled her inside, wrapping his arms around her in a protective hug. Feeling his warmth after so long, Yatsuha blushed, her heart swelling with happiness. But just as suddenly, he pulled away, leaving her confused. In his mind, the vision of her cold, scolding face still lingered, urging him to give up. Anxiety and depression crept back in, twisting reality around him. And he struggled to reconcile the warmth of her presence with the darkness that had clouded his thoughts. His spiraling thoughts were interrupted when she excitedly offered him a pack of chips as a moving gift. When he looked at her in confusion, she cheerfully explained that they might be a little crushed, since she had accidentally squished them between her ankle and the wall while jumping. But she assured him they still tasted just as good. With determination, she tried to open the chip pack, not embarrassed but smiling brightly, deciding not to make a mess in his room. She sat down and continued her efforts, focused on opening it. Seeing her struggle, Yu, still in disbelief, took the pack from her and effortlessly opened it. A burst of excitement lit up her face as she thanked him for his cleverness. As she took a chip and popped it into her mouth, she thanked him again for making sure no chips went to waste. Then, with a playful grin, she invited him to take a bite. As he took one, his mind began to drift again, but Yatsuha, holding 2 chips at once and placing them in her mouth, called for his attention. When he looked at her, the sight of the 2 chips in her mouth made him smile for the first time. The way it made her look like a little duck was undeniably cute, just as she had wanted to make him smile. Suddenly, she rushed toward his desk, her excitement palpable as she grabbed his veterinary medicine books with glowing enthusiasm. She looked at him, and he, still confused, watched her closely. Without warning, she rushed back to him and hugged him tightly, confessing her love for him and admiring his unwavering passion to become an animal doctor, even after all these years. Realizing the depth of her love and affection, Yu finally came to terms with the fact that he had lost sight of his own dreams. He gently held her hand, admiring her kindness, cuteness, and loving nature. His hand softly rested on her cheek, a tender gesture full of warmth. As she confessed her love again, her words stirred something deep within him. Overcome with emotion, tears filled his eyes, and he pulled her into another hug, this time with even more affection. He felt an immense sense of gratitude that he hadn't given up on life, despite the overwhelming struggles. Understanding his pain, Yatsuha gently tapped on his head as if comforting a child, and promised him that everything would be all right. After some time, he apologized to her, feeling incredibly sleepy. With a smile, she agreed to go home. As they climbed the stairs and walked through the living room, she unexpectedly apologized to his mother for interrupting her, leaving her completely baffled. Just then, Yu handed over his shoes to Yatsuha, and his sister suddenly showed up, looking totally dumbfounded. When Yatsuha greeted her warmly, their father returned home, and the entire family was left puzzled by her unexpected visit, giving her confused looks. But Yatsuha, undeterred, beamed brightly and waved at everyone, hoping to see them again. However, as she gazed outward, her demeanor shifted from warm to icy in an instant. She addressed everyone, his family, the bullies, and the shadows of Yu's past, blaming them for pushing him to the brink. Yu walked beside her, wondering what she was on about. When Yatsuha turned back to Yu, her mood shifted back to sweet, her loving smile illuminating the room. "I vow to conquer the dark fate that haunts you," she declared, her voice filled with determination. As she bid him farewell, she thanked him for the walk home and expressed her excitement for their next meeting. As she left, Yu lay down on his bed, still torn and unsure whether to feel happy or not. At school, everyone had once been kind to him, but behind his back, they mocked him, calling him awkward. No one ever wanted to sit with him, labeling him as boring. Now, with the thought that Yatsuha might also change into one of those cold people who once wished him dead, he felt a deep sense of fear and sadness. Gripping his blanket tightly, he sank deeper into despair, tears filling his eyes. His thoughts spiraled, changing direction every few seconds, and finally, overwhelmed by the weight of everything, he fell asleep, still crying. At almost 4 a.m., he woke up to Yatsuha's blushing face and cheerful greeting. Confused by her sudden presence in his room, he blinked in disbelief. She excitedly admitted to sneaking in through the window again. As he struggled to process the situation, he was shocked to find her perched on top of him. She laughed playfully, leaning in closer, and said she just wanted to be with him. Startled, she quickly moved away, wondering if she might be too heavy. Now lying beside him with a flushed face, she placed her hand on him, happily expressing her joy at seeing him again that morning. Still lost in confusion, Yu stared at her, but when he finally noticed her school uniform, excitement took over. "You're joining my school?" he exclaimed, his heart racing. "Yes, let's go to school together," she said eagerly, grabbing his hand and bouncing with enthusiasm about spending the whole day with him. As he got ready to change, she shyly stepped out of the room, her face flushed. When he emerged in his uniform, she gazed at him with an emotional, blushing expression, admiring how cool he looked. Before he could respond, she hugged him tightly, overflowing with love. Though he was still wary of her sudden change, he blushed, deciding to cherish the moment until she eventually returned to her colder self. Stealing a glance at his own innocent, flustered face, he felt both scared and worried when his mother suddenly appeared at the top of the stairs. Her hair waved wildly around her face like a ghost, and she seemed to be hiding something in her hand. The moment she noticed Yatsuha in their home, she scolded her for visiting every day and ordered her to leave, claiming she had an important conversation with her son. Before Yatsuha could respond, she was pushed away. But instead of getting angry, she simply headed downstairs with a secretive smile, discreetly holding Yu's bag and cheerfully wishing to see him again soon. As she stepped out of the house, her cute and innocent expression shifted to a serious one, determined not to let his mother do anything wrong to her beloved Yu. Noticing the kitchen door slightly ajar, she cautiously stepped inside, her suspicions growing. The sight before her was unsettling, piles of trash and garbage scattered all around. Meanwhile, Yu's mother continued shouting at him, but Yatsuha calmly entered the kitchen, coldly lighting a piece of paper on the stove and watching it burn. Back in the room, Yu's mother, who had been secretly gripping a sharp knife, suddenly slashed her own hand. Blood spurted from the deep wound, yet instead of acknowledging the pain, she blamed Yu, accusing him of being responsible for her actions. "If you had just listened to me instead of running away, none of this would have happened," she cried out, her voice filled with a mix of anger and despair. Upon arriving in the kitchen, Yu stood there, confused, as the alarm blared loudly, but there was no fire in sight. Just then, Yatsuha peeked in, her expression innocent yet concerned. "What's with the alarm?" she sweetly asked. Still puzzled, Yu hesitantly dismissed it as a malfunction, letting out a small sigh of relief. Yatsuha suddenly brightened, holding out his bag and shoes, playfully insisting she had taken them by accident. It was obvious she had done it on purpose, but Yu remained bewildered and uneasy. She gently placed his shoes down and beamed at him cheerfully, suggesting they head to school together. Meanwhile, in his room, Yu's mother still clutched the blood-covered knife with her wounded hand. Her mind disturbed, she was determined to show him her pain, believing that this would stop him from abandoning her. But as she approached the table, her eyes fell on a burnt piece of paper. The family photograph, half burnt, where only Yu remained standing happily while she and her daughter faded into ashes. The sight shook her to the core, and overwhelmed, she staggered back before collapsing to the ground. On their way to school, Yatsuha remained cheerful, playfully moving around, while Yu, still uneasy, clutched his motivational card. Noticing her curiosity, he awkwardly admitted that reading it on the way was his habit. She immediately smiled and apologized playfully, but before he could even glance at a motivational quote for confidence, she suddenly hugged him, expressing her joy over his decision to become an animal doctor. With an excited grin, she teased him, saying he was doing it just to make her happy, and that he was free to choose any other path. But when he firmly stated that he truly wanted to be a veterinarian, she blushed and hugged him again, happily showing him a picture of her cute dog and gushing about how it played all the time. Though walking with her made him feel lighter, as they reached the train station, his anxiety crept back in. He gripped the straps of his bag tightly, dreading an encounter with the usual troublemakers. The moment Yatsuha noticed them, her cheerful face shifted, her expression turning ice-cold and dangerously sharp. As they stepped onto the train, Yu froze in fear upon spotting three familiar figures, his former bullies from middle school. His hands trembled as he tried to make himself smaller, avoiding eye contact and hoping they wouldn't notice him. He silently reassured himself that they wouldn't bother him anymore, thinking they must have lost interest in him like an old toy. Maybe they'd just laugh a little and move on. However, the leader of the group suddenly noticed Yatsuha. His curiosity piqued. He nudged his friends, and they began making fun of Yu about his taste in girls. Yu, already hiding behind other passengers, felt his body grow weaker as memories flooded back. Times when they forced him to eat animals, mocked him endlessly, and even worse, when one of them wrapped a long cloth around his neck, pulling it tight under the excuse that his existence disgusted them. Just remembering it made him feel sick, his stomach turning as if he might vomit at any moment. Noticing his fear, Yatsuha glanced at him with a soft yet unreadable expression, her eyes filled with something deeper than concern. As the gang noticed Yu, they smirked and moved toward him with malicious intent, ready to harass him. But just as they closed in, they suddenly froze in shock. Yatsuha, blushing deeply, wrapped her arms around Yu with surprising affection. Yu stiffened, completely caught off guard, his mind struggling to process what had just happened. She looked up at him, still flustered, and without hesitation, slipped her hands inside his jacket. The gang stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend the situation. Before they could react, Yatsuha took it even further, offering for him to do the same. Yu hesitated, confusion clear on his face, but eventually, he followed along. As Yu placed his hands inside Yatsuha's warm embrace, a soothing warmth spread through him. Without realizing it, he relaxed and gently hugged her back. The gang remained frozen, struggling to understand what they had just witnessed. The leader finally snapped, stepping forward with an annoyed expression and shouting at Yu to stop showing off with such ridiculous behavior. But before he could do anything, Yatsuha, sensing Yu's discomfort and noticing the train approaching the next stop, cheerfully suggested they leave. Without hesitation, she took his hand, and they quickly exited the train together, leaving the stunned gang behind. As the gang noticed them leaving, they quickly followed. The leader smirked, pulling out his phone, eager to show Yatsuha a humiliating video of Yu, one he had recorded while tormenting him. With the phone in hand, he moved toward them, determined to make Yu's life miserable once again. Still holding Yatsuha's hand, Yu walked quickly, unaware of the threat behind him. Just as the gang closed in, Yatsuha casually tossed a 100% free food pamphlet from her bag onto their path. Two of the leader's subordinates instinctively paused to check it, momentarily distracted. The leader, however, remained focused, pushing forward angrily as they approached the entrance of the fifth gate. Yatsuha received a message from a friend mentioning loud noises nearby. Thinking fast, she pulled a newly purchased textbook from her bag as an excuse, but instead she intentionally dropped a fluffy teddy bear toy, acting surprised. She excitedly picked it up and eagerly showed it to Yu, stopping right in front of the fifth gate entrance. Yu looked at her, confused, unable to grasp her intention. Without a word, Yatsuha suddenly crouched down and carefully placed the small teddy toy just a centimeter away from the deep train tracks. At that moment, the gang leader stormed toward them, shouting in frustration. His loud voice made Yu shiver with fear, but Yatsuha remained unfazed, her expression turning cold. As the leader neared, he started mocking Yu, taunting him for avoiding him for so long. Meanwhile, Yatsuha observed the scene, noting that the leader unknowingly stood just a few centimeters from the toy truck. As the gang leader shouted at Yu, he suddenly hugged Yatsuha tightly, his voice trembling as he pleaded with the bully not to harm her, insisting she had nothing to do with any of this. The leader, now even more irritated, scolded Yu loudly, hurling insults while still holding Yu. Yatsuha discreetly peeked at her friend, who was waiting for her response, and on her signal, she sprinted off to alert the station staff, without hesitation. Meanwhile, the bully continued berating Yu, but Yatsuha, playing along with her plan, teased him with a smirk, mocking him for being jealous of Yu. Her words hit a nerve, and his frustration escalated. But she didn't stop grinning. She praised Yu's talent, his kindness, and even his cuteness, emphasizing that these must be the reasons for the bully's jealousy. Yu panicked, gripped her shoulders, his face tense with fear as he desperately tried to stop her. But it was too late. Her playful remarks pushed the bully over the edge. Enraged, he yelled that he wasn't jealous and, in a burst of fury, leaped toward Yu, phone in hand, ready to strike. At that exact moment, his foot landed directly on the teddy bear toy Yatsuha had carefully placed earlier. Losing his balance, he stumbled backward, falling straight onto the train tracks. His phone slipped from his grasp, landing beside him. Right then, the station speakers announced the train's arrival, urging passengers to step back just as the train sped toward the tracks. Panic spread through the station, and even the driver looked alarmed. At that moment, Yatsuha's friend rushed in with the station staff, urgently pointing toward the fallen bully. A staff member immediately yelled at him to move toward the platform. In sheer terror, the bully scrambled along the tracks, crawling as fast as he could. Just as he pulled himself away, the train rushed past, narrowly missing him. Though he survived, he was left panting heavily, his face pale with shock. Meanwhile, his phone lay on the tracks, completely crushed under the train's wheels. A crowd quickly gathered, including his two lackeys, who arrived with confusion, demanding to know what had just happened. Seizing the moment, Yatsuha dramatically clung to Yu's coat, pretending to be absolutely terrified. With wide, innocent eyes, she insisted she had no idea how any of this happened. As the station announcement informed everyone that the train would be briefly stopped for a track inspection, the station inspector moved toward the tracks. Murmurs of fear and shock spread among the onlookers. Yu, still confused and shaken, tried to process everything. Yat stood quietly behind him, appearing nervous, but in reality, she was completely calm. Meanwhile, the bully's two friends stood beside the station's staff, anxiously watching as the bully, still trembling, slowly climbed up from the tracks. His face was pale, his breathing heavy, and tears filled his eyes. His friends rushed to his side, concerned, but he barely heard them. The near-death experience replayed in his mind how he had always tormented Yu, telling him to die. Now, after coming so close to death himself, an overwhelming fear gripped him. Yu watched in surprise. For so long, this guy had terrorized him, making him tremble in fear. But now, seeing him in such a broken, terrified state, Yu, despite everything, couldn't help but feel sorry for him. At the same time, Kazuya's eyes widened as he noticed a masked woman in the crowd. Heighten, a well-known streamer. She was live-streaming the entire scene, her camera focused on the bully's tear-streaked face. With a playful yet mocking tone, she told her viewers how this jealous guy had tried to attack a couple, but ended up tripping himself straight onto the train tracks. She laughed, making the situation even more humiliating for him. Although today's stream was supposed to be about something entirely different, she had received a mysterious message earlier that morning, clearly sent by Yatsuha. Seizing the chance, she arrived just in time to film Kazuya boarding the train after a night with the girl he was cheating with. However, she captured something even more interesting. Noticing the camera, the bully erupted in anger, lunging forward to grab her collar and demanding she stop recording. But it was too late. Her live stream was already broadcasting his meltdown to countless viewers. His friends panicked, frantically trying to defuse the situation. Meanwhile, Yatsuha, completely unfazed, excitedly took Yu's hand and cheerfully led him out of the station. As they stepped onto the escalator, Yu, still holding her hand, trembled slightly but felt something different this time. For the first time ever, he wasn't scared. He clenched his fist, silently motivating himself, seeing himself finally free of fear. Yatsuha's face flushed with happiness, her excitement growing as she watched him take this step forward with newfound confidence. Meanwhile, the live stream continued, capturing the chaos at the station. The staff grabbed the bully by the collar as he lashed out after harassing the streamer. Viewers flooded the chat with anger, scolding him harshly. Some called out his disgusting behavior, while others started identifying his friends and directing their outrage toward them as well. On the way back to school, Yu's thoughts drifted to the past. He remembered how Ido had been the reason he was relentlessly bullied, not just by his middle school classmates, but even in high school. What always confused him was why his new classmates, who knew nothing about him, also turned against him from day one. His assigned desk had already been vandalized with cruel messages filled with insults, heartbreak, and depression-inducing words. The moment he stepped into class, everyone treated him with disdain, throwing harsh words his way, deepening his isolation and despair. His thoughts were interrupted by Yatsuha's cheerful voice as she excitedly pointed to a patch of clovers growing nearby. With a bright smile, she picked one up, carefully plucking a petal and tying it around his finger like a ring. Her face flushed with happiness as she playfully claimed that just like this flower, she would bring joy into his life. Yu stared at the petal with confusion, still processing her words. Meanwhile, Yatsuha twirled around happily, declaring with absolute confidence that she would erase all his bad memories and fill his life with happiness. Just as he repeated her words, she froze for a moment, realizing she might have revealed too much. Quickly, she hid her clover-shaped watch. Guys, this watch looks really nice. I guess manga artist was thinking about his ex. Hey wait, how do I know that artist was male? Whatever he or she, just comment down below. Do you like it, or it's only me? Let's continue our story. She hid her clover-shaped watch, and with an exaggeratedly cheerful expression, insisted that she was only talking about bringing fun into his life and guaranteed good results along the way. As they entered the school, Yu still felt scared and deeply depressed, especially with Yatsuha heading toward the office to handle her transfer paperwork. Struggling to walk with his drained energy, he barely managed to move. As expected, his locker was once again filled with garbage, making his already heavy heart sink further. With great difficulty, he made his way toward his classroom, near the restroom. A group of students noticed him and burst into laughter, mocking him and questioning him about his torn-apart, tossed books in the restroom. His eyes widened in despair as he watched his books sink into the water. Kneeling down, he hesitantly picked them up while his classmates continued to tease and laugh at him, their voices echoing in his ears. With a sad and deeply depressed face, he finally reached his classroom and sat down. As he opened his locker, the petal ring, the one Yatsuha had tied around his finger that morning, tore apart, the delicate petal drifting down and falling onto his desk. His heart tightened painfully, remembering how she had happily assured him that this would bring happiness. When the school bell rang, the entire class was left in shock as Yatsuha entered with a bright smile, cheerfully greeting everyone in a loud and lively voice. The room fell silent as curious eyes turned toward her, surprised by her confident and warm presence. Following the teacher's instructions, the class quieted down as she introduced herself. Instantly, admiration spread among the students. Her beauty, charm, and kindness made it obvious that she would make friends quickly. Meanwhile, Yu sat there, still lost in his gloom, watching the scene unfold with a distant expression. Then, out of nowhere, Yatsuha waved at him enthusiastically from across the room. The class murmured in confusion, but before anyone could react, she dashed toward him, her excitement evident, and shocked everyone by throwing her arms around him in a tight hug. The classroom erupted in whispers of disbelief, the bullies looking particularly stunned. Without hesitation, Yatsuha beamed and introduced him as her childhood friend, calling him the most precious and important person in her life, the one she admired the most. As the bullies exchanged glances, still processing what had just happened, Yatsuha noticed Yu's torn books on the desk. With a cheerful grin, she eagerly offered to share her book with him, knowing he wouldn't be able to read from the damaged pages. While other students eagerly tried to convince her to sit with them, she cheerfully ignored their requests and happily took a seat beside him, completely unbothered by their reactions. As she sat there, her gaze drifted to his hands. After a brief moment, she finally reached out and held his hand, leaving him utterly baffled. Flustered, he quickly apologized, mumbling an excuse about needing to focus on the lesson. But instead of letting go, Yatsuha simply rested her head on his shoulder, smiling contentedly. The entire class watched the scene unfold with simmering jealousy and irritation. During lunchtime, the situation only intensified. From the glass window, classmates glared at them as they sat together on a bench outside the classroom. To them, the sight was nothing short of infuriating. Meanwhile, a group of bad boys sat nearby, drinking and grumbling among themselves. One of them, clearly irritated, finally lost his patience and snapped at his friend for throwing Yu's books into the washroom earlier. His frustration stemmed from the fact that because of that prank, Yatsuha, a cute girl, ended up sitting with Yu instead. However, his friend, unfazed by his anger, casually shrugged and told him to confront Yu directly if he had a problem. Watching from the window, one suspicious guy seethed with jealousy. He didn't just want Yu humiliated, he wanted Yatsuha for himself. His grip tightened in frustration, and with barely contained rage, he dragged his nails against the glass, the sharp sound echoing his growing fury. After school on their way home, Yatsuha twirled and danced happily as she walked, her joy overflowing from spending the day with him. Yu, already bewildered by her boundless excitement, watched in confusion. Suddenly, she spun around and caught him staring, making him even more flustered. With a teasing glint in her eyes, she unexpectedly gushed over his cuteness. His face darkened with embarrassment as he tried to deny it, but Yatsuha, blushing, grabbed the collar of his coat and earnestly insisted that to her, he was the cutest person in the entire world. As they parted ways, she waved goodbye with a bright smile. Yu slowly opened the main door to his house, his expression still clouded with sadness. But the moment he stepped inside, he froze in shock. His mother stood there, her usual cold, eerie presence slightly softened by a faint, almost forced smile. In an unsettlingly calm tone, she informed him that she had bought his favorite dinner, something of his own choice. Yet, as she complained about the difficulty of going all the way to the supermarket alone, Yu quickly apologized, still trying to process her unusual behavior as he headed to his room to change. His mind swirled with confusion. His mother had never done anything like this before. So why now? That morning, before he had left for school, his mother had seen a half-burned photograph. All the faces in the picture had been scorched away except for Yu's, staring at it with a dark, intense expression. She had clenched her fists in frustration at the thought of him being the only one left. The fear of him abandoning her one day had consumed her. Now, sitting at the dinner table, Yu felt awkward and uneasy about his mother's sudden shift in behavior. But as soon as she called his name, a shiver ran down his spine. With a piercing gaze, she calmly asked if he was struggling at school, if he was facing mental stress, anxiety, or anything troubling. She assured him that if anything was wrong, he would be treated soon. For a split second, countless haunting memories flooded his mind. His classmates, cruel threats scratched onto his desk, his mother's past terrifying outbursts, and the horrifying sight of her cutting her own hand in front of him. But then, glancing at her unreadable expression, he realized something. No matter how bad things were for him, nothing compared to his mother's condition. So suppressing everything, he simply shook his head, claiming he was fine. Thinking about Yatsuha and her bright, cheerful face, he shared his day with his mother for no particular reason. But when he mentioned that just her presence made everything better, his mother's expression turned sad and concerned. Later, in his room after studying, he lay on his bed feeling motivated despite everything, just because she existed. But as he closed his eyes, the hateful, suffocating thoughts returned, whispering that he was despised, that he should just disappear. He tried to hold on to Yatsuha's presence as a lifeline, but the negativity overwhelmed him, screaming at him to end it all. Frustrated and anxious, he buried himself under the blanket until his phone buzzed with a message from Yatsuha, asking if she could call him. With teary eyes, he immediately answered. On the call, Yatsuha smiled brightly, sharing her excitement about seeing him tomorrow and admitting she was too happy to sleep. She then requested him to keep talking until she drifted off, playfully excusing that his voice helped her fall asleep faster. For the first time, Yu felt a little at ease, casually chatting with her. After a few minutes, he fell asleep, his phone still beside him. Once she confirmed he was asleep, Yatsuha softly whispered, "Sweet dreams," and ended the call, quietly confessing her love as she closed her eyes. In her dream, morning broke, and Yu appeared. Her face lit up until suddenly, she started crying, desperately begging him not to leave. But he kept walking away toward a twisted rope hanging from the ceiling. She screamed for him to stop, but he didn't listen. In an instant, he looped the rope around his neck, and before she could reach him, he was suspended in the air, taking his own life. She jolted awake with a terrified scream, her body shaking violently, gasping for breath, coughing and sobbing uncontrollably. She clutched her chest, crying out apologies in sheer panic. The next day, as they walked to school hand in hand, Yatsuha excitedly shared how she made an even tastier bento for him, happily squeezing his hand. Yu silently watched her blushing face and her overly affectionate nature, always touching, hugging, and holding his hand. It reminded him of their childhood when she was just the same, always clinging to him. As they approached the park where they used to play as kids, Yatsuha rushed in with excitement, but at the entrance, she tripped over something, losing her balance. Just as she was about to fall, Yu instinctively grabbed her from behind, steadying her. For a moment, she froze, her expression shifting unpredictably, blushing, then looking almost angry. Worried, Yu quickly apologized for the sudden hug, but with teary eyes, she expressed happiness instead. No one had ever hugged her before, and feeling her heart racing from the unexpected embrace, she struggled to calm herself. Watching her flustered reaction, Yu couldn't help but smile slightly for the first time. As he apologized again, she simply thanked him with a bright smile, and as a token of gratitude, hugged him back. Later, as they played while holding hands, Yu found himself sincerely wishing they could always stay like this. The next morning, Yu woke up to the chirping of birds, feeling a refreshing lightness he had never experienced before. Just then, a message from Yatsuha popped up, suggesting they walk to school together. The thought alone filled him with unexpected happiness. Jumping out of bed, he eagerly slid open his curtains, only to be surprised. Yatsuha was already outside, fully dressed and waiting for him. But something felt off. Her face looked sad. Worry settled in immediately. Wasting no time, he quickly got ready, grabbed his bag, and rushed to the door. The moment Yu stepped outside, Yatsuha greeted him with a bright, excited smile, her face glowing with a new kind of happiness. Without hesitation, she hugged him tightly, cutely showing off the breakfast she made for him, insisting he eat it on the way. Though grateful, Yu couldn't shake off his concern. Gently he asked, "Are you okay?" Her face tensed for a brief moment before she quickly masked it with a cheerful expression, brushing off his concern. Making breakfast for you was no trouble at all, she reassured him almost too quickly. Looking at her excited face, Yu hesitated, but convinced himself that maybe he had just imagined her earlier sadness. As they walked and chatted, they finally reached the train station. But the moment Yu stepped onto the platform, his expression shifted. His once relaxed face tightened with fear, and his hands instinctively clenched. His eyes scanned the area, and relief washed over him when he noticed that the usual troublemaker was absent, leaving only his two subordinates glued to their phones. Seeing Yu's tension ease, Yatsuha watched him with a soft, blushing smile. After leaving the train, they happily walked towards school when an unexpected voice called out to them. Startled, they turned to see a boy approaching with a bright smile, greeting them enthusiastically. Yu hesitated, confused by the sudden interaction, but Yatsuha's reaction was even stronger. Her grip tightened on her bag strap as if holding back her irritation. The boy, completely oblivious, continued greeting them, his excitement almost infectious. Blushing slightly, he directly addressed Yatsuha, mentioning how he hadn't seen her since elementary school. Instead of a harsh reaction, she simply laughed and casually asked for his introduction. as if she didn't recognize him at all. A flicker of disappointment crossed the boy's face, and with a small, dejected sigh, he introduced himself as Yamato, her good friend from elementary school. Upon hearing Yamato's name, Yatsuha's expression briefly changed, as if she was just now recognizing him. Then, with forced excitement, she suggested they all go to school together, calling him a true friend. Though she smiled, internally she struggled to control her frustration. Yamato, still grinning, expressed how happy he was for Yu, saying it was great that his childhood friend had transferred here. But as he turned his back to them, his expression momentarily shifted, as if cleverly concealing something. Then, facing Yu again, he feigned concern, bringing up how Yu was always bullied with a fake look of regret. He sighed, excusing himself for never being able to help, claiming his duties as a student council member kept him too busy. Yu, caught off guard by the sudden guilt-tripping, hesitated. Seeing his friend looking ashamed, he immediately waved it off with an innocent smile, genuinely thanking Yamato for at least thinking about him. Still maintaining his act, Yamato awkwardly waved his hand in the air as if embarrassed. Just as he reached to playfully pat Yu's shoulder, perhaps to further sell his sincerity, Yatsuha swiftly intercepted with a cold expression. She grabbed his wrist, stopping him before he could make contact. Noticing the shocked expressions on both boys' faces, Yatsuha quickly forced a smile and with sudden fake shock, exclaimed that there was a bug on Yu's hand, so she was just trying to remove it. Then she immediately apologized for the misunderstanding. Yu, still in shock from her sudden touch, simply smiled, unsure how to react. Yamato quickly waved him off with fake excitement, excusing himself by saying the student council members were waiting for him. Yatsuha, still forcing a cheerful act, nodded in agreement as he left. Once he was out of earshot, Yu glanced at her with concern. "Are you okay?" he asked softly. Yatsuha simply smiled cutely, reassuring him. "I'm fine, really." Meanwhile, on the other side of the school, Yamato rushed inside, visibly shaken by what had just transpired. His heart pounded as he locked himself inside a restroom stall, tears streaming down his face. Clutching the same hand Yatsuha had touched, he pressed it to his lips, whispering her name with wild, desperate affection. Seeing his phone wallpaper, a childhood picture of Yatsuha, Yamato blushed, overwhelmed with emotion. With a passionate kick, he reassured himself that fate had always destined Yatsuha to be with him, even from their elementary school days. Back when she transferred away, he had clung to the belief that they would meet again, convinced it was their fate. Now, seeing her again, he misinterpreted her presence as proof that she had come back just for him. Admiring her cuteness, he even convinced himself that her body had grown beautifully just for him alone. Lost in thoughts of her warmth when she held his hand, he shivered with desperation, hugging himself as a twisted desire to hold her took over. But then, recalling how she had been happily holding Yu's hand, his expression darkened. His mind raced back to childhood, where Yatsuha, perhaps by mistake, always ended up playing with Yu instead of him. Frustration boiled inside him as he remembered those moments, clenching his fists. He recalled how, even as a child, he despised Yu's presence. He had once crushed an insect under a stone and wished Yu would disappear, just like that, erased from Yatsuha's life forever. Yet despite those thoughts, Yu had always turned to him with a bright smile, inviting him to play along. Even while playing, all Yamato could do was plot ways to get rid of him. His mind spiraled further into twisted memories, recalling their middle school days. Back then, when those bullies tormented him, it was Yu who had stepped in, fearlessly confronting them. But instead of backing down, the bullies turned on Yu, beating him, mocking him, and making him their next target. The bullying escalated to such a cruel extent that Yu was nearly driven to take his own life. Watching Yu suffer in that darkness, Yamato had felt nothing but thrill and excitement. He wanted Yu to break, to give up, to disappear forever. But no matter how much pain Yu endured, he stubbornly clung to life, reading motivational quotes and forcing himself to keep going. This infuriated Yamato, so he devised a more insidious plan, determined to push Yu over the edge. He was the one who scribbled cruel, scolding, and demotivating messages on Yu's desk, wanting him to drown in despair. But when the new students noticed the bullying and started showing concern for Yu, Yamato acted fast, creating a fake account under Yu's name to manipulate and mislead everyone. He was also the one who filled Yu's locker with garbage, watching with sadistic satisfaction as Yu's anxiety and misery deepened. The more broken Yu looked, the more Yamato reveled in his triumph. Before Yatsuha returned, he had one goal: to make sure Yu never lived to see that day. Thank God. I don't have friends like him, but wait, I also don't have girlfriend. Oh, by the way. Yamato's fist tightened, his knuckles going pale as he pounded on the bathroom door, his breath ragged with anger. The recollections of Yu hanging out with Yatsuha were like a bad tattoo, etching his annoyance deeper. His fingers trembled as he recalled every moment she had spent by Yu's side. The way she smiled at him, the way she held his hand. Forcing himself to calm down, he wiped his face and stepped out of the restroom. His sudden return startled the student council members who had been wondering about his absence. They gathered around him with concern, questioning him about the missed meeting. With a composed expression, he brushed off their worries, fabricating an excuse to maintain his usual image. As Yamato engaged in conversation with his friends, his gaze shifted toward Yatsuha and Yu approaching from a distance. His eyes lingered on their intertwined hands, a flash of irritation passing through him before he quickly masked it with a bright smile. He greeted them with faint enthusiasm, his expression controlled as they walked past. His friends exchanged amused whispers, commenting on how well Yatsuha and Yu suited each other. Yamato's smile stiffened, his fingers curling slightly as a familiar frustration returned. Meanwhile, sensing his presence, Yatsuha instinctively tightened her grip on her bag, but forced herself to maintain a composed expression. She wasn't there to let emotions take over. She had a goal, and she wouldn't let anything distract her from it. In the classroom, Yatsuha, blushing, rested her hands on the table, disappointed that Yu's books weren't ruined. She had wanted to share hers again. Yu chuckled, amused, while jealous eyes glared at them. Suddenly, she hugged him, realizing she might be distracting him. When he reassured her, she embraced him again, softly confessing her love. But then her eyes caught the cruel insult scrawled on Yu's desk. Hypocrite, and worse. Her expression hardened without a word as she stood and stepped away, claiming she forgot a book on her way out. A student handed her a council report for Yamato. She approached him, pretending to be surprised that he was really on the council and admiring his handwriting. Yamato, flustered, proudly admitted he wrote it himself until she pointed out a spelling mistake. Hypocrite spelled wrong, just like on Yu's desk. Yamato froze, quickly faking concern and dismissing it as coincidence. She silently handed him the file, her fists clenching. She refused to forgive the person who had done this to Yu. Yamato kept his expression calm, forcing a smile as he watched her. He misinterpreted her ability to recognize his handwriting, seeing it as proof that they were destined for each other. The thought made him tremble with excitement. Without warning, he stood up and grabbed her arm. She tensed, frustration flashing in her eyes. He assumed her earlier excuse about the hug was a lie, that she had touched him on purpose. But she controlled her anger, pushed him away, and smiled, acting unbothered. "I'm glad you didn't write on Yu's desk," she said, then walked off. As she moved away, her smile faded, and her expression hardened as she struggled to contain her emotions. Returning to Yu, she sat beside him with a bright smile, casually saying she found her book at her desk. The lecture bell rang, and she lowered her head, hiding behind her book. Though she appeared focused, her mind was elsewhere, disappointed and helpless, unsure of how to make Yamato admit his guilt. As the bell rang for PE class, Yu stood outside the boys' changing room, feeling weak and disappointed that he wouldn't be with Yatsuha. To everyone's shock, she suddenly hugged him tightly, sniffling over their brief separation. When he gently moved her away to change, she looked up at him with flushed cheeks and teary eyes, reminding him of her deep love. "Even if the world disappeared, my love for you wouldn't change," she assured him. Yu was surprised by her devotion, but before he could respond, she noticed classmates entering the boys' changing room. With one last emotional wave, she led him behind her, her heart full of emotion. Now alone, Yu entered the changing room, feeling low as he got dressed. Yamato, peeking at him slightly, checked his phone, where messages praising his schemes appeared, fainting friendliness. Yamato greeted Yu with a cheerful expression. Yu, though surprised, genuinely thanked him for visiting, despite the risk of Yamato's friends disapproving. However, confusion set in when Yamato casually asked about Yatsuha. Seeing Yu's worried face, Yamato took his plan further. "You know, since Yatsuha should have sat with me on her first day, Everyone now sees her as weird, just like me. Yamato continued to plant seeds of doubt in Yu's heart, hinting that Yatsuha was being isolated despite her charm. The manipulative words took effect, making Yu's heart race with nervousness. You know, Yatsuha is attending physical education all alone, Yamato emphasized, his tone calm and insidious. It's not good for her. You should think about what's best for her happiness. Yu remained silent, his troubled expression revealing the turmoil within. The more Yamato spoke, the more anxious Yu became, his mind racing with thoughts of Yatsuha's well-being. Meanwhile, in the corridor, Yatsuha stood awkwardly in her uniform, looking like a fish out of water without Yu by her side. The girls excitedly opened the changing room door and instantly fawned over Satsuki's suave and dashing presence. However, their gossip came to a screeching halt when they spotted Yatsuha standing solo. While most of the girls decided to play it cool and ignore her, Satsuki, being the kind soul that she was, approached with friendly concern. "Hey, are you okay?" Satsuki asked, offering Yatsuha a spare set of gym clothes. Yatsuha eagerly accepted with a beaming smile, grateful for the gesture. But just as quickly, she revealed that she was playing hooky from gym class due to not feeling well. Satsuki, maintaining her composed kindness, offered to take her to the nurse's office if needed. Observing their conversation, Satsuki's group admired her calm and considerate nature. As Satsuki returned to her group, her friends expressed their surprise at her talking to Yatsuha, given her association with Yu and her odd reputation. However, Satsuki calmly explained that she was simply helping a new transfer student, not caring about others' opinions. Hearing her perspective, her group once again admired her composed and independent attitude. After confirming that all the girls were busy playing, Yatsuha's expression turned cold. She deliberately dropped her wallet in the gym before slipping into the storage room with a pair of pliers in hand. Her actions were filled with quiet intent as she silently tampered with the lock. In the post-gym class, Yatsuha wrapped Yu in a bear hug, overflowing with emotion. Despite her fondness for the class, she lamented not being able to lay eyes on him. Excitedly, she showed him her lunchbox and suggested they eat together. However, Yu looked troubled and distant, overwhelmed by the guilt planted by Yamato. When he hesitantly suggested eating separately, Yatsuha was shocked by his tense and depressed demeanor. "Yu, I made this meal for you," she said sweetly, her voice filled with sincerity. "It took a lot of effort, and I really want to eat together." After a moment of hesitation, he agreed, but as they ate, he was consumed by guilt, thinking about Yamato's words, that she might end up alone because of him. Despite her excitement and the delicious octopus she proudly showed him, he barely ate, lost in his depressive thoughts. Overwhelmed by the fear that she would suffer because of him, he once again contemplated ending his life. Noticing his absence and worried expression, Yatsuha immediately showed him a group of adorable octopus figures she had made, playfully suggesting, "You must be feeling lonely and sad about losing friends, just like this octopus group sticking together." Seeing his shocked expression, as if she had read his mind, she excitedly stood up and loudly guaranteed, "I will help you make lots of friends." She then explained that as a transfer student, she didn't have many friends yet, but she assured him that she would make friends quickly, and that he would be her friend too. When she suggested that he should also try making friends, Yu immediately declined, his expression nervous and intense. However, Yatsuha remained cheerful and calm, reassuring Yu that everything would be okay. With a bright smile, she suggested they focus on the food first, before worrying about making friends. Finally, he took a bite, and as he genuinely admired the deliciousness of the meal, Yatsuha burst into excitement and happiness, shouting with joy. While watching Yatsuha and Yu together, Satsuki's group grew curious about their conversation. However, Satsuki remained deeply engrossed in her phone, calmly eating her lunch. The group was shocked by her lack of interest in the so-called couple, as if their interactions held no importance to her. Every girl started admiring Satsuki's cold and composed personality, praising her ability to stay detached. One even recalled how Satsuki once carried half of her documents, further reinforcing her composed yet unexpectedly kind nature. Despite all the admiration, Satsuki showed no reaction. Her elegant and enigmatic presence only made her seem even more impressive in their eyes. At that moment, Satsuki's phone buzzed with a notification. Without hesitation, she stood up abruptly and rushed toward the door, casually explaining that her friend was calling her. As she left, her group exchanged curious glances, wondering about this mysterious friend of hers. Meanwhile, just as Satsuki exited, Yatsuha also excused herself from Yu, claiming she forgot something in the gym room. Without waiting for his response, she quickly walked away. On the other side, as soon as Satsuki stepped out, she scanned her surroundings attentively before breaking into a run, clutching her phone tightly. She searched desperately for a secluded place, somewhere she could be alone. Whatever she had just received seemed suspicious, something she didn't want her friends to find out. Finally, upon entering the storage room, Satsuki immediately locked the door, only to freeze in shock as she noticed the broken lock. A flicker of unease crossed her face, but with no time to waste, she pushed aside her worries. Instead of closing the door fully, she rushed toward a hidden spot within the room, her breath unsteady as she settled down hastily, adjusting her phone and preparing for whatever urgent matter awaited her. As soon as the stream started, Satsuki's entire demeanor shifted. Her usual calm and collected aura melted away, revealing a side of her rarely seen. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, and her cheeks flushed as she clasped her phone tightly, watching Tanam appear on the screen. His charming, elegant presence filled the stream, and with every word he spoke, her heart fluttered. Tears welled up in her eyes, overwhelmed with emotion as she listened to his smooth, captivating voice. When Tanam mentioned how streaming on weekends might be difficult for students due to their hectic schedules, Satsuki immediately, almost instinctively, dismissed his concern. Her voice was filled with unwavering excitement as she talked loudly to herself, gushing over him like a love-struck schoolgirl, completely unaware of her surroundings. In her moment of pure admiration, she didn't notice the slow creak of the storage room door behind her. Yatsuha, her expression cold and calculating, silently peeked inside, her sharp gaze locked onto Satsuki, observing every little detail. Satsuki watched the streamer with starry devotion, completely absorbed in his charm. She didn't notice Yu silently observing from a distance, his expression unreadable. Disappointment flickered in Yu's gaze as he took in the scene before him. Yatsuha had been tracking Satsuki, only to find her fixated on a streamer. Suspicion crept in as Satsuki finally sensed something off. Spinning around, she yelped, nearly dropping her phone. Scrambling for an explanation, she found Yatsuha calmly holding up a wallet. "I forgot this?" Yatsuha said innocently, and I peeked in after hearing a noise. Satsuki let out a startled scream, spinning around with wide, panicked eyes. Realizing the situation, Satsuki froze, her face crumpling as tears welled up, overwhelmed and helpless. She stood there, visibly shaken by the fear of being exposed. Yatsuha calmly stepped closer, gently patting her back and reassuring her with a soft smile that her secret was safe. Shifting to a more playful tone, Yatsuha curiously asked, "Why are you watching your favorite show in hiding?" Satsuki exhaled, hesitant but ultimately deciding to confide in her. Embarrassed, she admitted her deep obsession with anime and idols, a passion she had carefully concealed. "I'm not ashamed of loving them," she said, "but I dread disappointing my friends who admire my cool and composed personality." The thought of shattering their expectations weighed heavily on her, making her more anxious than the idea of simply being labeled an anime fan. Exposing this side of herself felt like a betrayal to the image they believed in, and that fear kept her trapped in secrecy. Yatsuha gently took Satsuki's hands, her calm presence radiating reassurance. Encouraged, Satsuki finally voiced the weight on her heart. "If I reveal my love for idols, I fear I'll disappoint my friends. But hiding it makes me feel like a fraud." Torn between loyalty to them and her own happiness, she began to resent herself for always prioritizing others over her true passion. Without hesitation, Yatsuha pulled her into a comforting hug. The warmth and acceptance broke the last of Satsuki's restraint, finally allowing her to let go. She buried her face in Yatsuha's shoulder, crying over the exhausting, tangled emotions she had carried alone for so long. Yatsuha gently assured Satsuki that she understood her worries completely. Just as Satsuki pulled away, curiosity flickering in her eyes, Yatsuha, her face slightly flushed, admitted with a shy smile that she too had an obsession. Satsuki's tension eased, her expression softening with intrigue. But the moment Yatsuha cheerfully announced that Yu was her love interest, Satsuki froze. "Wait, Yu?" Satsuki hesitated, her mind racing. Yatsuha brought up Yu's bullying and asked how Satsuki felt about the way others perceived her for being around him. For a moment, sadness flickered in Satsuki's eyes. She too longed for companionship. But then, in a sudden burst of determination, her expression hardened with unwavering resolve. "I don't care about weird looks or losing friends," she declared. "Staying by Yu's side is all that matters because he is my savior." Yatsuha blinked, momentarily stunned, caught between admiration and confusion. Seeing Satsuki's determination, Yatsuha decided to share a secret of her own. She quietly revealed that she was an orphan, raised without a family, and had spent most of her school life alone and depressed. "One day, at my lowest, I sat in a park drowning in loneliness until you appeared, holding a football, and simply asked me to play. That moment changed everything. Because of him, I found friends, excitement, and a reason to smile. To me, he is a hero." With renewed determination, Yatsuha declared, "No matter what, I will stand by Yu's side without caring about anyone else's opinions." Satsuki was deeply moved by Yatsuha's confession, inspired by her unwavering resolve. She decided to follow the same path, staying true to her love for Yu regardless of her friends' opinions. Feeling an unspoken bond, she finally raised her hand toward Yatsuha, smiling. Despite their different crushes, their struggles were the same. With newfound excitement, Satsuki happily introduced herself, and Yatsuha, equally thrilled, beamed with joy. For the first time, they both felt truly understood. Back in the lunchroom, Yu sat alone, lost in thought, until his eyes widened in shock. Satsuki and Yatsuha were walking together, laughing and chatting like old friends. The entire room fell silent, especially Satsuki's group, who stared in disbelief. As Satsuki approached her table, she casually declared Yatsuha as her friend. Her group was even more stunned when, without hesitation, she invited Yatsuha to join them for lunch. But when Yatsuha subtly signaled toward Yu, Satsuki simply smiled and encouraged her to enjoy her meal without a second thought. Yatsuha nearly skipped toward Yu and threw her arms around him in a passionate hug. Satsuki watched, speechless, seeing knots of joy on Yu's face. She realized that Yu wasn't just some outcast. He was someone who had once saved Yatsuha from her darkest moments. Gripped by curiosity, Satsuki sat back down with her friends and finally asked the question that had been lingering in her mind. Why was Yu bullied in the first place? As the conversation unfolds, one of the girls hesitantly suggests that the reason behind the strange behavior might be that he's just a shady guy. However, this explanation feels flimsy, leaving the group with more questions than answers. The atmosphere thickens with uncertainty as they ponder the oddity of the situation. Then, another girl chimes in, recalling that she was in the same class as him during their freshman year. From the very first day, he was subjected to relentless teasing for reasons no one could quite grasp. Surprisingly, a few kids even stood up for him at first. But everything changed when they discovered that he was a star student, acing every exam with perfect scores. The moment they learned this, their attitude shifted, and they began to treat him with cold indifference. Rumors soon spread like wildfire, claiming he boasted about his grades on a secret account, where he supposedly mocked those who had once helped him. Whispers circulated that he was even responsible for getting a fellow student expelled. Faced with these allegations, the classmates quickly turned against him, using the rumors as justification for their bullying of the top student. Amidst this turmoil, Satsuki's friends turned to her, questioning her unusual interest in Wichi, who typically exudes an air of indifference in class. Satsuki explains that her friendship with Yotsuha has sparked her curiosity about Wichi's situation. Meanwhile, we shift to Wichi's perspective as the final classes of the day draw to a close. Yotsuha, determined to put her plan into action, snaps a photo and calls Wichi over to join her. But she doesn't stop there. She also invites Yamato, revealing that the photo is from their childhood. As they reminisce, Satsuki and her group suddenly arrive. Satsuki greets Yotsuha with enthusiasm, and soon the other girls express their desire to befriend her as well. To their delight, Yotsuha agrees. Yamato, however, can't help but wear a skeptical expression at the thought of Yotsuha making new friends. Yet, he feels a wave of relief wash over him, knowing that Yotsuha's social life is on the mend sooner than he expected. Just when things seem to be settling, Satsuki unexpectedly apologizes to Wichi. She expresses a desire to discuss the harassment he's been enduring, prompting her to ask if he finds it strange that he was bullied from day one. She inquires whether he knows who might be behind it, someone from middle school or a longtime acquaintance who could use his past against him. Uichi struggles to pinpoint anyone specific, but as Satsuki glances at the photo in Yotsuha's hands, a realization dawns on her. She suspects it could be Yamato. However, one of the girls accompanying Yamato dismisses the idea, insisting that he's a good person, suggesting that the culprit must be someone else entirely. Out of nowhere, a guy who has been quietly listening to the conversation steps in. He has something to say, despite knowing that Yamato has a terrible reputation. He reveals that not long ago, while in the locker room, he overheard Yamato bullying Uichi, blaming him for the isolation of the transfer student. The guy admits that he usually stays out of such matters, but the malice in Yamato's words was unmistakable. It becomes clear that while Yamato has always played the role of the good boy, he is, in fact, the one responsible for Uichi's suffering. Yamato quickly defends himself, insisting that he is a hero, claiming that everything he has done is to protect Yotsuha from Uichi. His true intentions are laid bare before everyone, but before they can confront him, Yotsuha unexpectedly intervenes. She refuses to believe that Yamato could be capable of such cruelty, suggesting that if he is involved, he is likely just following someone else's orders. With those words hanging in the air, Yamato finds himself cornered, clutching his phone as he denies any involvement from another party. As the next class begins, we see Yamato hurriedly sending a message to someone, confessing that he has been caught. The response is clear. He is instructed not to take any action for now. This realization hits him hard. Yotsuha is aware that there is another person involved in this mess. Days pass, and the news of Yamato being the bully begins to circulate throughout the school. Thanks to Satsuki's efforts, many students have come to terms with the fact that they were harassing an innocent person. As a result, some are already distancing themselves from Yamato. Yotsuha's plan is unfolding perfectly, and she hopes everything will come to a head tomorrow. Although it seems like the situation is under control, she can't shake the feeling that if given the chance, she would want to push Yamato even further. Yet, amidst all this, Uichi grapples with the betrayal he experienced from someone he once considered a friend. He finds himself sinking into melancholy, reflecting on how this has happened before. He wonders if he can truly trust Yotsuha, but she tries to lift his spirits, assuring him that everything will be all right from now on. Taking advantage of their moment alone, he confesses that he has always admired her unique way of expressing herself. This time, however, he senses her embarrassment as she shyly asks him to stop. Meanwhile, we shift back to Yamato, who is frustrated by his failure to eliminate Uichi once and for all. He tells himself that if things continue this way, he won't be able to help Yotsuha correct her mistakes because of Uichi. He fears that if he doesn't act quickly, she will be dragged into a spiral of misfortune. Checking his phone, he sees a conversation with an unnamed person who has been giving him instructions, identified only by a four-leaf clover emoji. Doubt creeps in as he realizes he doesn't fully trust this person, prompting him to devise a plan to turn the situation to his advantage. However, his thoughts keep drifting back to Yotsuha, who seems to genuinely care for him and would likely be grateful for his help. With no clear solution in mind, he decides to set the problem aside for now and heads to the bathroom. As he walks through the corridors, he thinks he hears Yotsuha's voice and rushes to find her. To his shock, he stumbles upon a scene he never expected: Yotsuha and Uichi sharing a kiss. Returning to Yotsuha and Uichi, she is blushing and insists that her display of affection should make her feelings for him clear. She reassures him that she is by his side because she truly wants to be with him. In that moment, something inside Yamato shatters. The next day, we see Uichi leaving his house, eager to meet Yotsuha again. She is still too embarrassed to look him in the eye, reflecting on how she can't seem to get used to this newfound happiness. Uichi, on the other hand, is still processing the depth of Yotsuha's feelings for him. Unlike anyone else he has known, she is different. Her love and support have helped him bear the burdens he thought would break him. A new feeling blossoms within him, and he realizes that he can confidently express his feelings for her as well. With that, a new chapter begins in their relationship. As Uichi arrives at school, he is taken aback to find his locker completely clean. A stark contrast to the previous day when it was filled with garbage. Just then, Satsuki appears to explain what has transpired. She has spoken to their classmates, urging them to stop the harassment towards Uichi. But that's not all. She has also organized an assembly in the hall to address the issue of bullying. Yotsuha agrees that it's a great idea but asks a favor. She believes it would be best if Uichi didn't participate. With a somber tone, she expresses concern that the two might say hurtful things to each other. Accepting her condition, Uichi decides to wait in the science room, which Yotsuha thinks is a good idea. As they part ways, Uichi reflects on how much brighter his world has become since Yotsuha arrived. Just a few days ago, he was plagued by anxiety that made him feel sick every morning. Now, he feels a sense of calm, and even his mother seems kinder to him, though he can't shake the mixed feelings that come from remembering the bad times. He contemplates that once he enters university, it might be best to leave home and live independently. Yet, he wonders if he could live with Yotsuha instead. With a promising future ahead, Uichi feels that Yotsuha has brought him the happiness he desperately needed to move forward. He likens her to a four-leaf clover, a symbol of good fortune. Meanwhile, Yotsuha is anxiously waiting for Yamato, telling herself that he will arrive any moment now. But as time passes, she realizes he is not coming, and a wave of fear washes over her. Satsuki notices her distress, but Yotsuha reassures her that everything is fine. She tries to calm herself as she walks through the hallways, repeating that she might have just misjudged the time. Approaching the science room, panic sets in, and she rushes to open the door. What she finds is a scene that shatters her world. Uichi lies motionless on the floor, and Yamato stands over him, having just finished him off. Time seems to freeze for Yotsuha as she processes the heartbreaking sight. The shock of witnessing Uichi's lifeless body leaves her reeling, and Yamato, noticing her presence, greets her with a twisted sense of pride. He boasts that he has eliminated the source of her unhappiness, revealing his true intentions. In a moment of desperation, Yotsuha tries to regain her composure, realizing she must rewrite the events unfolding before her. With panic coursing through her, she reaches for the knob of her watch, activating its power to distort time and rewind to the moment before the tragedy occurred. Suddenly, she finds herself back in her room at 8:15 p.m. the night before, relieved to see that Uichi is safe. As she reflects on her repeated attempts to prevent this incident, it becomes clear that she has been reliving this moment for 6 months. On December 6th, Uichi was destined to eliminate the source of his pain, unable to bear the mistreatment any longer. Determined to change his fate and bring him happiness, Yotsuha has traveled from the future to break this cycle of misfortune. However, she faces a significant challenge. Yamato, who has thwarted every plan she has devised. To ensure Uichi's happiness, she knows she must eliminate Yamato. But it's easier said than done. Each time she tries, Yamato reacts violently, leading to disastrous outcomes. Yet, Yotsuha is resolute. No matter how many times it takes, she will find a way to confront him without causing further harm. She realizes that to truly eliminate the problem, she must uncover the person behind Yamato's actions. Reflecting on her past attempts, she recalls how her behavior has changed, particularly her possessiveness towards Uichi. She wonders if Yamato's jealousy was sparked by witnessing the kiss between her and Uichi. Initially, she dismisses the thought, knowing that Yamato should have been far away at that time. However, she begins to connect the dots, recalling their first meeting when she grabbed his sleeve to pull him away from Uichi. Each interaction they had could have influenced Yamato's unstable emotions, leading to the tragic outcome. Understanding how easily he could develop a morbid jealousy, Yotsuha resolves to be more cautious in her next attempt to protect Uichi and break the cycle of pain. Determined to change the course of events, Yotsuha decides to go back in time once more, aiming to redo everything with meticulous care to avoid any mistakes. She touches the knob of her watch and rewinds to May 19th, the night when Uichi would have a nightmare, prompting her to call him for reassurance. This time, she plans to follow her previous actions closely, ensuring that she doesn't stray from the path that led to disaster. As the day unfolds, Yotsuha encounters Yamato for the first time. She resolves to interact with him as little as possible to prevent falling back into the same timeline. When they meet, she adopts a cold demeanor, determined to keep things from getting complicated. With a newfound resolve, she tells herself that she will find a way to gather information about Yamato's accomplice and put an end to the torment once and for all. Each significant event unfolds as it did before, But this time Yotsuha is careful not to get too involved. Drawing from her previous loops, she decides to approach the situation differently, attempting to extract information from Yamato's accomplice. However, her efforts result in a resounding failure, leading her to realize that avoiding interaction with Yamato is crucial. As physical education class approaches, Yotsuha and Wichi separate, giving Yamato the opportunity to taunt Wichi. Yotsuha knows that allowing this confrontation to happen is part of her plan. She has discovered that when Yamato bothers Wichi, a boy named Nao Nanami, who despises Yamato, will overhear the exchange. Nao's temperamental nature makes him a key player in exposing Yamato's true character, and Yotsuha recognizes his potential usefulness. With this strategy in mind, Yotsuha allows the events to unfold. When she and Wichi meet for lunch, she tries to reassure him that she can make friends whenever she wants. But what truly matters to her is spending time with him. As the day progresses, events unfold similarly to the previous loop, culminating in Yamato revealing his true intentions in front of everyone. Yotsuha has a plan in mind. She hopes to provoke Yamato into making a mistake. To ensure this happens, she heads to the room where Yamato will be after class, drawing a happy face on the floor. When Yamato enters and sees the drawing, it reminds him of the emojis he used on his fake account. He briefly considers creating one of his own, but quickly dismisses the idea, realizing he doesn't have enough time for such an elaborate scheme. This moment of distraction works in Yotsuha's favor, as Yamato becomes too exhausted from his plotting. Despite his fatigue, Yotsuha feels a surge of courage. She approaches Wichi and, after carefully considering her actions, leans in to give him a kiss. In that moment, she resolves to do everything in her power to ensure their happiness together. Fast forward to the fateful day at school, where Satsuki announces her plan to hold a class meeting to discuss Wichi's situation. Yotsuha asks Wichi to wait in the science room, setting the stage for a repeat of previous events. However, this time, Yamato's presence in the hall signals a significant change in the timeline, offering hope that they might finally break free from the loop. As the meeting begins, Satsuki addresses the class, explaining the need to confront the ongoing harassment Wichi has faced. Yotsuha supports her, stating that both she and Satsuki have watched Wichi endure derogatory comments and damage to his belongings, and they want to put an end to this behavior. Some classmates express their desire to stop the bullying, but their words often remain empty, lacking action. Seizing the moment, Yotsuha proposes that they collaborate to identify those responsible for the harassment. Under the pressure of their peers' gazes, the culprits begin to point fingers at one another. One student nervously denies throwing Wichi's books into the toilet, but Yotsuha confronts him with a steely gaze, demanding the truth. The boy, feeling cornered, shifts the blame to another classmate, who in turn claims someone else told him to do it. As the accusations fly, the group eventually converges on the true instigator, Yamato. The rumors surrounding him confirm his role as the bully, and the atmosphere in the room shifts. A classmate brings up the fake profile that had been impersonating Wichi, revealing that Yamato had concocted a plan to use his own account to further torment Wichi. However, he hadn't anticipated that others would recognize the similarities between the profiles. With Yamato trapped in a web of accusations, Yotsuha steps forward, asking him directly if he is responsible for the harassment or if someone else is pulling the strings. This moment is pivotal. She senses that Yamato is not the mastermind behind the events that have unfolded. She recalls the subtle changes that occurred each time she traveled back in time, realizing that Yamato's actions were influenced by someone else. Yotsuha confidently asserts that the true culprit is the person behind the profile marked with a four-leaf clover, who has been threatening Yamato to ensure his compliance. Faced with the truth, Yamato reluctantly admits that he orchestrated the events to harm Wichi, but Yotsuha had anticipated this confession. To extract the information she needs, Yotsuha adopts a friendly demeanor and asks for Yamato's phone number, assuring him that she wants to verify the details before placing blame. Initially hesitant, Yamato eventually gives in to her charm, unaware of the deeper implications of his actions. Yotsuha quickly takes Yamato's phone and disables the screen lock, a move that raises questions. She needs to examine the contents more closely. But first, she must deal with Yamato once and for all. She knows that if she allows him to continue unchecked, he will eventually explode with his aggression. Although she has considered hurting him, she realizes that such actions would only postpone the inevitable. Yotsuha reflects on her promise not to harm him, but after countless repetitions of this moment, she believes she has found the perfect way to confront him. She looks at Yamato and asks him directly why he would do something so cruel. Before we hear his answer, the narrative shifts to Yamato's tragic past. As a child, he often wondered why he was different from his peers, who had both parents and lived in spacious homes filled with possessions. He and his mother lived in a small apartment, and he felt the sting of inadequacy when he compared himself to others. When he asked his mother why they didn't have what others did, she simply replied, "That's just how it is." This feeling of isolation followed him to school, where he first noticed Yotsuha. While he didn't fall in love with her at first sight, he overheard something that opened his eyes to her struggles. Returning to the present, Yamato brings up Yotsuha's background in front of the class, revealing that she was abandoned in an orphanage. He emphasizes that she has no family and that all her belongings are borrowed, implying that she, like him, has nothing. This revelation shifts Yotsuha's perspective. She realizes that her own hardships allow her to understand the pain Yamato feels. In his twisted logic, he believes that both of them must suffer now to eventually find happiness together. In his mind, all the injustices he faced were merely tests leading to a future where he and Yotsuha could be united. With this rationale, he feels justified in embracing Yotsuha, but his actions only create an uncomfortable atmosphere. Now, who has been instrumental in spreading the rumors about Yamato, can no longer tolerate the nonsense. He confronts Yamato, accusing him of using Yotsuha to escape his own miserable reality. Now points out the absurdity of involving the entire class in making Uichi's life a nightmare. Yamato, however, remains unfazed by the accusations. The tension escalates when another student speaks up, noting that it's clear Yotsuha is in love with Uichi. This comment sends Yamato into a rage, as he dismisses Uichi as just another mistake. He fails to understand Yotsuha's feelings, and when others urge him to let her go, it exposes his vulnerability. The barrage of comments forces Yamato to confront the reality of his actions, with one boy sharing that he, too, grew up with a single parent and lived in a small apartment. He questions whether he should also be denied happiness because of his background. Despite Yamato's firm convictions, doubt begins to creep in. This could be the moment for him to redeem himself. But Yotsuha has her own plan. She calmly states that unfortunately, he is not her destined partner, which ignites Yamato's anger. Yotsuha continues, explaining that while they share many commonalities, they have also missed opportunities for friendship. She suggests that if they had spent more time together, they could have formed a meaningful bond. In this vulnerable moment, Yamato begins to realize the weight of his actions. However, Yotsuha quickly clarifies that it's too late for that. She points out that he has spent his life running from reality, inventing justifications for his vile acts. The pain he has caused her and those she cares about is unforgivable. With conviction, she declares that she cannot be friends with someone so despicable, expressing her deep-seated hatred for him. Faced with this harsh reality check, Yamato is left to grapple with the consequences of his actions and the truth of Yotsuha's words. Yamato, visibly shaken, begins to lash out at Yotsuha with the little strength he has left. Each attempt to strike her fails miserably, as he is overwhelmed by the weight of her words and the hatred he feels for himself. In an instant, his anger dissipates, leaving him to confront the reality of how pathetic he has been throughout his life. With this realization, Yotsuha knows she has finally defeated Yamato. Rumors circulate that he plans to leave school, as this confrontation has been too much for him, traumatizing him to the point of breaking. With that problem resolved, Yotsuha feels more radiant than ever. She rushes to find Uichi, eager to share the happiness she feels now that everything has gone according to plan. What brings her even more satisfaction is that she has also gathered clues about Yamato's accomplice. Back in the classroom, the atmosphere has shifted. Yamato is gone, and Uichi is approached by the very classmates who once tormented him. They ask for his forgiveness, and despite his lingering doubts, he decides to forgive them, hoping to move on without further conflict. However, Yotsuha hasn't forgotten the pain they caused Uichi, and she suppresses her thirst for revenge, reminding herself that she can use these classmates as pawns if necessary. As recess begins, Yotsuha tells Uichi that she has some important matters to resolve. They head to the roof, where she plans to investigate Yamato's phone. With the device in her possession, she reviews the various conversations and contacts, eventually landing on one that seems suspicious. The contact is marked with a single clover, raising questions in Yotsuha's mind about whether this is a random name or if the person is somehow connected to her. As she delves deeper into the messages, Yotsuha discovers that Yamato had little involvement in the plans. He was merely following the instructions of someone who seemed to know how each situation would unfold. This person is not just anyone. They have gone to great lengths to achieve their goals, using Yamato as a pawn in their scheme to eliminate Uichi. Yotsuha realizes that she must find this person quickly, as the situation could spiral out of control if she falls into a loop she cannot escape. With the phone in hand, she decides to reach out to someone special for help. She recalls her childhood friend, Fuhan, who always spent time with her, and Uichi. Once classes are over, Yotsuha contacts Fuhan and arranges to meet at the park. When they reunite, it's a warm and nostalgic moment. However, Yotsuha quickly shifts the conversation to the pressing issue at hand. She needs Fuhan's help to ensure Uichi's happiness. Fuhan, understanding the gravity of the situation, agrees to assist her, knowing how much Yotsuha cares for her best friend. As they reminisce about their childhood, Yotsuha reflects on how intelligent and tech-savvy Fuhan has always been. Their friendship blossomed as Fuhan encouraged Yotsuha to express her feelings, helping her grow closer to Uichi. Returning to the present, Yotsuha explains everything that has happened, omitting the details about her time travel. Fuhan struggles to believe the extent of Uichi's suffering, having lost touch with her old friends after being sent to a private school. Now that she knows about Uichi's harassment and the dysfunction in his family, she feels a strong desire to help him, recognizing that he deserves a better life. Yotsuha mentions that this isn't the first time she has sought Fuhan's support. In previous loops, she had asked Fuhan to investigate the account impersonating Uichi, knowing that her skills could uncover the truth. After analyzing the data, Fuhan reveals that the account belongs to Yamato. However, Yotsuha is aware that there is another person involved in the situation. With Yamato's phone now in her possession, Yotsuha has a crucial clue to uncover the identity of the true mastermind behind the harassment. Fuhan agrees to track down the person associated with the Clover profile, although she warns that it may take some time. This news worries Yotsuha, but Fuhan is impressed by Yotsuha's determination and asks how she managed to get Yamato's phone. Yotsuha brushes off the question, but Fuhan can't help but admire her dedication, commenting that it must mean she loves Uichi very much. Without hesitation, Yotsuha confirms her feelings, but she also reveals that her motivations go beyond just love. She is determined to protect Uichi and ensure his happiness. Yotsuha feels the weight of her past actions, believing that she is partly responsible for Uichi's struggles, including the dark thoughts that led him to consider taking his own life. This heavy realization leaves her feeling burdened, and when Fuhan notices her distress, she is puzzled. Yotsuha quickly reassures her friend, attributing her strange comments to a moment of vulnerability. Sensing the tension, Fuhan decides to leave, but not before raising her voice to remind Yotsuha that she doesn't have to carry this burden alone. Fuhan expresses her desire to help Yotsuha find happiness, offering her support and a listening ear whenever she needs to vent. Yotsuha accepts Fuhan's proposal with a smile, but as she turns away, she reminds herself that she cannot pass her burdens onto others. She has made a promise to ensure Uichi's happiness, and she intends to keep it. Days pass, and one rainy afternoon, Uichi and Yotsuha find shelter in a park as the downpour continues. While they wait for the rain to subside, Uichi notices that Yotsuha is soaked and cold. He instinctively moves to hug her, but his sudden action startles her, causing him to step back. Yotsuha quickly reassures him that she won't be angry, and once the misunderstanding is cleared up, they share a sweet moment. Uichi embraces her and confesses his love, sending Yotsuha into a blissful state. She is not used to receiving such affection, and the warmth of the moment fills her with both happiness and a hint of embarrassment. As they bask in their newfound closeness, Uichi notices the watch Yotsuha is wearing, which has a clover design. He asks if it's the same clover she gave him when they were children. Yotsuha confirms this, explaining that she added it to the watch herself. However, Uichi also notices that the watch seems broken, with the hands moving erratically. Yotsuha explains that the watch is old and sometimes stops working, but she doesn't dwell on it. In her mind, she knows she doesn't need to rely on the watch to predict the future. After experiencing multiple loops, she has gained insight into the important events that lie ahead. Determined to create a better future for Uichi, Yotsuha asks if he can come over to her house the next day to study together. This marks the beginning of her plan to address Uichi's family situation. Meanwhile, at Uichi's home, his mother is still struggling with her self-destructive behavior, believing that her issues might be affecting her son. She contemplates whether it would be better to stop discussing her problems. Just then, she hears a noise and sees her daughter, Utako, coming down the stairs. Utako had only come to retrieve a package that Yotsuha had delivered earlier that morning, and the atmosphere becomes tense. Uichi's mother scolds Utako for not helping around the house, expressing frustration that both she and Uichi are going through difficult times. Despite being 20 years old, Utako is neither studying nor working, which leads her mother to question her usefulness. However, Utako silently ignores her mother and retreats to her room, where she begins typing on her computer. It becomes clear that she is communicating with the person behind the clover profile. Utako confides in this mysterious figure, expressing her feelings about her toxic family life. The clover person comforts her, suggesting they make a call to discuss things further. The narrative shifts back to a time when the Uichi family was still functional. Uichi and Utako are seen enjoying a video game together. At that moment, Uichi decides he wants to become a veterinarian, leaving behind their gaming sessions to focus on his studies. Although Utako is initially upset by his decision, she ultimately supports him, even if she herself finds studying tedious and prefers to play video games. On the same day, after deciding to study, he receives a message from the clover person, who tells him not to worry about what others think. The clover person reassures Utako that studying is not for everyone and encourages her to ignore their parents' scolding. This advice resonates with Utako, who has been searching for someone who understands her struggles. As she continues to receive messages from the clover person, Utako finds solace in their words, feeling understood and supported. However, this fleeting happiness is often interrupted by her mother's demands, forcing her back into the cycle of studying and self-doubt. Utako begins to internalize the belief that her parents are to blame for her perceived lack of talent, leading her to feel trapped in a toxic environment. As Utako enters high school, she faces the reality of mandatory education despite her reluctance to study. The pressure mounts and she feels increasingly isolated, seeking refuge in the messages from the clover person, who continues to provide her with the validation she craves. Utako continues to avoid responsibility, believing that her future is bleak. The transition from studying to working seems daunting, and her pessimistic mindset convinces her that she cannot try hard enough. One day, she receives a message from Treble-san, who teaches her how to live a fulfilling life with minimal effort. Encouraged by this, she finally reveals to her parents that she has been bullied at school, stating that the harassment has left her too afraid to leave the house. She announces that she no longer wants to go outside and just wants to be alone. Once in her room, Treble-san congratulates her for taking a stand, and Utako feels a surge of joy, believing her dream has come true. However, as days pass, her mother grows increasingly worried about her daughter's well-being. She visits the school to inquire about Utako's situation, only to be told by the teachers that there have been no signs of bullying. Instead, they suggest that Utako has a habit of lying, which infuriates her mother. This revelation hits her hard, as it reflects her perceived failure as a parent. The pressure mounts, and her mother suggests that Utako see a psychologist to avoid becoming a recluse. Yet, Utako is too focused on the happiness she has found in her new mindset, convinced that her toxic parents are the root of her problems. She believes that if she hadn't awakened to her reality, she would still be living an unhappy life. Now, she attributes her newfound perspective to Treble-san. Back in the present, Utako remains unchanged, insisting that her mother should apologize for not giving her any talent, as she feels incapable of working or contributing to the household. As she continues to indulge in her fantasy life, she hopes it will last forever. However, Yotsuha has a plan. She cuts Utako's internet connection, a strategic move to help her sister find happiness. Meanwhile, before Yotsuha arrives, Uichi is cleaning his room and reflects on the state of his home. He realizes how much he has neglected it due to his own struggles. With Yotsuha's support, he has begun to reclaim parts of himself that he thought were lost. While cleaning, he finds a family photo that brings back pleasant memories of happier times. But he also feels trapped in his current situation. He contemplates leaving home after entering university, knowing that his family is on a destructive path. Despite the changes in his mother and sister, he hesitates to abandon them, remembering their smiles and the love they once shared. Just as he is lost in thought, Yotsuha bursts into the house, bringing a sense of security back into his life. They head upstairs, but on their way, they encounter Utako, who is checking the internet connection. Yotsuha seizes the opportunity to tell Uichi that she will say hello to their mother and quickly gives him a gift, hoping he will enjoy it. Uichi's mother takes the gift without much interest, which Yotsuha anticipated. Undeterred, she heads upstairs, but instead of going to Uichi's room, she enters Utako's. Upon entering Utako's messy room, Yotsuha accidentally spills a drink on the computer and console, fulfilling her mission to disrupt Utako's comfort. Meanwhile, Utako realizes that the internet connection is down and contemplates calling the service provider. However, her anxiety prevents her from reaching out to anyone, including her parents, as the thought of interacting with them stresses her out. Instead, she decides to wait for someone to notice the issue. Although she has video games to play offline, when she enters her room and sees the mess, her heart sinks. The sight of her damaged devices brings her despair, and Yotsuha, hearing her cry, knows that her plan is working. Utako regrets not being more careful with her drink, but she is unaware of Yotsuha's involvement. In a panic, she rushes to check her devices, only to find them broken. Desperate for a solution, Utako turns to online forums for advice, but the suggestions she receives are impractical. She lacks the funds to repair her equipment and is unwilling to consider working to earn money. Feeling trapped, she decides to go to sleep, hoping to escape her reality. However, as she drifts off, she hears Uichi and Yotsuha studying together. In that moment, Yotsuha asks Uichi to stroke her hair for the effort she has put into studying. As Yotsuha cuddles with Uichi, the affectionate moment is interrupted by Utako, who misinterprets the sounds coming from their room. She finds herself questioning how her once perfect life has devolved into chaos. Just then, she receives a message from Treble-san, who apologizes for the delay in responding, explaining that he was busy talking to an acquaintance. Meanwhile, Yotsuha believes she has successfully executed her plan regarding Utako. However, she is still unaware that the person behind the Clover profile is manipulating events from the shadows. Although she thinks Utako is not directly involved in the family's troubles, she knows that this figure has been orchestrating everything for a long time. Determined to uncover the truth, Yotsuha leaves the investigation to Fuhan, who will work to identify the person behind the Clover profile. In the meantime, Yotsuha tries to extract information from Uichi, pretending it's a game. She wonders if the culprit is someone he has known since high school, but doubts it, as that person seems to know too much about her and even about Yamato. The most likely suspect, she concludes, is someone from their elementary school days. As Yotsuha asks Uichi if there was anyone who harbored deep resentment towards him, he recalls a painful experience from middle school. After helping a classmate, he became the target of bullying himself. This memory revives old traumas, and Yotsuha, noticing Uichi's discomfort, decides to set that line of questioning aside for now. She understands that he is hiding something, but she chooses to focus on his family, knowing they could be the tipping point that leads Uichi to despair. Just then, they are interrupted by an unexpected visitor, Uichi's father. Yotsuha recognizes him as the most problematic member of the family, and the tension in the room escalates. Flashbacks reveal Uichi's father after his marriage, when he felt the pressure to be a good father. He imposed high expectations on himself, determined to fulfill his family's expectations. Returning to the present, Uichi's father enters the room, and Yotsuha greets him warmly, noting that it has been a long time since they last met. He pretends not to recognize her and asks if they are studying. Before they can respond, he mentions that Uichi plans to take the college entrance exam, expressing pride in his son's choice of a medical career. Uichi is taken aback, trying to correct his father by stating that he actually wants to study veterinary medicine. However, his father dismisses him, offering cookies he bought instead. When Uichi sees that the cookies contain nuts, he realizes that his father still doesn't care about his allergies or his well-being. Conflicted, he feels a mix of confusion and discouragement, but Yotsuha quickly calms him by pulling out some cookies she made herself, lightening the mood. Meanwhile, Uichi's father reflects on his role in the family. Since Utako's struggles began, he has been sending her money for living expenses, believing it would help her. He recalls how his wife has been worried about Utako's education and how she personally visited the school to investigate the situation. Unfortunately, she found no evidence of bullying, which led to sleepless nights and whispers from colleagues about her taking too many breaks at work. In a moment of frustration, Uichi's mother pleads with her husband to help their daughter, but he dismisses her concerns, believing she just needs to try harder. His lack of empathy only exacerbates the situation, leading to a confrontation where Uichi's mother, overwhelmed, cuts herself off in front of him. When Uichi arrives home, he sees his mother in distress and rushes to stop her from hurting herself. Uichi's father, instead of showing concern, calmly calls for an ambulance, dismissing his son's fears as paranoia. At the hospital, Uichi's mother apologizes profusely, and in that moment, Uichi realizes the extent of his family's struggles. Despite his own bullying at school, he chooses to hide his pain to avoid adding to their problems. As time passes, Uichi's father continues to believe he is a good father, despite the chaos surrounding them. Returning to the present, Yotsuha prepares to execute the next phase of her plan. She reflects on the dynamics of Uichi's family. His sister is a shut-in, his father is negligent, and his mother is mentally unstable. This toxic environment has united them in suffering, ultimately leading Uichi down a dark path that could result in his taking his own life. Yotsuha vows that she will never forgive them for the pain they have caused him. In the kitchen, Yotsuha opens the shelves and finds Uichi's mother's medications. Taking them is the first step in her quest for revenge. She believes that they are the source of Uichi's suffering, and she is determined to make them feel the same pain they have inflicted on him. Yotsuha is convinced that Uichi will be happier without his family in his life. As time passes, we see the consequences of Yotsuha's actions unfold. Uichi's mother has been admitted to a psychiatric hospital, Utako has ended up in prison, and Uichi's father has been forced to move away for work. Yotsuha approaches Uichi, suggesting that even though he no longer has his family, he can stay with her from now on. However, Uichi's demeanor reveals that he is still deeply affected by the turmoil in his life. Yotsuha struggles to understand why Uichi still cares about his family, despite the suffering they have caused him. She questions what makes them special, especially since they have become despicable people. This discouraging future prompts her to consider returning to change things. If her goal is to make Uichi happy, she must find a way to set things right. Determined, Yotsuha returns to the moment when she was about to take the medications. She decides that revenge is unnecessary and leaves the medications in the hallway. A few minutes later, Uichi's mother discovers them and, suspecting Utako's involvement, heads upstairs to confront her. On her way, she encounters Yotsuha, who is speaking with her husband. Uichi's mother overhears their conversation, where Yotsuha expresses concern for her well-being. She mentions that Uichi's mother seems to be suffering, and reflects on how she used to be affectionate and attentive to her children. Yotsuha suggests that if Uichi's mother truly cares about her children, she should consider how her actions affect them. Despite Yotsuha's heartfelt words, Uichi's father remains indifferent, treating her concerns as trivial. However, Uichi's mother begins to reflect on her behavior, realizing that her self-harm not only affects her but also impacts Uichi. She acknowledges that if she truly valued her children, she would feel guilt for her actions. In a moment of clarity, Yotsuha's words resonate with Uichi's mother, prompting her to reconsider her choices. She heads to her room and finds the gift Yotsuha brought, a photo of Uichi and Utako, both smiling and happy. This moment serves as a catalyst for change in Uichi's mother. As hours pass, Yotsuha and Uichi finish studying. Yotsuha realizes that to make Uichi happy, she must also help his family find happiness again. She understands that her anger, resentment, and desire for revenge are no longer important. She is willing to sacrifice those feelings to achieve her goal. Just as she resolves to bring happiness to Uichi's family, the person behind the Clover profile makes their next move by sending a message to Utako. Utako leaves her room in search of something to eat and stumbles upon her mother's medications in the kitchen. Panic sets in as she quickly puts them away. Just then, her mother appears and, seeing what Utako is doing, pieces together that her daughter must have thrown the medications down the hallway. Initially fueled by anger, she soon shifts her focus to Utako, urging her to stop being a recluse and to take charge of her life. Tired of the same old lectures, Utako can't stand being pushed out of her comfort zone. Frustrated, she decides to leave the house, feeling that she can no longer be happy there after losing everything. In a moment of despair, she runs down the street, contemplating throwing herself in front of a car to end her problems. However, the fear of actually going through with it stops her, and she finds herself at the park instead. Sitting alone, Utako realizes that returning home is no longer an option, but she also knows that surviving on her own will be difficult. Just then, a man approaches her, apologizing for making her wait. He introduces himself as her interviewer, having received several emails from her, which were prompted by Yotsuha. He explains that he is looking for candidates for a job, specifically for a game tester position, and finds it odd that she insisted on meeting in the park while wearing pajamas. Despite the unusual circumstances, the interviewer is desperate to fill the position, as previous hires had been fired for misconduct. Utako is taken aback, questioning whether her mother made the appointment without her consent. Raising her voice, she refuses the offer, claiming that she cannot dedicate her life to work. The interviewer, puzzled by her rejection, asks if she is really saying she isn't good at playing video games. Confused, Utako asks for clarification, and he explains that the company develops video games and is looking for testers. He mentions that her achievements make her a promising candidate for the role, praising her talent. Utako is taken aback by the unexpected compliment, realizing that someone appreciates her skills for the first time. Doubting her decision, she considers that working in a field she is passionate about might not be so bad. However, she still prefers the comfort of staying at home. The interviewer encourages her to try the job, suggesting that she won't know if she likes it until she gives it a shot. After some hesitation, Utako agrees to attend the interview. Meanwhile, Yotsuha observes the situation from a distance, realizing that she has been rewinding time repeatedly until she finally found a way to help Uichi's sister escape her confinement. Satisfied with the progress, she returns home to plan her next move. Just as she leaves, Utako receives a message from Treble-san, who claims to have found a way to make her life easier and happier. The next day, Yotsuha visits Uichi's house, greeting him with a warm hug and expressing how much she missed him. She playfully notes that it's not so bad since they see each other every day, hinting at her desire to create a timeline where everything turns out well. Shifting her focus, Yotsuha greets Uichi's mother, bringing another gift. Although Uichi's mother remains indifferent, Yotsuha sees this as a breakthrough. Taking advantage of the moment, Yotsuha mentions that she plans to take the university entrance exam next year and has been visiting Uichi to study. This revelation strikes a chord with Uichi's mother, who realizes that if Uichi goes to university, he may leave home, leaving her alone. The fear of losing her son prompts her to consider prohibiting him from continuing his studies. However, her thoughts are interrupted when Yotsuha finds some medicine on the ground. She picks it up, intending to place it on a shelf, which triggers a realization in Uichi's mother. Remembering that Uichi had once expressed a desire to become a veterinarian, a costly career, she recalls that she had been saving money to support his dream. This reflection leads her to understand that she had previously supported Uichi's aspirations, but her recent behavior has changed. Yotsuha leaves Uichi's mother deep in thought and asks Uichi where Utako is, hoping to greet her. Uichi informs her that Utako is not home and that she left early for some reason. Yotsuha feels a sense of relief, knowing that Utako is likely at her job interview. As Yotsuha begins to outline the progress of each family member, she feels optimistic that it is only a matter of time before Uichi's mother returns to her former self. As far as Utako is concerned, she realizes that if she continues to pursue the job that suits her perfectly, she may finally be able to support herself. However, Uichi's father still hasn't taken any steps to care for his family. Despite this, he believes that if Uichi's mother and sister can change, it will be more than enough to improve their situation. With this in mind, Yotsuha begins to adjust her strategy, focusing on uncovering the identity of the person behind the Clover profile. She reflects on Uichi's past experiences in high school, recognizing that there may be clues hidden there, but she knows it will be challenging to ask him about those memories. While contemplating how to approach the topic, Uichi reflects on the positive changes in his life, both at home and at school. Feeling a surge of courage, he decides to ask Yotsuha a more important question, despite his fear of her potential reaction. With some nerves, he inquires if she has thought about attending college. Yotsuha, taken aback by the suddenness of the question, expresses her desire to be by his side. With that heartfelt statement, Uichi feels a newfound confidence and suggests that if they both get into university, they should live together. This proposal leaves Yotsuha speechless and blushing, but she ultimately accepts, realizing that Uichi is ambitious and wants to make her happy. Although it's a significant moment for both of them, Yotsuha hesitates for a moment, repeating to herself that they must work hard to achieve their goals together. Motivated, they dive into their studies, determined to prepare for university. Meanwhile, we shift to Tako's perspective. She didn't go to the company for the job interview, but she received a message from Treble-san, who wants to introduce her to someone waiting for her at a specific location. When she arrives, she meets a boy named Tuya, who immediately captures her attention. Recalling a previous conversation with Treble-san, Utako remembers mentioning her crush on a voice actor, and how she even dyed her hair to resemble him. To her surprise, Toya looks like her idealized boyfriend, and with that introduction, he has her completely enchanted. As they converse, Toya expresses his happiness at finally meeting her, confessing that he couldn't help but fall in love after seeing her photos. Utako feels elated, unable to believe what is happening. As he closes the distance between them and takes her hand, he compliments her nervousness, calling her cute. The rest of the day unfolds with Utako getting lost in her feelings for Tuya. His attentiveness and the thoughtful gifts he brings make her feel as if they are already in a relationship. By nightfall, she is madly in love, and Tuya, sensing her feelings, asks if she would go out with him. He even hints at the possibility of marriage, which excites Utako, who has longed for love and affection. However, Tuya reveals that they won't be able to be together for long due to his debts. He asks if she can lend him 5 million yen to pay off what he owes. Utako returns home, troubled by the thought of where she could possibly find that much money. In a conversation with Treble-san, she recalls that she once found a savings account with a significant amount of money. Treble-san, understanding her toxic family situation, suggests that she take the money, reminding her that all she needs is the book and the stamp to access it. Utako hesitates, fearing the consequences if she gets caught. However, Treble-san encourages her, emphasizing that marrying Tuya would allow her to escape her family's problems. He urges her to take this chance, reminding her that if she does nothing, she will remain trapped in her unhappy life. The next day, Uichi wakes up early to go to school, and to his surprise, his mother approaches him. She tells him that she will leave early as well, motivated by his determination to continue his studies and pursue university. Utako, still undecided, ultimately decides to follow Treble-san's advice, believing it to be the right path to her happiness. She takes the savings book and the stamp, determined to give the money to Tuya. Meanwhile, Uichi is studying that night while chatting with Yotsuha about a lunch she prepared for him. Before he can respond, he overhears a heated argument downstairs. Concerned, he rushes to find that his family is blaming Utako for their current troubles. They have discovered that she took the savings book, and Uichi's mother has noticed the expensive necklace Utako is wearing, one of the gifts from Tuya. When confronted about the necklace, Utako admits that she can no longer return the money because she gave it to Tuya, who has since disappeared, deleting all his contacts. This revelation leads to panic, as Uichi's mother suggests calling the police, but Utako informs them that Tuya has already left the country, making it nearly impossible to recover the money. Faced with this crisis, Uichi's mother begins to spiral, realizing that the money she had saved for the family's future is now gone. Uichi tries to reassure her, stating that he wasn't going to ask for money for university. Instead, he plans to earn good grades to qualify for scholarships, hoping to alleviate their financial burden. He urges his family not to worry about him. However, Uichi's father, for the first time, intervenes in family matters, raising his voice to emphasize the seriousness of the situation. He chastises Uichi for being focused on his dreams while ignoring the family's financial crisis. He insists that if Uichi has time to study, he also has time to work to recover the lost money. Utako, feeling the pressure, points out that she cannot work due to her past experiences at school, effectively placing the burden on Uichi. She claims that she is incapable of contributing to the family, and her mother, knowing that Uichi is the only one who cares for her, remains silent. Utako even threatens to take her own life if Uichi tries to leave, further complicating the family dynamics. As the family grapples with the fallout from Utako's actions, Yotsuha arrives at the house. Noticing that Uichi hasn't responded to her messages, she senses that something is wrong. Upon entering, she finds them in the midst of an argument, realizing that this conflict is ruining Uichi's chances for happiness. Determined to reverse this timeline, Yotsuha attempts to use her watch to turn back time, but it fails to work. Panic sets in as she realizes that she can no longer go back. In the midst of her distress, Yotsuha explains the limitations of her watch. While it has the power to rewind time, it also deteriorates with excessive use. Each time she rewinds, the watch becomes less reliable, and she discovers that it was originally a cheap timepiece that should have lasted only a few years. Now it has surpassed its lifespan, leading to its current malfunction. Yotsuha reflects on how this issue has affected her in previous loops, where she found herself stuck at critical moments. Fortunately, after a few tense moments, the watch begins to work again, allowing her to escape the situation without major consequences. Due to the issues with her watch, Yotsuha realizes that time is running out before it completely breaks down. Desperate to make Uichi happy, she repeatedly tries to get the clock working again, but nothing happens. Faced with the grim reality that she cannot go back in time, she feels a sense of urgency. If she doesn't act, Uichi may lose hope once again, just as he had in the past. Yotsuha reflects on how Utako's situation seems predetermined, as if fate has conspired against them. This realization leads her to suspect that Treble-san might also have the ability to travel through time. While she contemplates her next move, the family notices her presence, but they are too preoccupied with their own issues to address her. Uichi's father angrily kicks her out, insisting they are in the middle of an important meeting. As Uichi watches Yotsuha leave, he feels a pang of guilt. He recognizes that he has put her through many hardships, yet she continues to smile at him. This thought leads him to realize how gloomy he has become. He wonders if Yotsuha has noticed his struggles or if she has overlooked them, as she never tried to investigate what he was going through when he needed her support the most. Despite his uncertainty about her intentions, Uichi acknowledges that Yotsuha has saved him. Since their reunion, he has rediscovered the warmth of friendship and even allowed himself to love her. With these vivid feelings in mind, he wishes to always be by her side. However, his father's insistence that Yotsuha leave forces him to confront the reality of his situation. He grapples with the question of whether he should sacrifice his happiness for the sake of his family. Deep down, Uichi knows he doesn't want to lose Yotsuha. Remembering her encouragement, he resolves to break free from the chains that have bound him. He stops Yotsuha from leaving and declares that he must change. He confronts his family, raising his voice to assert that he will go to college and leave home. His father dismisses this as nonsense, pointing out that they have just lost a significant amount of money. Uichi counters that the money was meant for their future, and proposes that they give him a few years to fulfill his dream of becoming a veterinarian. He believes that achieving his goal will ultimately help them recover the lost funds. Even if his father disagrees, Uichi insists that they should all work together to overcome this difficult time. However, Uichi knows that the burden of work will fall on him. He confronts his father, accusing him of pretending to be a good father while failing to address the real issues at hand. He tells Utako that she should be the one working to recover the money she lost, arguing that it is absurd for him to give up his dreams because of her mistakes. He also addresses his mother, acknowledging her fear of him leaving, but questioning whether she wants him to continue suffering due to her threats. With heartfelt sincerity, Uichi expresses his love for his family and his desire to see them happy. However, he refuses to sacrifice his own happiness in the process. He shares with Yotsuha that he wants them to live together, and she reciprocates his feelings. Seeing Uichi regain the bright personality he once had, Yotsuha realizes that she has helped heal his heart. For the first time in a long while, she feels she can also allow herself to be happy. Despite Utako's objections, it becomes clear that she must take responsibility for her actions and find a job. Uichi's mother finally acknowledges her mistakes and asks for forgiveness, realizing that she has been enabling harmful behavior. With Yotsuha's encouragement, Utako is reminded of the job opportunity at the video game company. This revelation gives her a chance to turn her life around. Even Uichi's father begins to see the potential for positive change within the family. As Yotsuha reflects on the rapid progress they have made, she wonders if her connection to Treble-san has played a role in these events. She contemplates the possibility that he may be linked to the changes they are experiencing. Uichi knows that the obstacles he faces are necessary if he wants to ensure Utako's happiness. Determined, he insists on finding a way to overcome these challenges, no matter the cost. Thus, this chapter of Yotsuha's journey comes to a close, filled with hope and the promise of a brighter future.
Days slip by, and we find ourselves alongside Utako, who excitedly shares that she's landed a job at a video game company. Contrary to her initial fears of being treated like a lowly servant, blindly following orders, she realizes she was overthinking it all. Work isn't the drudgery she imagined. She's recounting this to Treble-san, who just days ago apologized profusely for failing to spot Toya's sinister motives. Though Utako once suspected they were in on it together, she ultimately trusted Treble-san's account, their long-standing friendship swaying her. In her eyes, Toya was the sole villain. With that backdrop, their conversation shifts as Treble-san probes about the day of the family quarrel, noting Yotsuha's presence and asking if Utako noticed anything odd about her behavior. Utako recalls Yotsuha fiddling with a watch during the heated argument, a detail that piques Treble-san's interest. He presses for more, but Utako cuts the chat short, needing to gather her things for work. As she prepares, we linger with Treble-san, who laments the wasted effort to shatter her mentally. She's bounced back far too quickly. Undeterred, he sets his sights on a new target. Meanwhile, Yotsuha stares at her motionless watch, a relic from that fateful day. Though it's stuck, she clings to hope that it might tick again, offering a chance to rewind time if chaos erupts. For now, she explores other avenues to unmask the enigmatic figure behind the clover. She meets up with Fuchan to review their progress, but Yotsuha has another urgent favor. Beyond the phone, she needs access to Utako's blocked account. Suspecting a link to the Wii family, perhaps manipulation akin to what happened with Yamato, she believes the clover culprit could be Wii's sister. Fuchan, no stranger to such requests from Yotsuha's past loops, like snooping on Wii's schoolmates, dives in. Sure enough, Treble-san's contact pops up, revealing a long-ago meeting where Treble-san, with honeyed words, twisted Utako's life into turmoil, sparking the events we know all too well. Stunned, Yotsuha sees that what seemed like Uichi's cruel fate was meticulously orchestrated by the clover figure. Why go to such lengths just to make Uichi suffer? It defies logic, but then it clicks. This must tie into the high school harassment that kicked off Uichi's misfortunes. Yotsuha recalls Uichi wasn't the only victim, hinting at a possible accomplice or even the clover person themselves. Now armed with this clue, she might finally unravel the web. Delving deeper into the messages, Utako innocently asks Treble-san about his peculiar name. He reveals the four-leaf clover's symbolism. While often tied to luck and positivity, its darker side whispers of revenge. That's why he chose it, to embody his quest for vengeance against someone, no matter the cost. He craves witnessing their agony, driven by the loss of a loved one. Intrigued by this revelation of revenge as the motive, Yotsuha confides in Fuchan, spilling everything. They can't fathom Wichi committing an act so heinous as to ignite such hatred, fueling their determination to expose the true culprit behind it all. Fuchan dives back into the investigation, poring over Yamato's phone with renewed vigor, and with this fresh account they've uncovered, the process promises to be quicker than ever. In the meantime, he advises Yotsuha to broach the subject directly with Wichi. Ask him about the boy they bullied back in high school, a potential key to unlocking the mystery. With that plan in mind, Yotsuha heads home, but her path crosses unexpectedly with Wichi, who's ventured out just to find her. Nervous and earnest, he stammers out his request. Could he come over to her place and maybe even stay the night? The question leaves Yotsuha utterly speechless, her mind racing. We rewind a few moments to catch Wichi and his mother in conversation, where she admits she's reflected deeply on his words and come to terms with his need for attention at home. To help him break free from his struggles, she suggests some distance, encouraging him to spend nights at friends' houses occasionally. That's how he ended up at Yotsuha's apartment, though his mother hesitated before agreeing, ultimately swayed by Yotsuha's kind and noble nature. Far from minding, Yotsuha welcomes Wichi with open arms, even offering him a standing invitation to stay every night. It stirs memories of her past time loops, where she tried to foster Wichi's independence from his family, only for it to backfire and shatter him. But now, with the issues resolved, this feels like a blissful new beginning, as if they're a couple on their honeymoon. Holding back a flood of joy, she introduces him to her playful puppy, and they spend the rest of the day lost in carefree moments, laughter, and warmth filling the air. Yet, amid the happiness, Yotsuha spots her chance to probe deeper. Casually, she brings up the topic, mentioning she'd heard from friends that in high school, Wichi helped a boy who was being bullied. A noble act, she says, before asking who the boy was and if he knows him now. The words hit like a thunderclap. Wichi's face drains of color, twisted in raw fear, and he stammers that he can't talk about it, the past too painful to revisit. Sensing his turmoil, Yotsuha swiftly pivots, steering the conversation to her own high school days, describing them as fun and filled with new friends. Hearing her share this, Wichi is struck by a wave of realization. He's been so wrapped up in his own world, never once asking about her life during their long separation. Even his bold request to stay over stemmed from ignorance. He knew she lived in an orphanage with no family, but now he wonders about her apartment. Reflecting on the letters he sent her after leaving, filled with his thoughts, he admits he stopped reading hers once high school began, letting most of those details slip away. Determined to change that, he presses her for stories of her life after the move. To everyone's surprise, Yotsuha opens up, revealing it went well. She now lives with her older brother. She explains that since relocating, her world has transformed. She shares a home with her mother and brother, though their busy work schedules keep them away much of the time. With a warm smile, she describes integrating into a loving family where each day brims with joy and happiness, yet confesses the deep loneliness she felt without him. As the hours drift by, Wichi asks about sleeping arrangements, but Yotsuha has it covered. They end up sharing the bed, cuddling close despite his offer to take the couch. As sleep begins to claim them, Yotsuha's thoughts turn to the unresolved past. Pressing Wichi isn't an option, so she resolves to ask someone else. Perhaps those guys from the train who tormented him. She understands all too well how agonizing it is to dredge up painful memories, empathizing with the fear gripping Wichi. Even in this tender, joyful moment, the shadows of nightmares linger, refusing to fade. Shifting gears to that pivotal flashback, we revisit the moment their worlds collided. A simple, heartfelt invitation from young Wichi to play together, born from his desire to pull Yotsuha out of her solitude. In that instant, she saw him as her shining hero, a beacon of kindness in her lonely days. Yet Wichi's generosity extended beyond her. He rallied other children too, earning whispers among them that he was everyone's hero, a boy with a heart big enough to light up the playground. Their bond deepened through a shared dream. Wichi's promise to become a veterinarian, a vow that drew Yotsuha closer, leaning on him like a lifeline. As their friendship blossomed, she finally mustered the courage to confide a secret she'd buried deep. She had no family. Abandoned at the orphanage's doorstep, the only trace left was her name, woven from kanji symbolizing the four-leaf clover. faith, hope, love, and happiness. But for Yotsuha, that meaning carried a bittersweet ache, a reminder that her parents might not have wanted her, tainting her identity with quiet sadness. Wichi, ever the optimist, didn't hesitate. Knowing the clover's promise of joy, he dashed off and returned hours later, hands caked in mud from his determined search. With a genuine smile, he presented the rare four-leaf clover he'd hunted down, declaring that he always had the best time with her. Without a doubt, he was happy to have her by his side. For Wichi, Yotsuha was his super mega powerful four-leaf clover, a source of endless delight. Inspired, he urged her to keep it as her amulet, believing it could bring her the happiness she deserved. Overwhelmed by his thoughtfulness, Yotsuha flung her arms around him in a tight hug, the melancholic cloud lifting as she vowed that if she was his clover, she'd make him happy, and in doing so, find her own joy too. As they parted ways, Yotsuha carefully preserved the clover, treasuring it as a forever keepsake. But while she daydreamed of their future, the orphanage directors called an urgent meeting, dropping a bombshell. The place was closing, forcing everyone to relocate to a distant facility. This upheaval tied directly into the school switch we know all too well, leaving the children with no choice but to await the day they'd reunite. Yotsuha clung to hope, convinced that even apart, they could both carve out happiness, or so she told herself. Arriving at the new orphanage, Yotsuha introduced herself with shy hesitation, drawing curious stares and hushed murmurs from the other kids, her reserved demeanor standing out like a sore thumb. Days later, the trouble began. A group of children started pestering her relentlessly, trampling the small garden she'd been tending as her sanctuary. But that was just the start. The girls whispered that the newcomer was faking her innocence to steal attention, and they weren't about to let that slide. They lashed out, hurling insults that she didn't belong, and without warning, one flung a ball straight at her face, leaving Yotsuha reeling and bewildered. Why this cruelty when she'd done nothing wrong? Still, she fought to stay positive, whispering to herself that somehow, some way, she'd find her happiness amid the storm. But the torment was far from over. It was only the spark that ignited a relentless fire. In the days that followed, the harassment escalated without mercy. The boys kept up their cruel antics, hurling insects at her to watch her squirm in terror, turning the orphanage grounds into a battlefield of chaos. Seizing the moment, one of the girls swooped in to exploit the mess, assigning Yotsuha the grueling task of cleaning it all up, even though she hadn't caused a single speck of it. With no other options and desperate to avoid more trouble, Yotsuha reluctantly agreed, scrubbing away as long as it meant a brief reprieve from their taunts. Yet the girl wasn't satisfied. She ramped up the provocation with biting comments and relentless teasing, pushing Yotsuha to her limits. When her victim refused to snap or play into the trap, the bully's frustration boiled over. She yanked the broom from Yotsuha's hands and swung it wildly, leaving her battered and bruised. Despite the visible injuries, the orphanage staff turned a blind eye, taking no action. Instead, they urged Yotsuha to forgive the girl, brushing off her violence with excuses about the bully's troubled home life, as if that justified the pain. Shifting gears, the manager pulled Yotsuha aside with something to brighten her day: a letter from Wichi. Her heart soared as she dashed to her room, devouring every word, soaking in tales of his world without her. By the end, his hope that she was thriving and happy echoed in her mind, and clutching the four-leaf clover he'd given her, Yotsuha vowed to make it true. She would be happy, no matter what. The next morning, the boys struck again, ambushing her with a frog flung her way. But instead of screaming in fright, Yotsuha's reaction flipped the script. She greeted it with a serene smile, reframing the assault as an unexpected gift, leaving her tormentors stunned and speechless. She extended this newfound positivity to the girls too, weaving optimism into every interaction, and slowly, the atmosphere began to shift. Subtly at first, but enough to inspire her letters to Wichi, crediting him for her enduring joy. Yet this fragile peace shattered one fateful night when a girl discovered Yotsuha scribbling away. By morning, Yotsuha frantically searched for her missing letters, and the bullies closed in, feigning concern before dragging her to the bathroom. There, the truth emerged. Her precious correspondences from Wichi lay in tatters, shredded beyond repair. Devastated, Yotsuha stared at the wreckage, whispering to herself that it was okay, that she could still find happiness. But the cracks widened. her forced optimism crumbling under the weight of anguish she'd bottled up for so long. Tears flowed freely now, raw and unstoppable, as she realized some wounds cut too deep to ignore, no matter how hard she tried to mask them. Once the storm subsided, she painstakingly gathered the salvageable scraps, clinging to fragments of Wichi's words. Stepping into the corridor, a gentle voice pulled her from her haze. A woman gliding through the halls, her eyes sparkling like diamonds, radiating an almost magical warmth. The orphanage director beckoned Yotsuha closer, introducing the stranger as her new mother. Beside her stood a boy, now her older brother. The woman explained she'd come specifically for Yotsuha, inviting her to join their family and leave the orphanage behind. Overwhelmed and clutching the paper remnants, Yotsuha could only nod silently at first. When the woman noticed the pieces and asked if she'd discard them, Yotsuha smiled faintly and said no. With tears of pure joy streaming down her face, she accepted the offer, whispering to herself that, against all odds, she finally had a family. Picking up right where we left off, we delve into Yotsuha's blossoming relationship with her new mother, a woman she describes as kind and strikingly beautiful, showering her with affection from the very first day. Eager to connect with her new brother too, Yotsuha musters her shyness and approaches him, tentatively asking if she can call him older brother. But her words trigger an odd reaction. He starts avoiding her without explanation, leaving the little girl puzzled and unsure what to make of his behavior. Despite this strange hiccup, Yotsuha clings to the warmth of these moments, convincing herself that she finally has a real family. And it's not just that. Settling into this new home means no more fretting over Wichi's letters being ruined, allowing her to smile genuinely and declare she's truly happy now. As the days unfold, a tense scene unfolds in the living room, where Yotsuha's mother and brother huddle around the TV, intently watching the news. A chilling report details a suspected murder, and after a heavy silence, the mother murmurs that all her efforts up to now have been for nothing. The very next day, she whisks little Yotsuha away to an acting academy, explaining it's a prestigious school for artistic training where she'll attend daily. With a beaming smile, she urges Yotsuha to push herself hard, revealing her grand ambition to mold her into a great actress. In just a month, auditions for a play await, and she insists Yotsuha must participate. Hearing this bombshell, Yotsuha balks, admitting it's impossible. She doesn't even want to be an actress. She assumes her gentle mother will understand, given her kindness so far. But the woman's demeanor shifts like a mask slipping. With eerie calm, she warns that if Yotsuha fails the audition, she'll tear off each limb, slicing her body apart until nothing remains. Frozen in shock, Yotsuha stands paralyzed as the woman pulls out a pair of scissors, inching them closer in a terrifying threat that exposes her twisted desires. She craves nothing more than to watch someone so beautiful crumble into utter ruin. Terrified and cornered, especially with the added menace of being dumped back at the orphanage where Wichi's letters would be destroyed again, Yotsuha has no choice but to agree, forcing herself to comply. Sensing her surrender, the woman flips back to her kind facade, offering encouragement that leaves Yotsuha grappling with the raw fear of what true terror feels like. Time marches on, and while Yotsuha strains to give her all under duress, her mother watches with a gleeful smile, reveling in her agony. It's clear now she doesn't see Yotsuha as a daughter, or even a person, just a fragile toy to toy with until it shatters completely. And that's the grim truth Yotsuha is starting to grasp. Meeting the woman's impossible expectations feels utterly futile. Yotsuha has never sung or danced, yet she's crammed into a grueling month of intense training. But the real horror isn't the challenge itself. It's the knowledge that any attempt to flee will be met with ruthless pursuit. No mercy. Just the promise of being torn apart. Burdened by this nightmare, Yotsuha never considers seeking help. At her breaking point, she wonders if she should even keep living, wary of the endless suffering that, if it persists, might push her to let this monstrous woman end it all. Amid the darkness, though, a glimmer from Wichi's latest letter pierces through. He's overjoyed to hear she has a family now, a happiness for her that echoes their shared promise. If she's happy, then he will be too. Fueled by that simple phrase from Wichi's letter, a spark reignited within Yotsuha, reviving her will to endure. If fulfilling their shared promise meant traversing an impossible path, she'd push to the very end, no matter the cost. Her resolve paid off. Despite the grueling hurdles, she secured a minor role in the Academy's production and received an official letter approving her start as an actress. Clutching that document, Yotsuha finally exhaled, believing her mother's pride signaled an end to the torment. Entering high school, during a performance, her fragile frame betrayed her, seizing up in a way that left her unresponsive. As Yotsuha later revealed, she'd always been delicate, and after 3 years of this hellish existence, her heart faltered, failing to function properly. Hospitalized and fighting for stability, days stretched into the winter of her first year of high school, when her brother visited with grave news. Referring to the woman they'd called mother, he announced her death in a car accident. Yotsuha's surprise was brief, overshadowed by a flood of relief, as if chains had finally snapped. But then he dropped another bombshell. He'd become her guardian, leaving her anxious about what lay ahead. He introduced himself as Mitsuha, a name meaning 3 leaves, sparking Yotsuha's curiosity about whether that inspired the clover tattoo on his neck, or if darker motives lurked. 6 years her senior, Mitsuha was an enigma, his thoughts unreadable, someone she couldn't quite trust, yet felt compelled to thank, as he was the only one who cared, delivering Wichi's letters faithfully. Lately, though, they'd dwindled to nothing. Since high school began, the final ones grew cold and curt, and then silence fell, leaving Yotsuha to wonder what had changed. This lingering uncertainty gnaws at Yotsuha. Could the reason for Wichi's distant, icy letters be that he's found a girlfriend? Recalling his easy charm and knack for making friends, she fears he's simply moved on, forgetting her entirely. Deflated, she wonders if their cherished promise holds any weight now, but she refuses to surrender just yet. They haven't reunited, and that's reason enough to press forward, clinging to hope. With that flicker of optimism, Yotsuha throws herself into recovery, enduring surgeries and grueling rehabilitation to escape the hospital's confines. 5 long years have slipped by since she last saw Wichi, a chasm filled with medical checkups and online classes that blurred into monotony. Amid it all, she realizes she needs a way to stay organized, so one day she ventures to the hospital's modest shop and picks up a simple, inexpensive watch. Nothing fancy, but perfect for tracking her days. As time marches on, another worry creeps in. The 4-leaf clover amulet from Wichi, her constant companion, has nearly been crushed or lost too many times. Spotting her new watch, inspiration strikes. She carefully tucks the clover inside for safekeeping, a small act of preservation in her fragile world. The clock ticks onward to the winter of her 2nd year in high school, when Yotsuha finally conquers her heart troubles, emerging stronger and resolute. Her first impulse? To seek out Wichi at last. Boarding a train, her mind wanders with anticipation. Has he forgotten her? If so, she'll simply thank him. His promise, after all, has been her lifeline, helping her surmount countless barriers and keeping her alive through the darkest storms. Though her feelings for him remain unchanged, a deep, unspoken love she harbors, she decides to bury it. Confessing now, after so many years, would only complicate things, a nuisance neither needs. Arriving at his old home, she's stunned by the sight. A house utterly neglected, shrouded in decay. Sensing something amiss, she rings the bell, but silence answers until faint noises from within draw her closer. Pushing the door open, she discovers Wichi in total disarray, his world crumbling around him. Yotsuha later confides that December 6th etched itself as the worst day of her life, surpassing every agony she'd endured. Unaware of the torment ravaging him, her initial reaction is concern, asking what calamity has befallen him. But upon seeing her, terror grips Wichi. He recoils, as if this isn't the first time such visions have haunted him, his fractured mind conjuring hallucinations. She tries to soothe him, and for a fleeting moment, clarity returns. He admits he can no longer pursue his dream of becoming a veterinarian, the anchor that kept him afloat through his trials. Empathetic, Yotsuha downplays it, insisting it's no longer vital. They're together again, and that's what matters. Yet for Wichi, that promise wasn't mere words. It was the fragile thread binding him to life, the sole reason he endured. Hearing her dismiss it, even kindly, shatters something deep within him. Overwhelmed by turmoil, he lashes out, hurling Yotsuha from the house. Bewildered and heartbroken, she collapses in tears, the cruel words slicing through the bond she'd guarded so fiercely all these years. In that instant, Wichi freezes, the scene triggering a flood of memories. Their shared vow, his choice of veterinary dreams to spare Yotsuha from ever crying again. Realizing she's no illusion, regret crashes over him like a wave. Just then, a shadowy observer watching the chaos unfold murmurs that there's only a little more left, and all this suffering will finally end. That same night, Wichi's phone buzzed with an unexpected notification. A message from someone he hadn't heard from in ages, casually greeting him and noting how long it had been since they'd last spoken. Curiosity piqued, he opened it fully, only to discover an offer that promised to erase all his suffering once and for all. With nothing left to lose, Wichi accepted the help, unaware that the sender, known as King, was the very boy they'd tormented back in high school. The same one who'd spent his elementary days in lonely isolation. The following day, Yotsuha's world shattered with a call from Fuchan, whom she'd reconnected with through social media. His voice cracked with grief as he delivered the devastating news. Wichi had ended his own life. Shock and disbelief crashed over her like a tidal wave. She'd seen him alive just yesterday, and now this? As the words sank in, her memories blurred, her mind instinctively shielding her from the agony she couldn't yet fathom. After hanging up, she made her way to Wichi's funeral, where she found Fuchan in deep mourning. Together, they approached to pay their respects, but the sight of Wichi's lifeless body drained every ounce of strength from Yotsuha, sending her crumpling to the floor in a heap. Fuchan rushed to her side, guiding her to a seat to recover amid the somber crowd. As they sat in uneasy quiet, whispers from the attendees drifted into earshot, murmurs about how Wichi's mother hadn't shown up due to her fragile mental state, and that only 2 family members were present, his sister, now a hikikomori, and his father, whose cold, distant demeanor spoke of emotional detachment, likely from his constant work absences. The gossip concluded that Wichi had probably shouldered the burden of caring for both. Yotsuha and Fuchan absorbed this in stunned silence until Yamato approached them unexpectedly. True to form, he wasted no time cozying up to Yotsuha, but she remained mute, her shock rendering her speechless. Fuchan, unsettled by Yamato's boldness and the group he'd brought, asked if they were Wichi's friends. But no, they were Satsuki and Nao, class representatives sent by their teacher. With her blunt honesty, Nao didn't hold back, declaring that Wichi had no friends at all. Everyone at school had bullied him relentlessly. Those harsh truths plunged Yotsuha deeper into her turmoil, and as the funeral wound down, Fuchan had to leave, apologizing profusely and promising to check in tomorrow to lift her spirits. Left alone to wait for her brother, Yotsuha watched him go, then wandered off aimlessly into the streets. As she walked, her thoughts pieced together the fragments of Wichi's hidden life, realizing he had been just as wretched and lonely as she was. The weight of that revelation crushed her, convincing her that their reunion the day before might have pushed him over the edge. Overwhelmed by guilt and despair, she collapsed in self-blame, her gaze falling on the 4-leaf clover still nestled safely in her watch, the amulet she'd always believed would bring happiness. But now, through tear-streaked eyes, it looked like nothing more than a worthless plant. Still, clinging to Wichi's memory, she prayed desperately for it to grant her joy, just once. Yet deep down, she knew it was futile. Everything she'd ever held on to had only led to more pain. With a voice broken but resolute, she pleaded that if the clover couldn't deliver the happiness she craved, it should at least give her the strength to forge it herself. In that pivotal moment, the watch's hands began to rewind, granting her unspoken wish. As the clock's hands spun wildly backward, the world around Yotsuha warped and twisted, reality bending until she blinked and found herself back at the train station. A jolt of recognition hit her. She'd been here just yesterday, and before this bewildering reset, she pieced together that events were replaying exactly as they had when she'd fled Wichi's house. Fumbling for her phone, she checked the time. 8 p.m. on December 6. That meant Wichi was still alive, his fate not yet sealed. No time for questions or hesitation, she bolted toward his house, breaking in and racing to his room, where she found him huddled and unresponsive. Between ragged whispers, he repeated the same agonizing mantra he'd made Yotsuha cry. Guilt surged through her like a storm. In her mind, she was the culprit, the one who delivered the final blow that drove him to the edge without even realizing the weight of their reunion. Desperate, she clung to him, pleading for calm, but her efforts crumbled against his shattered psyche. He was beyond reach, lost in a void of despair. With no way to mend this timeline, Yotsuha made a drastic choice. If the root of the tragedy was him witnessing her tears, she'd erase that moment entirely. Recalling the watch's power, she twisted the hands again, and in a dizzying flash she rewound to December 5th. No room for doubt about this eerie ability. She hurried to meet Wichi, retracing her steps and steeling herself to hold back any tears, no matter what unfolded. They spent the time together until December 7th, but his mental state remained a wreck. He couldn't converse, plagued by auditory and visual hallucinations that pulled him deeper into isolation. Frustrated and resolute, Yotsuha decided to push further back, determined to nip every misfortune in the bud and shoulder the blame for the original timeline's horror. Using her newfound power, she'd do anything to ensure Wichi's happiness, transforming herself into his true four-leaf clover at last. Thus began her odyssey, leaping to the end of April in her second year of high school. As Yotsuha explained, while she'd longed to rewind even further, the clover embedded in the watch capped her jumps at this point. Still, it spared her half a year of torment, a silver lining amid the chaos. But first she had hurdles to clear before she could stand by his side, and for that, she needed the aid of her guardian, her brother Mitsuha. Without delay, she revealed her time rewind ability to him, confessing her mission to bring joy to Wichi's life, no matter how whimsical it sounded, and begged for his support. To her astonishment, Mitsuha believed her instantly, offering his help without a second thought. This baffled Yotsuha. She still couldn't fully decipher him. His kindness felt genuine, yet his eyes mirrored the chilling gaze of the woman who'd tormented her, stirring a deep-seated fear that made her want to keep her distance. With no other allies though, she pressed on, outlining her needs. Immediate discharge from the hospital, relocation near Wichi's house, and a transfer to his high school. Mitsuha readily agreed to the move and school switch, but the discharge gave him pause. He reminded her of the upcoming operation in 3 months, questioning if she'd truly considered the risks. Undeterred, Yotsuha declared she wouldn't undergo it. Staying would leave her immobilized for ages, and this wasn't the moment for that. Convinced she'd be fine, she vowed to prioritize Wichi's happiness above all, assuring Mitsuha she'd resume treatment once her goal was met, and promising not to push herself too hard. Overexertion could worry Wichi and jeopardize everything. Moved by her resolve, Mitsuha consented, but his expression shifted to one of grave concern, extracting a solemn promise. She must not eliminate anyone. Puzzled, Yotsuha challenged him, pointing out that with this power she could act undetected, and besides, those who'd inflicted suffering on Wichi deserved the harshest retribution. Yotsuha's initial resolve hardened into a dangerous obsession. She was ready to eliminate anyone who'd ever brought misfortune to Wichi, convinced that such ruthless action would save him swiftly and pave the way to his happiness. But Mitsuha swiftly pulled her back from the brink, painting a stark scenario. How would she feel if someone slaughtered others solely for her benefit? The question hung in the air, silencing her as her fierce determination faltered, that vacant, vengeful gleam fading from her eyes. She saw the error in her path, the irreversible darkness it would unleash. Mitsuha reinforced the point. If she truly aimed to bring Wichi joy, she must shun such atrocities, for once crossed, that line offered no return. Chastened, Yotsuha abandoned her lethal impulses, and without further delay, a month slipped by, bringing her to May 18th, the launch of her meticulously crafted plan. Her first foray was a crushing setback. Wichi refused to open the door, his shame and disappointment in himself barring her entry. Undeterred, Yotsuha scaled to his window, sparking their fateful first encounter. In that moment, she noted how far he'd fallen. His mental state was dire, ravaged by despair, yet a shade better than the abyss he'd teetered on in December. As days unfolded, Yotsuha unearthed the faces of those who'd tormented him, her blood boiling with the urge to strike them down, but she restrained herself, honoring her brother's wisdom. Seasons cycled onward, and as winter's chill descended, her own health deteriorated sharply, pushing her to the edge by December's arrival. Confronted with this unforeseen frailty, she invoked the clock once more, rewinding to spring with a singular focus, securing Wichi's happiness before the year soured again. Loops stretched into years, each attempt refining her strategies, but the clock showed signs of wear, adding a ticking peril to her quest. Countless failures piled up, forcing her to relive hellish cycles over and over, Though despair tempted her to rail against the endless grind, she silenced it, knowing she owed this penance for the pain she'd inflicted on Wichi in the original timeline. After thousands of tries, mastering the machinations of his tormentors, she glimpsed a fragile hope of perfection. Yet in September, a chilling revelation shattered her momentum. She overheard a casual chat about emojis absent from an outdated phone, a detail that exposed a shadowy saboteur meddling with her plans. It couldn't be Yamato, whose device was antiquated, nor did it fit his cunning. Someone else was aiding Wichi, and the thought sent her spiraling into worst-case fears. The clock could fail entirely, her health could crumble soon, and rewinding now carried grave risks. But forging ahead blind was folly. To avert disaster, she reset one final time to May 18th, aligning with the events we've witnessed thus far. Now, however, a monumental obstacle loomed, blocking her path to fulfillment. A single figure was the architect of all Wichi's woes, the one who dismantled his family and, she suspected, orchestrated the high school harassment too. Motivated by an insatiable thirst for revenge, this enigmatic foe plotted every calamity with chilling precision. Bewildered, Yotsuha pondered the identity of this clover-clad villain. In her last rewind, armed with exhaustive research and foresight, nothing had braced her for this twist. With the clock's integrity fading, she vowed to unmask the culprit before it was too late, devising countermeasures to neutralize the threat. But the adversary anticipated her every move, leaving her circling in frustration until a harrowing possibility dawned. This interloper might know about her time-traveling ability, a secret she'd shared only with Mitsuha, casting him as the prime suspect. Though reluctant to accuse without proof, she admitted he'd only been told she could rewind somehow, not the details of the clock. The suspect list expanded with the high school ordeal, shrouded in unknowns that demanded investigation, especially the boy Wichi had defended, a mystery begging to be unraveled. Burdened with these pressing tasks, Yotsuha steeled herself. This loop, she would embody the true four-leaf clover, the beacon of happiness Wichi so desperately needed. Wichi stirred awake in the dead of night, his voice soft and concerned as he asked Yotsuha if she couldn't sleep. For her, these sleepless hours were a torment, haunted by relentless memories of pain, terror, and suffering that twisted into a suffocating knot of despair and guilt. A burden she'd carried through countless loops, leaving her eyes wide open no matter how she tried to shut them out. Realizing that dwelling on it might worry Wichi, she quickly fabricated a story about a chilling horror tale she'd heard recently, assuring him it was nothing serious and she'd drift off soon. He suggested she rest first. But then, in a surprising gesture of warmth, he pulled her into a comforting hug, whispering that everything would be all right. In that moment, Yotsuha reminded herself not to let her guard down. She still had mountains of unfinished business. But being cradled by the one she loved most stirred a bittersweet happiness she felt utterly unworthy of. Tears threatened to spill, yet she fought them back, vowing not to show weakness in front of him. Gradually, lulled by his embrace, she slipped into the first peaceful sleep she'd known in what felt like an eternity. The next morning brought unexpected relief. Wichi's relentless harassment at school had abruptly halted. Yotsuha's arrival as the new transfer student had thrown the ringleader into chaos, and the accomplices, terrified of the fallout, began treating Wichi with newfound caution. This threw the second-place student, a smug schemer who'd thrived on Wichi's misery, into a panic, as he banked on the bullying to tank Wichi's grades and force him out of school, securing his own coveted top spot. Desperate to reignite the torment, he resorted to distributing doctored images meant to smear Wichi's reputation across campus, hoping to intimidate him into vanishing. But fate, or perhaps something more deliberate, intervened when a truck splashed him with mud, ruining every last copy in the process. Later, as Yotsuha shot him a knowing sidelong glance, she confirmed her handiwork. She'd been orchestrating his comeuppance all along, effortlessly trapping him in one blunder after another, without a moment's respite. When Wichi approached the guy, casually asking if it was okay to call him Chimotsuki, the bully froze in stunned silence before demanding how Wichi even knew his name. Wichi explained that he unconsciously memorized the names of his classmates, even if he kept to himself, a lingering echo of his once friendly nature. Hearing this, Chimotsuki reflected on his own twisted motives. driven by a pathetic quest for the top rank after fading into obscurity in high school, where being second meant being forgotten all over again. But Weechi's simple act of remembrance revealed a kindness that pierced his hardened shell, prompting him to abandon his cruel schemes. With that, harmony seemed restored for Yotsuha, yet a nagging worry shadowed her as they headed to school. Weechi was growing increasingly dependent on her, shying away from interactions with others. This posed a problem, especially with winter looming, when she'd have to step away. To sustain the happiness they'd built, she knew she must eradicate the harassment entirely and ensure Weechi forged genuine friendships before her departure. Drawing on her loop-hardened experience, she'd craft opportune scenarios to showcase his amiable side, helping others see the warmth beneath his isolation. But that wasn't her only priority. She still had to unmask the Clover's enigmatic puppet master and dismantle their influence for good. After parting ways with Weechi at school, Yotsuha urged him to head home early, claiming she needed to pick up a few things on her own. Once he was out of sight, she made her way to a run-down, neglected house, her mind set on confronting the past directly. This was Eito's place, the mastermind behind Weechi's high school torment, the one she'd already confronted and humbled at the train station some time ago. Knocking on the door, she braced for answers about what had unfolded back then. But the moment he glimpsed her through the peephole, he slammed it shut and bellowed for her to get lost, effectively slamming the door on her quest for information. Undeterred, she sought out the two accomplices who trailed Eito like shadows, but they spotted her coming and bolted without a word, dodging her entirely. Frustration mounted, prying details from them seemed an uphill battle, and with no other leads in sight, she lamented the lack of options. For a fleeting second, she eyed her watch, tempted to rewind for more clues, but the thought of jeopardizing all the ground she'd gained held her back. She'd grown wary of its instability, fearing it might unravel more problems than it solved. Instead, she pivoted to a clever workaround, deciding to leverage the next target of marginalization at school to unearth what she needed. A few days later, the opportunity presented itself. Yotsuha discreetly swiped a folder from Weechi's locker, stuffed with papers, and accidentally let it slip from her grasp in a crowded spot. Chaos ensued as the contents scattered everywhere, and to her delight, a handful of students, including some who'd once heeded the bully's commands, rushed to help gather them up. Reluctantly, they treated Weechi with unexpected courtesy, not wanting to be painted as the villains in the aftermath. Among the helpers was Nao, who spotted a university brochure amid the pile, one Yotsuha had slyly planted, and casually asked Weechi if he was aiming for that faculty. Confirming it was his top choice, he explained it offered a full scholarship based on grades, his only real shot forward. Nao, intrigued, shared that she was eyeing the same university but in a different specialization, warning that the competition was fierce and he'd need stellar results to stand a chance. Undaunted, Weechi insisted it was his only path, prompting Nao to bluntly note that securing the scholarship would require him to be a study prodigy, nearly impossible otherwise. But Yotsuha, ever the orchestrator, chimed in encouragingly, assuring him that with determination he could make it happen, especially given his strong mock exam performances. The exchange sparked genuine conversation, and though Weechi soon retreated into his usual shyness with an apology, Nao urged him to build more confidence, marveling at his hidden potential. Word spread quickly, and others began to see Weechi in a new light, providing Yotsuha with the solid foundation she needed to push her plans further. Yet, as the dust settled, a fresh complication arose. A girl who'd been lurking nearby, growing impatient with the scene, stormed over and confronted the group helping Weechi, sneering that they'd turned into his obedient servants just for picking up some papers. The accused guy scrambled to deny it, scattering from the task in a huff. This was Rika, one of the rare students at the school who'd actually been Weechi's classmate back in high school, her disdain for him as palpable as ever. Drawing from her countless loops through time, Yotsuha knew Rika was tied to Eito, the high school bully she'd already dealt with decisively, making this a prime opportunity to dig deeper. Back in the moment, Rika's sharp tongue lashed out, masking her aggression with a facade of sweetness, as she remarked on how everything had shifted in Yotsuha's absence, from Yamato's scandals to the bizarre sight of Weechi's former tormentors groveling like servants. She sneered that they looked utterly pathetic, prompting the guys to drop their pretense and snap back that they hadn't changed. They still despised Wichi with every fiber of their being. But the tension shattered when a sudden scream pierced the air, startling Rika into dropping her own folder, scattering papers across the floor just as Wichi's had. Her friends immediately swooped in to help, creating the perfect opening for Yotsuha to weave into the fray. Challenging Rika's accusation of servitude, Yotsuha insisted it wasn't like that at all. To her, they seemed like true friends, the kind who naturally lend a hand when someone needs it. Dismissing the pathetic label, she praised their kindness and empathy, turning the insult on its head. Her words struck a chord with one of the guys, who paused to reflect on his own insecurities. Once envious of Wichi's top grades despite his isolation, he now saw the error in his ways. Seizing the moment, he blurted out a request to be Wichi's friend, admitting he'd wronged him in the past, but pleading for a fresh start. The others chimed in, echoing the sentiment, and Yotsuha stepped back, letting Wichi navigate the reconciliation himself. Whether he forgave them or not mattered less than the shift in dynamics. She'd expertly flipped Rika's outburst into a tool for progress, tilting the scales in her favor for the time being. Yet the drama wasn't over. Rika sidled up to Yotsuha, complimenting her flawless performance and probing if she'd trained somewhere. Playing the clumsy newcomer, Yotsuha brushed it off, claiming she'd never pull off something as intricate as acting and insisting she'd just worked hard to enroll, all to be near Wichi. Rika wasn't fooled, pointing out the school's entry standards and accusing Yotsuha of orchestrating the folder fiasco. Laughing off the absurdity, Yotsuha dismissed it as nonsense. But before the exchange could escalate, Wichi called her away for the class change. With a cheerful goodbye and a nudge for Rika to hurry lest she be late, Yotsuha left the scene, only for Rika to mutter to her friends that the new girl was a blatant liar and a nuisance. They agreed, wondering aloud why she'd defend Wichi, that wretched boy who'd hurt Rika back in high school. Hinting at a hidden truth, Yotsuha remained oblivious to. As he watches Rika from across the classroom, a faint sense of recognition lingers, and he quietly mutters that he's pretty sure he went to the same middle school as her, though the memory feels distant and unclear. He glances at her again, unsure, and that small moment is enough to trigger something deeper. His hand tightens unconsciously, and the past begins to surface back in middle school, when everything felt tense without him even realizing it. Those days were unbearable. Every single day felt painful and miserable, far worse than what he experiences now. Even recalling it makes his mind feel foggy, like the memories themselves are resisting him. Though things have improved a little in high school, the pain hasn't fully disappeared, and remembering still hurts. There are even parts he simply can't recall, especially when it comes to her. In the present, he sits beside Yotsuha, still trying to piece things together. He admits he doesn't know, wondering if he did something back then that made her hold a grudge against him. But no matter how much he thinks about it, nothing comes back clearly. Meanwhile, Rika stands among the class, and he can feel it, an unsettling sense of malice from everything she does now. The feeling isn't new. He lowers his gaze slightly, quietly admitting to himself that it's always been like this, as if something about him naturally leads to these situations. A brief image flashes him sitting alone, beaten down in middle school, while others stood around. The memory fades just as quickly, leaving behind that same lingering weight. Yotsuha notices him and gently clings to his arm, rubbing against it as if to comfort him. He lets out a small breath, still tense, while she stays close. When he thanks her, she casually replies that she's only hugging him because she wants to, her tone light and honest. He quietly responds, still unsure how to process everything. Then the truth about Rika begins to form. She's not just any classmate. She's one of the girls at the top of the social hierarchy, standing alongside Sakimura Satsuki. More importantly, she's the one who became the main bully after Yai. But even with that, something doesn't fully make sense. Despite her position, she doesn't act in an obvious or aggressive way. Instead, she appears calm, composed, even smiling gently. Yet at the same time, it's clear she seems to want him to keep being bullied. Her motives remain unknown. The class continues to piece together fragments. It's mentioned that back in middle school, he did something awful to her, though the exact details remain unclear. She's described as perceptive, attractive, and good at acting, able to speak smoothly and influence others easily. There are also hints that she engineered situations to restart the bullying. Questions arise like why something suspicious suddenly came out of his bag. It doesn't feel like coincidence. Even during homeroom, when Yae was being pushed out, her presence was there, subtle but influential, slowly shaping how others acted. She remains calm and slightly curious, asking if they think she's trying to brainwash everyone, with her expression barely changing. Someone highlights the contradiction that she doesn't want him bullied, yet still contributes to it, causing her to pause and repeat the word bullying as if it's new to her. She then smiles slightly, remarking, "How convincing," which leaves the class unsettled. It becomes clear that she's a problem. The scene then shifts to what happened. It goes back to the day he transferred. On that day, she was walking to school when suddenly a passing car splashed muddy water all over her. She let out a startled cry as the water soaked her completely. It didn't just hit her uniform, it got into her belongings too. Her books were drenched, everything was soaked. This is the worst. She stands there, overwhelmed, realizing the situation. Because of that, she couldn't go to school. She had to wait until she got new things. She covers her face, clearly distressed. It wasn't just about being wet. It was the idea of her classmates seeing her belongings covered in mud. That alone was painful enough to break her. Back in the present, she calmly explains the result of that incident. Because of what happened, she wouldn't come to school until her new things arrived. Then she adds, without changing her tone, that this is how she managed to keep him from coming to school for the past few days. She continues speaking, as if it's nothing unusual. Usually she would stall for time, but if needed, she says she could arrange for Rika's parents to be transferred for work, have her move to another school, and remove her. Her words stop there, but the meaning doesn't. A memory surfaces, an image of a birthday post flashes through memory. "I turned 15, with casual replies underneath, Rika's name among them, close to Ato and the others, and that connection settles into place as a possibility forms that she might know the person who started Yuichi's bullying, or at least someone tied to that same group, and even if not directly, she could still serve as the link, which leads to a single focused thought, that if the truth can't be reached head-on, then it can be reached through her. While elsewhere, another perspective quietly takes shape, calm and deliberate, deciding that Rika must be brought onto their side somehow. Because in this loop, Yuichi's mental state is better than before, stable enough that things could change and he might even make more friends than usual, and that small shift is enough to redefine the plan. Because if Rika loses all of her pawns, then she won't have a choice but to follow. And the idea sharpens further, if something can be used against her, then that will be enough. And if that path proves too difficult, then there is always another option, eliminating her entirely, with little risk. So the next step becomes clear, as she reminds herself to keep watching the mastermind's moves. Aware that someone is manipulating everything behind the scenes and determined to get ahead of them. While in the girls' changing room, a quiet moment passes, and a phone lies forgotten on the floor, until a notification breaks the stillness with a soft ping. A message appearing, "Nice to meet you, Rika-san," followed by another, "You hate Yuichi, right?" "Actually, I'm the same." And then a final message that leaves no room for doubt, "Let's cooperate and make sure that bastard gets bullied again." The sender marked only by a clover, and elsewhere, water pours steadily over a phone beneath a running tap as she watches it without hesitation, the screen flickering under the stream while another faint ping echoes, raising the question of whether the message was received. But there is no time to wait as she reaches in and pulls it out, water dripping from its surface while a warning flashes across the screen about liquid detection and charging being disabled. Yet she dismisses it with a quiet whatever and plugs it in anyway, a sharp sound marking the connection as the screen dims, because if the mastermind uses social media to reach people, then cutting that path matters, and if they have interfered with Rika in previous loops, then stopping it now could change everything. Even if she doesn't fully understand it yet, she knows enough to act, so she decides to cut them off before they can move, even without relying on the watch's power, gripping the phone tightly as silence settles around her, before she turns and walks down the hallway with steady steps and an unwavering gaze, every hardship only reinforcing her resolve, because now she won't hesitate now. She can fight. Beneath that present determination, the past unfolds in full, because Rika was never someone ordinary. Even as a child, she understood something others didn't, that people were simple, predictable, easy, and with just a smile she could make them happy, make them listen, make them follow, realizing early on that everyone around her was nothing more than a sucker, while she stood above them, special, raised with that certainty by her parents, believing completely that she was different, superior, and because of that, using others came naturally to her. So when someone irritated her, when a girl stood out in a way she didn't like, she didn't hesitate, quietly pushing things in motion until that person was isolated, ignored, cast aside, watching it all happen without guilt, because to her, it was obvious she could manipulate them all. And once she accepted that truth, everything in life became easy, almost laughably so, like a joke she alone understood. Until the moment everything began, when she was approached with a plan to stage a fake confession to Ichi, to trick him into believing someone liked him, record his reaction, and expose him. And she agreed without resistance, confident that with her involvement it would succeed perfectly, stepping into her role and delivering the confession flawlessly. Her voice, soft and convincing, as she told him she had liked him for a long time, and asked if he would go out with her, expecting the usual outcome, expecting control. But instead he rejected her completely, firmly, without hesitation, saying there was no way he could ever like her, that it was impossible, that he could never go out with her. And in that instant something unfamiliar pierced through her, something she had never experienced before, leaving her frozen, as his words echoed, repeating again and again, refusing to fade, that moment embedding itself deep within her, as a strange, suffocating feeling spread through her chest, something she couldn't understand, couldn't control, only knowing that it felt awful, unbearable, and no matter how much time passed, she couldn't forget it, couldn't shake it, the sensation lingering, growing, until she reached a conclusion. She would redo it. She would make him fall for her this time, push him to the brink, break him completely, and then discard him herself, believing that by doing so, this unknown feeling would disappear, and everything would return to how it was before. So she enrolled in the same high school as him, setting her plan into motion once again, expecting everything to go smoothly, but almost immediately, she noticed something was off, someone interfering, subtly disrupting the flow she had created, someone helping him in ways she hadn't accounted for. And even as things continued forward, that disturbance remained, until that day came again, the moment on the road when a passing car splashed her, soaking her completely, her uniform, her belongings, everything ruined, as she stood there trembling, the cold seeping in, along with that same unbearable feeling, returning stronger than before, tightening in her chest, as if it was consuming her from the inside, leaving her shaken, unable to ignore it. And even later when someone spoke to her, pointing out how exhausted she looked, and suggesting she take a break, it didn't go away, instead worsening, spreading as though something inside her was collapsing, just as her mother once said, that the moment she stopped, everything would begin to fall apart. And now she could feel it happening, the trembling, the unease, that awful sensation she couldn't escape, until her thoughts narrowed into something cold and absolute. Because if this feeling was caused by all of this, then there was only one solution left, only one way to return to her simple, controlled life, and that was to get rid of it at the source, to remove what was disrupting everything. And in that moment, with a quiet, chilling clarity, she decides that first, that annoying woman needs to be crushed. The days slowly begin to change around Uichi. During gym class, while everyone casually talks near the field, someone suddenly mentions how impressive he looked during the entrance exams, pointing out how lately everyone seems to stare at him more often, even though he insists there's nothing special about him. The conversation is interrupted when a soccer ball suddenly comes flying toward them at full speed, and before anyone can react, Uichi instinctively moves, dashing forward and stopping it cleanly in a single motion, leaving the others frozen in shock as the impact echoes across the field. For a second, nobody says anything. Then the reactions come all at once. They rush toward him asking if he's okay, staring at him in disbelief while he awkwardly tries to brush it off. But to them, it already looked incredible. Even the way he moved felt different, cool, natural. One of them excitedly points out that today's fortune color was blue, convinced that must have been the reason, while Uichi quietly remembers Yotsuha mentioning it earlier that morning, and admits he only reacted because he happened to think of her words at that moment. The attention quickly shifts into admiration. They start asking if he was always this athletic, unable to understand how someone who acts so plain could suddenly move like that. He admits he used to be pretty good at sports back in elementary school, though he insists he's not really that impressive. But even as he says it, more memories quietly surface inside him. Back then he gradually stopped trying to stand out, convincing himself that if he stayed unnoticed, maybe he wouldn't get hurt anymore. So instead of improving, he focused only on blending in. But now, for the first time in a long while, People are looking at him differently, not with ridicule or disgust, but admiration. They excitedly ask him to show off more, convinced he must have always been talented, and though he awkwardly denies it, their expectations only continue growing. One of them tells him he looked like he was shining just now, and those simple words hit him harder than expected, because he realizes nobody has looked at him like that in a very long time. Quietly, almost nervously, he admits to himself that he wants to live up to those expectations. The game continues, and every movement he makes starts drawing more attention. Another kick flies across the field, and once again he reacts instinctively, pulling off an incredible play that leaves everyone stunned. The reactions around him grow louder, filled with genuine amazement as they call out his name in excitement, unable to believe what they just saw, while Yuichi himself looks completely confused by all the praise, still unable to see what they see in him. But despite that confusion, something inside him begins to soften. For a long time he didn't know what to do with these people. He didn't know whether he should forgive them or continue keeping his distance. The memories of being hurt by others still lingered too strongly. But at the same time, he was happy as long as Yotsuha was beside him. And now, surrounded by classmates cheering him on, laughing with him, clapping him on the back, something warm begins spreading through his chest. I'm glad. The words remain quiet, almost fragile. As everyone gathers around him smiling, Yuichi slowly realizes that maybe he really does enjoy getting along with people like this. Watching from a distance, Yotsuha beams brightly as she sees him laughing with everyone. She tells herself that everything is going smoothly, that seeing him happy is enough to make her happy too. Even if one day she disappears, standing alone near the fence, she quietly admits that sometimes remembering her own situation makes her feel a little lonely. But she quickly stops herself before those thoughts can grow any further, clenching her hand tightly against the tree beside her, and forcing herself not to act spoiled. Right now, Yuichi looks genuinely happy, and that matters more than anything else. But then the atmosphere suddenly shifts. A phone screen remains silent. No notifications, no response. Moments later, the device is found shattered, broken so badly it can't even function anymore. At the same time, panic and frustration begin surfacing elsewhere, as the realization hits that everything has started going wrong again, ever since that woman transferred in. Along with that same unbearable feeling spreading through her body, as she desperately blames all of it on them. On the people surrounding Yuichi, convinced they are ruining everything. Her breathing shakes violently as the sickness inside her worsens. I feel awful again. The thoughts spiral faster and faster until only one conclusion remains. She has to crush them quickly. Then another discovery changes everything. Messages appear on the ruined phone, revealing that someone had been contacting Rika behind the scenes, trying to cooperate with her to continue Yuichi's bullying. The sender's identity remains hidden, but one thing becomes obvious immediately: Yotsuha got in the way. And because of that, a new decision is made. If direct contact won't work anymore, then another method will be used to reach her. At the same time, the true target finally becomes clear: to destroy Yotsuha's watch. Thanks to Yutako's testimony, they discovered that the watch itself was the source of the ability to rewind time, and she wants to make sure she can never rewind time again. The realization hangs heavily in the air, and then, in the darkness, a final voice quietly speaks. If even one ray of hope still remains, then all of this would become meaningless. Little by little, the atmosphere around Yuichi continues changing. The moment he walks into school, people greet him naturally now, calling out good morning with smiles instead of avoiding him. And even he notices the difference, quietly admitting that school feels different lately, lighter somehow. While beside him, Yotsuha happily tells him she's glad he's finally able to make friends. More and more classmates have started approaching him on their own, talking to him casually, as if it's the most natural thing in the world. And seeing that change fills Yotsuha with warmth, though, beneath her smile, there's still a quiet loneliness she tries to keep hidden. As they walk together through the hallway, she suddenly squeezes his hand tightly and tells him that he's an even more special friend now, causing him to fluster immediately while she awkwardly tries to brush it off. But despite her smile, her thoughts drift elsewhere. Up until now, she's remained close to him, supporting him and easing the pain in his heart, but she knows she can't stay that way forever. Slowly, she has to start creating some distance between them. That would be better for Yuichi. Even so, a selfish feeling quietly slips through her chest. She wants something more. The thought catches her off guard so much that she suddenly slaps her own cheeks to snap herself out of it, reminding herself that Yuichi's happiness comes first, not her own feelings. Trying to regain her composure, She quickly says she's going to talk to his friends for a bit, so he can spend more time with his classmates, leaving him confused as she walks away. Inside the classroom, things immediately become chaotic. One of the boys suddenly approaches Yuichi with a terrifyingly serious expression, gripping his desk and demanding answers about his relationship with Yotsuha. The pressure alone makes Yuichi flinch as questions start flying at him non-stop. How long did they date before kissing? How far have they gone? How many months have they been together? Yuichi awkwardly explains that he only got a girlfriend recently and that they haven't really progressed that far yet, but nobody listens anymore. To the others, he's the only guy they know who actually has a girlfriend, making him an instant target for interrogation. Things spiral even further when someone casually mentions seeing Yotsuha in his sleepwear the night before. Another immediately remembers hearing that the two of them live together, and within seconds, the entire class explodes with misunderstanding and jealousy. They start screaming that the two of them must be doing erotic things nonstop, accusing him of basically living out a dream scenario while Yuichi desperately tries to deny everything, insisting they haven't done anything like that at all. But the more he denies it, the worse it gets. Amid the chaos, someone suddenly asks him something much simpler. Do you actually like Yotsuha? The question catches him completely off guard. At first, he instinctively answers yes. He says he loves her. But the moment the words leave his mouth, his thoughts begin drifting inward, going out with her, doing things couples normally do. Strangely, he's never really thought about any of that before. Even now, despite saying he loves her, there's still uncertainty inside him. When pressed further, he quietly admits something important. Yotsuha was his first love when they were kids. Back then, before she transferred away, he wanted them to become a real couple. But after that, so much happened. The bullying, the pain, the loneliness, the promise he made to himself to survive no matter what. All of it slowly hollowed him out until feelings like love started disappearing from inside him. At some point, he stopped understanding what love even was anymore. But recently, that feeling has started returning. And when he thinks about Yotsuha now, the answer comes naturally. He loves her. He feels safe when he's with her. To him, she's the most precious person in the world. Yet even while admitting all of that, one thought still lingers heavily in his chest. A special friend. That's how he described her earlier. And somehow, that doesn't feel right anymore. Before he can think any further, Yotsuha is suddenly called away by another girl who says the teacher wants to talk to her in the empty classroom regarding committee work. Yotsuha pauses for a moment, quietly suspicious, when she realizes the girl is someone connected to Rika. But after a brief hesitation, she follows anyway. Then, only moments later, another voice calls out through the classroom. Everyone, come look at this. The room immediately turns toward her as she holds up a letter in her hand. A love letter. And written clearly across the envelope are the words, from Utsuuichi. The atmosphere freezes. Then someone quietly mutters in disbelief, Rika got a love letter? From Uichi. And just like that, the malice begins moving once again. The moment the letter appears, the trap fully begins to close. Rika watches everything unfold calmly, already deciding exactly what she'll do next. If she reaches out her hand to Ichi, only to reject him afterward, then maybe this unbearable feeling inside her will finally disappear. But before that can happen, there's one obstacle standing in the way. Yotsuha. That girl is the reason everything keeps going wrong. So Rika quietly resolves herself to crush her completely, carefully laying the groundwork, while making sure she can never stay near Yuichi again. Meanwhile, inside the classroom, the forged love letter immediately causes confusion. Rika apologizes for suddenly calling everyone over, pretending to look embarrassed, as she reveals the envelope addressed from Utsuuichi. At that exact moment, Yotsuha returns after being intentionally delayed, stepping into the room just in time to see everyone staring at the letter in shock. Someone blurts out that they thought Yuichi was supposed to be dating Yotsuha, while another nervously panics over the situation. And then Rika quietly lowers her gaze and apologizes directly to Yotsuha, softly claiming that it seems Yuichi actually likes her instead. The atmosphere instantly becomes uncomfortable. Tears begin forming in Rika's eyes as she apologizes again, saying she stole Yotsuha's crush. And for the first time, Yotsuha realizes something strange. She has never seen Rika act like this before, not even in previous loops. A love letter, publicly revealed. This situation feels too deliberate, too unnatural. But before the misunderstanding can spread any further, Yotsuha suddenly bursts out laughing. Loudly, cheerfully, completely destroying the tension everyone expected. She immediately calls the letter fake, confidently explaining that she knows Yuichi well enough to recognize that the handwriting and wording are completely off. To her, this level of forgery isn't even convincing. The reaction catches everyone off guard, including Rika herself. Yotsuha casually points out that if Yuichi really wrote something like this, she would know instantly. There's no hesitation in her voice at all. But Rika recovers quickly, putting on a sad expression and quietly saying she understands that Yotsuha simply doesn't want to believe Yuichi would do something like this. She apologizes again, pretending to pity her while subtly painting her denial as emotional desperation. For a moment, Yotsuha realizes she can't forcefully break apart the situation Rika has built. The setup is too smooth, too carefully planned. Even asking Yuichi directly becomes impossible once they notice the message written at the bottom of the letter, asking Rika not to tell anyone about it. That single detail immediately makes everyone hesitate. Then Rika takes things even further. Holding the letter close, she softly tells the others that she only showed them because she trusts them. She begins listing off their good qualities one by one, talking about how hardworking and reliable they all are, effortlessly making each person feel acknowledged and important. The effect is immediate. The class completely falls into step with her emotions, admiring her kindness while promising to protect her secret no matter what. Without anyone realizing it, the target shifts onto Yotsuha instead. Rika quietly claims that Yotsuha might actually be angry enough to do something awful to her. She nervously suggests that maybe Yotsuha hates her because of the situation, causing the others to immediately grow protective. Even when Yotsuha awkwardly denies being angry at all, nobody fully listens anymore. The suspicion has already taken root. As the bell rings, and everyone prepares to head to the next class, the tension only worsens. Yotsuha accidentally bumps into Rika in the hallway, quickly apologizing, but the people around them immediately overreact, insisting that Yotsuha looked terrifying just moments earlier, and claiming she glared at Rika with hostility. Even when Yotsuha denies it, the whispers continue spreading. Maybe it's true. Maybe Yotsuha really does hate her. Maybe that cheerful smile is just an act. Watching the reactions around her, Rika quietly thinks to herself that they really are all suckers. Everything is progressing smoothly, exactly the way she planned. And the more people misunderstand Yotsuha, the better she feels. Then, during lunch break, Rika approaches Yotsuha alone with a gentle smile and calmly asks if they can talk properly on the rooftop. She says she wants to clear up the misunderstanding between them and prove that they're wrong about each other. Yotsuha immediately agrees without suspicion, relieved at the chance to resolve things peacefully. And as she watches Yotsuha walk away toward the rooftop, Rika's expression slowly changes. Time to finish this. Hidden behind her back, her fingers tighten around a box cutter, as one final thought settles coldly in her mind. She'll make sure Yotsuha can no longer stay here. On the rooftop, Yotsuha immediately tries to clear up the misunderstanding, nervously explaining that she never believed the love letter was real and insisting that she never glared at Rika at all, because more than anything, she hates being seen as a terrible person by everyone around her. But while she speaks honestly, Rika simply watches her in silence, her expression unreadable, before quietly telling her to stop pretending. Rika calmly points out exactly what Yotsuha has been doing all this time, acting like a harmless, cute, naive girl, while subtly manipulating everyone around her. She says she can tell because deep down, they're actually the same kind of person. But even while saying that, Rika looks down on her completely, convinced she has always been above her from the very beginning. To her, Yotsuha was doomed the moment she stepped onto that rooftop. You've already walked into my trap. The atmosphere instantly changes. Rika suddenly pulls out a pair of scissors, her eyes widening with excitement as she laughs softly to herself. Yotsuha freezes in confusion, just as the blades begin snapping shut repeatedly. Strands of hair fall to the ground. At first, Yotsuha can't even process what's happening, desperately insisting that Rika is the one cutting her own hair. But Rika only smiles wider, calmly explaining that nobody will ever believe that. After all, she has spent so much time building the image of a sweet, harmless girl that everyone trusts completely. And while the rumors about Yuichi's love letter continue spreading throughout the school, Rika carefully explains how the next part of the plan will unfold. She'll tell everyone that Yotsuha called her to the rooftop out of jealousy and cruelly cut her hair. Once that story spreads, Yotsuha will become known throughout the school as a violent, possessive villainess. Nobody will trust her anymore. And eventually people will start wondering what kind of person Yuichi must be if he stays beside someone like that. If you really care about Yuichi, then disappear from his side. The words stabbed directly into Yotsuha's chest. Rika laughs quietly to herself, convinced that everything is finally returning to normal. Life is easy again. Yotsuha had been troublesome, so she simply got a little serious. But even now, despite everything, she still thinks of Yotsuha as nothing more than another easy target, another sucker she can manipulate. Yet the reaction she gets isn't what she expected. Yotsuha looks genuinely disturbed for an entirely different reason. She quietly tells Rika that framing someone else by cutting her own hair is unbelievably cruel, and the realization slowly starts sinking in that Rika truly is capable of terrifying things. For a brief moment, even Rika hesitates internally, because everything should have gone according to plan. Yet somehow, the atmosphere feels wrong. Then Yotsuha suddenly lowers her head and apologizes. Her voice trembles as she claims she must have done something to make Rika hate her this much, acting so sincerely shaken that even Rika instinctively flinches. But the moment Yotsuha turns away, her expression changes completely. Calm, focused, certain. Once this becomes a scene, she just needs to head to where everyone else is. Then she wins. Rika grips the rooftop door handle confidently, ready to leave and expose Yotsuha exactly as planned, but the handle doesn't move. Confused, she tries again and again as panic slowly spreads across her face. The door has been locked from the outside. At the same time, Yotsuha quietly steps forward behind her. "I won't let you get away." The words make Rika freeze completely. She slowly turns around, suddenly aware that something is very wrong. Then Yotsuha reveals the truth. Hidden nearby, a phone has been recording everything from the very beginning. Every word, every confession, every threat. The sound of the recording stopping echoes through the rooftop as Yotsuha calmly picks up the phone and states that she recorded absolutely everything Rika said and did. For the first time, Rika's composure completely shatters. Yotsuha raises the phone toward her and quietly declares that she can expose everything to the entire school, whenever she wants. The realization slams into Rika all at once. Everything was supposed to go according to plan. She was supposed to win. But instead, she walked directly into a trap of her own. And then, Yotsuha steps closer, staring directly into her shaken eyes. "If you don't want me to expose you," her voice remains calm, "work with me." After cornering Rika on the rooftop, Yotsuha finally begins piecing everything together. From the way Rika behaved earlier, she could mostly guess what kind of person she really was. But seeing her completely lose control confirmed it for the first time. It also gave Yotsuha some valuable leverage. So when Rika called her to the rooftop, she secretly prepared her phone beforehand, hoping she might be able to catch something she could use against her, and that gamble led them directly to this moment. With the recording now hanging over her head, Rika has no choice but to listen, as Yotsuha calmly asks about someone from middle school named Eito, a former classmate whose behavior was terrible, despite holding a high place in the school hierarchy. Yotsuha explains that she believes he may know what originally caused Uichi's bullying, and though Rika initially tries to avoid answering, she eventually admits she was somewhat close to him back then. That alone is enough to convince Yotsuha that she's connected to the mastermind somehow, even if indirectly. So Yotsuha makes her decision immediately. After school, they're going to Eito's house together. The demand visibly frustrates Rika. She grits her teeth, furious that things turned out this way after she carefully put herself on the line to execute her plan. The idea of being controlled by someone she viewed as beneath her disgusts her completely. And just thinking about it causes that same awful sensation to return, tightening painfully in her chest until she can barely breathe properly. She clutches herself desperately, repeating over and over that she feels awful, unable to stand being ordered around like this. Then suddenly, almost desperately, she blurts out something unexpected. "Today's my daddy's birthday." The abruptness catches Yotsuha off guard. Rika hurriedly explains that she has important plans tonight because her family is going out together to celebrate. To her, that birthday matters more than anything else right now. And for the first time, Yotsuha notices the genuine panic in her voice. When she questions why seeing her father matters that much, Rika's expression changes slightly, as an old memory quietly surfaces. At the hospital, she once asked her older brother what kind of person their father really was, only for him to calmly reveal that they actually had different fathers, half-siblings. The answer left her confused and unsettled, but even then, her brother quietly told her it was probably better if she didn't know the full truth, because their father wasn't a very good person. Yet despite hearing that, Rika insists she doesn't really care. Her father is still important. Just as important as Yuichi is to Yotsuha. And then, for the first time since arriving on the rooftop, Rika genuinely begs. Tears form in her eyes as she pleads with Yotsuha to let her spend today with him, promising she'll cooperate afterward. Yotsuha watches her carefully, weighing the situation in silence. Since she already secured the recording, there's realistically nowhere left for Rika to escape, and she doubts Rika could accomplish anything major in a single day anyway. Eventually, she agrees, but with conditions. Tomorrow after school, they'll go together, and if Rika tries anything suspicious before then, the recording gets released immediately. Rika quietly accepts. Before leaving, Yotsuha also asks one more thing. The fake love letter, cutting her own hair. Was all of that really Rika's idea alone, or did someone suggest it to her? The question causes Rika to pause for a moment. Watching her reaction closely, Yotsuha becomes more convinced that her suspicion was right from the beginning. There has to be another person involved behind the scenes. In previous loops, Rika seemed connected to the mastermind, almost like she had been acting under someone else's instructions the entire time. And then Rika casually admits the truth. She wanted Yuichi to keep being bullied. That's why Yotsuha was a nuisance. That's why she wanted to get rid of her immediately. To Rika, Yotsuha was simply someone standing in the way, nothing more. The coldness of that answer makes everything painfully clear. As far as the mastermind's plans are concerned, Yotsuha herself was never the real target. She was just an obstacle, interfering with whatever they truly wanted from Yuichi, which raises an even more disturbing question. If ruining Yotsuha's reputation or even killing her would have been useful, why hasn't the mastermind directly done it already? Why only manipulate Rika instead? The thought lingers heavily in Yotsuha's mind. It's almost as if someone has been stopping Rika from going too far this entire time. For a brief second, an image flashes through her thoughts, a shadowy figure silently standing beside Rika, a warning echoing faintly in her memory. Do not hurt Yotsuha. The idea feels absurd even to her, and she quickly dismisses it as overthinking. There's no point dwelling on theories right now. The important thing is that she finally has a lead. Tomorrow, they'll get answers from Eito. By the time they return downstairs, Rika has already prepared an excuse for everyone about her damaged hair, smiling sweetly as she claims she let a friend practicing cosmetology test things on her. The class accepts the explanation surprisingly easily, and as Yotsuha watches her seamlessly slip back into her innocent persona, she quietly realizes just how dangerous Rika really is. Still, now that they have a direction to move toward, she forces herself to focus. Tomorrow, they'll think about everything again. For now, school finally ends, and as Yotsuha happily runs toward Yuichi, calling his name with her usual bright smile, he looks back at her quietly, still unaware of everything that just happened behind the scenes, before softly agreeing to head home together. Even after leaving school together, Yuichi can't stop thinking about the words his classmates threw at him earlier. They joked that he was being half-hearted, that even though Yotsuha clearly liked him, he still wasn't acting like a proper boyfriend, and the more he reflects on it, the stranger he feels inside. He knows he loves Yotsuha, he knows she's precious to him, but when it comes to wanting to become real lovers, he still doesn't fully understand what that feeling is supposed to mean anymore, and the thought that he might be giving her only half-hearted love quietly weighs on him. Beside him, Yotsuha notices immediately that something feels off. Ever since the conversation with his classmates, he's been acting distant, almost gloomy, and she realizes this kind of thing never happened in the previous loops. The irregularity worries her. Maybe someone said something to him again, maybe he's overthinking something painful. Then, suddenly, without warning, she leans in and kisses him. The moment catches him completely off guard. Before he can even process it, she pulls back nervously, cheeks burning red as she shyly asks if he wants to kiss again. Her voice trembles from embarrassment, but her eyes are sincere. Yuichi stares at her silently, confused by his own emotions. Does he really want to? He can't even tell anymore. These feelings belong to him, yet they still feel unfamiliar somehow. But one thing is certain, if Yotsuha wants something from him, he never wants to leave her hanging. So despite his confusion, he quietly tells her they should do it. The second the words leave his mouth, Yotsuha completely panics, flustered beyond belief, because she never expected him to actually agree so quickly. She desperately tries to backpedal, claiming she was joking, but Yuichi awkwardly points out that she was the one who brought it up in the first place. The two of them stand there blushing furiously, until Yotsuha finally gathers the courage to say yes properly. This time the kiss lasts longer, and unlike before, Uichi becomes painfully aware of every sensation. The warmth of her lips, the closeness between them, the rapid pounding in his chest, it all feels overwhelming. He realizes Yotsuha truly does like him that way, and for the first time, instead of confusion, another feeling starts surfacing inside him. Amazing. The realization hits both of them hard. Their faces burn red as their hearts race uncontrollably, the atmosphere between them becoming unbearably intimate, until Yotsuha suddenly pushes him away in pure embarrassment, insisting she needs time to prepare herself emotionally before continuing any further. Then, while still blushing intensely, she timidly grabs his hand and quietly suggests maybe they should continue after they get home instead. That single sentence nearly destroys Yuichi's composure entirely. As they walk together afterward, neither of them can calm down. Their hands stay tightly intertwined while both of their hearts continue pounding violently, their bodies burning with nervous excitement as they try desperately to act normal, despite what just happened. The closer they get to home, the more restless they become. But elsewhere, someone watches silently from a distance. A hooded figure quietly slips an envelope into Rika's mailbox before stepping back into the shadows. Their face remains mostly hidden beneath the hood and mask, but their eyes stay fixed on Yuichi and Yotsuha, walking together hand in hand down the street. The sight lingers in silence for several moments before the figure quietly mutters to themselves, "I guess they really are related." And with that unsettling thought hanging in the air, the figure disappears back into the darkness, while Yuichi and Yotsuha continue walking home together, completely unaware that someone has been watching them the entire time. Even after they finally return home together, neither Yuichi nor Yotsuha can calm down properly. The memory of their kisses lingers heavily between them, making every glance and every little touch feel strangely intense. Yuichi's heart keeps pounding uncontrollably, while Yotsuha nervously tries to act normal despite clearly being just as affected. But the closer they get, the harder it becomes to ignore the tension building between them. Yotsuha keeps replaying everything in her head over and over. Yuichi kissed her, more than once, and now that they're alone together at home, the thought alone makes her entire body burn with embarrassment. She can barely even look him in the eyes anymore without imagining what might happen next. Meanwhile, Yuichi feels equally restless. The warmth of her lips still lingers in his mind, along with the realization that the way he sees her is beginning to change. Until now, touching her never made him think much of anything, but suddenly every little movement catches his attention. The closeness of her body, the softness of her expression, the way she nervously fidgets whenever he looks at her too long. At one point, Yotsuha suddenly stumbles against him, clutching at her chest while trying to steady her breathing. Concerned, Yuichi immediately asks if she's okay, but she quickly insists she's fine, awkwardly laughing it off, while secretly remembering that she forgot to take her medicine earlier that morning. Even as she reassures him, her heart keeps pounding violently, though she blames it more on nervousness than anything else. The atmosphere inside the apartment only becomes stranger from there. When Yotsuha casually changes clothes nearby, Uichi accidentally catches sight of her chest through her loose shirt, and immediately panics, nearly jumping away in shock, while she innocently continues talking, without realizing why he suddenly looks so flustered. His thoughts spiral completely out of control. Was Yotsuha always this cute? Was he just blind before? Every little thing about her suddenly feels overwhelming. And the more he notices, the more nervous he becomes. Then Yotsuha quietly reminds him of something he said before, that when he talked about wanting to live together, what he really meant was simply wanting to stay by her side forever. Hearing her say that causes something inside him to tighten painfully. She understood him completely back then. But now, those same feelings are becoming much larger and far more complicated than before. That night, they end up sleeping beside each other again. Yotsuha happily wraps herself around him under the blankets, smiling brightly, while saying it makes her happiest when they sleep together like this. While Yuichi lies there completely frozen, unable to calm his racing thoughts. Her warmth presses against him, her arms holding onto him tightly, and for the first time, he becomes painfully aware of just how close they really are. "I'm getting turned on." The realization horrifies him. Meanwhile, morning arrives with both of them still acting unusually awkward around each other. Yuichi can barely bring himself to look at Yotsuha properly anymore without getting flustered, while she quietly watches him with concern, noticing how strange he's been acting since yesterday. But despite worrying about him, she reminds herself that today is important. After school, she and Rika are supposed to meet Eito together. Right now, that investigation has to remain her top priority. At school, rumors from the fake love letter incident still linger faintly among the students, but before they can spread any further, Sakimura Satsuki suddenly steps in and shuts them down herself. Calmly but firmly, she tells everyone there's no way Yotsuha would ever bully someone over jealousy, explaining that she knows Yotsuha better than anyone and would never believe something that petty about her. Her words immediately weaken the gossip surrounding Rika's setup, and for the first time, Yotsuha realizes someone in class is actively protecting her reputation. Quietly relieved, she thanks Satsuki, while nearby Rika silently watches everything unfold. But even then, something feels off. During break, Rika suddenly remembers the strange envelope left in her mailbox the night before. Curious, she quietly slips away from the others and heads toward Yotsuha's locker alone. According to the anonymous letter, there should be something hidden inside. When she opens it, she discovers a small medicine case along with several pills. The moment she sees them, her eyes narrow. The pills inside look exactly like the ones described in the anonymous letter. For a brief moment, Rika hesitates, wondering who could have possibly sent something like this to her, and why they would target Yotsuha specifically. But in the end, the answer barely matters to her. All that matters is the opportunity now sitting directly in front of her. A slow smile spreads across her face as she quietly picks up the pills. Then, without the slightest hesitation, "I'll switch them." And with that single decision, another unseen hand quietly tightens around Yotsuha's throat. After switching the pills inside Yotsuha's medicine case, Rika quietly smiles to herself, convinced that everything is finally lining up the way it should. The anonymous letter had told her exactly what to do, and now, with the pills replaced, all she has to do is wait for the effects to appear. But before she can leave the classroom, someone suddenly speaks behind her. "What are you doing?" Rika freezes. Standing there is Shimotsuki Shinya, one of their classmates, staring directly at the opened medicine case in her hands. For a brief moment, panic flashes through her eyes before she instantly forces herself to calm down. She casually claims she only came back to grab something she forgot, trying to laugh it off naturally, but Shinya's gaze stays fixed on the pills. He saw enough to understand that she swapped something. "Why did you switch Yotsuha's pills?" The question corners her completely. For a second, silence fills the room. Then Rika slowly steps closer and asks him for his name again, even though she already knows it. Shimotsuki Shinya. Same class. Quiet, nervous, easy to read. The moment she understands that, her entire expression changes. A soft smile spreads across her face as she gently tells him not to tell anyone what he saw. And then she quietly threatens to destroy his life. If he says a single word about this, she'll spread rumors throughout the entire school that he assaulted her. She tearfully acts out the scenario right in front of him, pretending he suddenly grabbed her from behind when they were alone together, sobbing dramatically about how terrified he made her feel. The speed at which she switches personalities completely overwhelms him. The next, she's calmly explaining how nobody would ever believe someone like him over someone like her. After all, she's Rikuwa Rika, the girl at the top of his social hierarchy. And him? He's just another nobody outside the caste system. The pressure crushes him instantly. Terrified, he apologizes repeatedly and runs out of the classroom, unable to even think straight anymore. While, behind him, Rika watches with a satisfied smile and quietly mocks him for being such a sucker. To her, controlling people like this is easy. It always has been. Later, during lunch break, Yotsuha opens her medicine case without noticing anything unusual. Since Uichi steps away for a moment, she casually decides to take her midday pills while she has the chance, swallowing them without hesitation. Nearby, Shinya watches the entire thing happen in silence, his hands trembling violently as guilt tears through him. He wants to say something. He wants to stop her. But every time he remembers Rika's threat, fear completely paralyzes him. "I can't do it." The words repeat over and over in his head. By the time gym class begins, he's barely functioning. His breathing stays uneven as he watches Uichi moving around the court naturally with everyone else. And suddenly, something about him stands out. Uichi notices immediately that Shinya looks sick and quietly asks if he's okay. The simple concern catches him off guard. Uichi tells him it's fine for someone like him to feel weak sometimes too, speaking to him casually without looking down on him at all. And hearing those words breaks something inside Shinya. A nobody. That's what he's always believed himself to be. Someone invisible. Someone nobody would care about. But Uichi simply smiles at him and says something different. "You aren't a nobody. You're my classmate Shimotsuki Shinya." For the first time in a long while, someone looks directly at him like he matters. And the more Shinya thinks about it, the more impossible it becomes to stay silent. Uichi is kind, thoughtful, cool, the kind of person who instinctively reaches out to help others, even after everything he's gone through. To Shinya, he almost starts to look like a hero. And if Uichi is here, then maybe things will be okay. Maybe he doesn't have to be scared anymore. Finally clenching his fists, Shinya forces himself to speak. He blurts out the truth all at once, that Rikawa Rika switched the pills inside Yotsuha's bag, with different ones. The moment those words leave his mouth, Uichi freezes. He immediately asks if Yotsuha already took them, and Shinya shakily explains that she swallowed her lunch pills earlier, while he stayed silent. The color drains from Uichi's face instantly. She might be in danger. Without another thought, he immediately tries to run out of the gymnasium to find her, but a teacher suddenly grabs his arm and stops him, yelling that class is still in session. Uichi desperately tries to pull away, while panic rises inside him, his eyes darting around wildly, searching for Yotsuha somewhere nearby. And then he finally sees her, standing near the hallway entrance, clutching her books tightly against her chest. Yotsuha sways slightly where she stands. Her body trembles weakly as if she can barely stay balanced anymore. Confused, she looks down at herself, unable to understand why everything suddenly feels wrong. Her legs wobble, her vision blurs. My mind feels cloudy. Even breathing starts becoming difficult. She tries taking another step forward, but her strength continues fading faster and faster, until finally her knees buckle beneath her completely. At the end of the hallway, she collapses to the floor and weakly calls out to Yuichi. Then standing silently nearby, Rika watches her crumpled body on the ground and softly whispers to herself, with a satisfied smile, "Sucker." Meanwhile, Uichi completely loses control. He desperately tries to break free from the teacher gripping his arm, shouting that someone forced Yotsuha to take something dangerous and that her life could be at risk. But the teacher refuses to listen, angrily demanding to know why he should trust a student over his own authority. Then the threat comes. The teacher coldly warns him that if he keeps causing problems during class, he'll lower his grades. The words hit hard because Uichi has been relying on his academic performance for his future, aiming for a scholarship that could cover his tuition. For a brief second, hesitation flickers across his face as the pressure sinks in. If his grades drop, everything he worked for could disappear. But the moment Yotsuha's smiling face crosses his mind, the answer becomes obvious. None of that matters compared to her. That's fine, so please let me go. His voice echoes across the gymnasium with a desperation nobody there has ever heard from him before. The intensity in his eyes stuns everyone around him into silence. They realize immediately that this isn't some excuse to skip class. He's genuinely terrified for Yotsuha. Some of the boys begin stepping forward one after another, awkwardly but firmly defending him, saying it's obviously an emergency and that the teacher is taking things too far. Others point out how messed up it is to threaten students with grades just for trying to help someone. Soon the pressure completely shifts. If all of us report this, the one in trouble will be you, right? Faced with the entire class turning against him, even the teacher finally backs down. Yuichi immediately apologizes out of reflex before bursting into a sprint toward the hallway, shouting his thanks to everyone as he runs, while several classmates decide to help search for Yotsuha too. Even Shinya joins in, no longer able to stay passive after everything that happened. Meanwhile, Rika quietly watches the chaos unfold from a distance. Someone mentions that Yotsuha was supposed to be taken to the nurse's office because she wasn't feeling well, but when Yuichi rushes there, she's nowhere to be found. Panic tightens in his chest instantly. Where? Without wasting another second, he organizes everyone around him, telling classmates to search different areas of the school. Some head toward the changing rooms, others toward the hallways and nearby classrooms, while he runs through the corridors himself, searching desperately for any sign of her. Then a student suddenly mentions hearing that someone from another class saw a girl carrying what looked like a sleeping student earlier. Uichi immediately realizes she has to still be somewhere nearby. A single person couldn't carry Yotsuha very far alone. His eyes dart through the hallway until he spots the guidance counseling room ahead, and instinctively he sprints toward it. Inside the room, Yotsuha lies collapsed on the floor, barely conscious, while nearby Rika quietly holds Yotsuha's watch in her hand. She smiles softly to herself after confirming that the video recording exposing her has finally been deleted, and now, just like the anonymous letter instructed, she calmly takes possession of the watch as well. Seized, Yotsuha weakly reaches toward her, struggling to move, but Rika only stares down at her with amusement. She explains that all of this happened because of them, because the strange feeling inside her never disappears whenever Yotsuha stays around Yuichi. She can't stand it anymore. The sickness, the trembling, the rejection she still remembers in his eyes. It keeps getting worse and worse until she feels like she's falling apart. And now, finally, she found a way to make it stop. Quietly sitting beside Yotsuha's helpless body, Rika admits that at first she couldn't fully go through with things because the anonymous letter's instructions felt impossible. But after everything that happened, she changed her mind. She wants Yotsuha to feel sick too. She starts untying her shirt, claiming she wants to take humiliating photos of her unconscious body and use them to control her afterward. That way, Yotsuha will finally disappear from Yuchi's side for good. Then the classroom door suddenly bursts open. Yuchi rushes into the room and instantly freezes at the sight before him. Yotsuha collapsed weakly on the floor, while Rika kneels beside her. For a split second, nobody moves. Yuchi instinctively shoves her away from Yotsuha, while rushing to support Yotsuha's body, and the force sends Rika stumbling violently across the floor. The accusation echoes through the room as she stares at him in shock. But Yuichi barely even hears her anymore. All he can focus on is Yotsuha trembling weakly in his arms, barely able to stay conscious. Meanwhile, something inside Rika begins breaking apart completely. Those eyes. The same eyes that rejected her back then. The same desperate determination, focused entirely on protecting someone else. The sight of it sends violent tremors through her entire body as panic and exhilaration mix together uncontrollably inside her chest. Her breathing becomes uneven, her body shakes harder and harder, while tears gather in her eyes. The rejection, the obsession, the sickness inside her, all of it crashes together at once, until finally she hugs herself tightly, overwhelmed by the unbearable feeling consuming her from the inside. Through trembling breaths and pounding heartbeats, a smile slowly spreads across her face as she exclaims, "It feels so good." Ever since she was a child, life had always been easy for her. She could do anything effortlessly while everyone else struggled beneath her, and because of that, she convinced herself that ordinary people were boring, pitiful suckers forced to work hard just to survive, while she lived happily without effort, exactly the kind of perfect daughter her parents could be proud of. That was the life she believed she was supposed to live forever. Until Yuichi rejected her. The memory resurfaces again, with painful clarity. His words refusing her fake confession should have meant nothing, yet they awakened something hidden deep inside her, feelings she had never experienced before, desire, obsession, pain, the urge to be hurt by him, the urge to be suffered by him. All of it boiled together inside her until it twisted into something terrifying, something she desperately tried to deny. She repeatedly tells herself she isn't some kind of pervert, that these emotions are wrong, awful, disgusting, but the more she rejects them, the stronger they become. It feels so good. Even now, as she watches Yuichi ignore her completely, while desperately protecting Yotsuha instead, the feeling overwhelms her again. Being rejected by those strong eyes makes her entire body shake uncontrollably. Every harsh glance from him, every moment he looks down on her for hurting Yotsuha, only deepens the unbearable excitement rising inside her chest. She tries to apologize internally to her parents, terrified that the daughter they raised has become something twisted, but she can't stop anymore. That's why she convinced herself she needed to crush him. If she could just break him completely, make him suffer enough, maybe these feelings would disappear before they fully awakened inside her. That's why she kept pushing things further and further, even accepting help from the mysterious letters guiding her actions behind the scenes. Yet instead of making the feeling fade away, every cruel thing she did only made it grow stronger. Now, watching Yuichi cradle Yotsuha protectively, while glaring at her with anger and disgust, Rika feels like she's losing herself entirely. "Look at me with those eyes." The thought echoes inside her head as her heartbeat pounds violently. She wants him to glare at her more, ignore her more, reject her more. Every second of it feels unbearably intoxicating. Meanwhile, Yuichi finally learns the truth about what happened. Someone shakily explains that Yotsuha was given sleeping pills, and hearing those words immediately triggers something buried deep inside him. Memories suddenly begin resurfacing one after another. Middle school hallways, a fake confession, Yotsuha angrily pushing him forward while telling him to stop hesitating and confess properly when they meet again someday. Back then, after Rika approached him, he had already made up his mind. He was going to confess to Yotsuha. He remembers it clearly now. The fog clouding his memories begins clearing completely, as he recalls how excited he felt, how determined he was to finally tell Yotsuha the truth. After chasing his dream of becoming a veterinarian, he remembers rejecting Rika because there was never any room in his heart for anyone else. Even after everything that happened afterward, even after the bullying shattered his resolve and buried those feelings deep inside him, the truth never changed. He always loved Yotsuha. The realization hits him with overwhelming force. All this time, those feelings never disappeared. They were simply buried beneath the pain. And now, seeing Yotsuha collapsed weakly in front of him, while still trying to smile at him despite everything, all of it comes rushing back at once. Later, after resting through the night, Yotsuha slowly recovers from the effects of the pills. The moment she sees Yuichi waiting beside her the next morning, she brightens instantly with her usual cheerful smile, happily thanking him for saving her yesterday, while explaining she slept until after school ended and already feels much better now. She squeezes his hand affectionately, completely unaware of the storm raging inside his chest. Because for Yuichi, something has finally returned. His resolve, his love. The feelings he lost after middle school are finally beginning to reconnect inside him piece by piece. As he stares at Yotsuha sitting beside him, heart pounding uncontrollably, nervousness floods through him again. Not the confusion from before, but something clearer, stronger. Maybe now, he can finally reunite properly with the girl he always loved. As he gathers his courage and says, "There's something I want to tell you." Yuichi's heart pounds violently as he finally gathers the courage to speak honestly. Sitting beside Yotsuha in the infirmary, he quietly tells her there's something important he wants to say, his hands trembling as he looks directly into her eyes. Then, after years of burying those feelings beneath pain and fear, he finally says it clearly. He's in love with her. He doesn't want them to stay as special friends anymore. He wants her to be his girlfriend. The confession completely stuns Yotsuha. Her face turns bright red almost instantly as tears begin filling her eyes, and after a brief moment of disbelief, she hurriedly nods over and over, blurting out that she will, that there's no way she could ever refuse because she's so unbelievably happy right now. The two of them sit there flustered and speechless for a moment afterward, their hearts pounding too loudly for either of them to calm down properly. But even while smiling, Yotsuha still looks uneasy somehow, and Yuichi notices immediately. He gently asks if something has been bothering her lately, because ever since she transferred back, she's constantly acted overly cheerful around him, almost like she's trying too hard to hide something. The question catches her completely off guard. Quietly, Yuichi admits he noticed several things already, that she kept hiding the medicine she takes every day, that she skipped PE classes repeatedly, and that she always prioritized protecting him over herself, no matter what happened. Faced with those words, Yotsuha finally lowers her gaze and admits the truth. After moving away years ago, she became seriously ill. The condition worsened over time, to the point where she should have focused on surgery and treatment instead of coming back here. Because of that, she convinced herself she would never be able to stay by Yuichi's side forever. That was why she tried creating distance between them recently. She thought it would be better for him if she slowly separated herself, before things became even more painful later. But things changed once she saw Yuichi recovering little by little. Seeing him smile again, seeing him make friends, seeing him slowly regain the parts of himself he lost in middle school, it made her selfish feelings grow stronger until she couldn't suppress them anymore. So now, despite everything, she honestly tells him what she wants. She wants to stay beside him as his girlfriend for as long as possible. Even if they end up far apart someday, even if he forgets her someday, she still wants him to remember that she loved him. Hearing that immediately tightens something painfully inside Yuichi's chest. Without hesitation, he grabs her hand tightly and promises her that he'll never lose these feelings again. No matter what happens, he swears he won't forget her. He tells her he loves her more than anything else in the world, and that he'll continue loving her until the day he dies. The sincerity in his voice finally overwhelms Yotsuha completely, as she smiles, quietly thanking him, before happily telling him she loves him too. Then, unable to stop themselves anymore, the two lean toward each other again and kiss softly, their fingers tightening around each other's hands as both of them blush furiously. This time, neither of them immediately pulls away. They simply stay close together, holding on to each other while the warmth between them quietly settles in. Resting against Yuichi afterward, Yotsuha quietly tells herself that she'll fight properly from now on. She'll overcome her illness, uncover the identity of the mastermind behind everything, and someday she'll finally be able to live happily together with him. But outside the infirmary, someone silently watches from the hallway. A pale-haired girl stands there quietly holding Yotsuha's watch in her hand. The resemblance between them is impossible to ignore, and when Rika notices her, she nervously asks if she might somehow be related. The cold girl calmly confirms it, and admits she had actually come here to return the watch. Rika starts connecting dots that according to the anonymous letter she received, she was ordered to throw it behind the school building. But Rika then dashes off making an excuse, leaving Yotsuha's watch in girl's hand. As she glares at watch, her expression quietly hardens. The next morning at school feels strangely peaceful compared to everything that happened before. The moment Uichi walks into the classroom, people immediately begin teasing him after hearing about his confession to Yotsuha, joking that the two of them finally started dating properly. Even Uichi can't fully hide his smile anymore, awkwardly greeting everyone while Yotsuha happily stays close beside him, looking genuinely brighter than ever now that they finally confessed their feelings openly. During gym class, one of the boys casually asks Uichi if he really forgave the classmates who bullied him back in middle school. The question makes him pause for a moment as he watches everyone playing nearby. Quietly, he admits that he still hasn't forgiven them. If the same people suddenly approached him smiling after everything they did, he knows he'd probably lose his temper immediately. But at the same time, he also realizes something else now. Whether he forgives them or not doesn't really matter anymore. What matters is that he genuinely enjoys being around people again, talking normally, playing sports with everyone. Instead of holding on to hatred forever, he wants to focus on moving forward and getting along with the people around him now. Hearing that answer leaves the others surprised, while nearby Yotsuha quietly watches him with a soft smile, relieved that little by little, he's becoming more like his old self again. Then, in a quiet corner away from everyone else, the two of them steal another kiss together. It's soft and awkward and filled with nervous happiness, both of them blushing intensely the moment they pull apart, but neither of them can stop smiling afterward. Yotsuha stares at him with trembling eyes, overwhelmed by the realization that she finally became Yuichi's girlfriend for real. But she quickly pushes it aside. Right now isn't the time to celebrate properly yet. There are still things she needs to do first. During lunch break, she suddenly apologizes to Yuichi and explains that she has something important to take care of, telling him to go eat without her for today. Yuichi looks slightly confused by the sudden change in mood, but before he can ask further, another classmate casually approaches him asking if he wants to eat lunch together instead. Yotsuha heads straight to the rooftop after asking Yuichi to eat without her, only to find Rika already waiting there with an unusual sparkle in her eyes. The moment Yotsuha arrives, Rika suddenly blurts out something completely unexpected. She's finally decided to stop lying to herself. Suppressing her feelings would only make things worse for her parents if their precious daughter kept suffering like this. She wants to be honest about what she truly desires. I want you to control me. The words hit Yotsuha so abruptly that she can only stare at Rika in confusion, while Rika excitedly continues rambling that even through all the rewound timelines, Yotsuha always managed to corner her, outplay her and push her around in ways nobody else ever could. To Rika, that feeling became intoxicating. It felt so good. Her cheeks flush as she admits it openly, almost proudly. Yotsuha awkwardly reminds Rika that they originally came here to ask about Eto. But before that conversation can continue, Yotsuha suddenly pulls out the pills Rika switched into her medicine case earlier and asks where she got them. Rika casually explains that they came with a letter. Immediately, Yotsuha's expression changes. She asks to see it, and without hesitation, Rika hands the envelope over. The moment as the pieces connect, Yotsuha quietly reaches a horrifying conclusion. The mastermind knows everything. They are aware of the watch's ability to rewind time, the medicine she takes, and every loop she experiences. Despite this extensive knowledge, they have deliberately avoided directly harming her throughout. Another realization suddenly strikes her. The letter claimed the watch originally belonged to the sender. A watch capable of rewinding time, someone knowledgeable about her medicine, and someone obsessed with Uichi's suffering. If all of this is true, then perhaps the mastermind isn't just observing the loops. Maybe they are directly connected to them too. Her thoughts are interrupted when she abruptly asks Rika where the watch is now. Confused, Rika casually explains that she didn't throw it away like the letter instructed. Instead, when she tried returning it earlier, she accidentally handed it over to Yotsuha's older brother. The moment those words leave her mouth, the atmosphere freezes completely, and Yotsuha's eyes widen in pure shock at the revelation about her brother. Without another word, she immediately pulls out her phone and sends a message asking to meet after school, receiving a quick response of okay. As she stares down at the screen, the terrifying possibility growing in her mind becomes impossible to ignore anymore. Someone who knows about rewinding time, someone connected to the watch, someone who knows about her medicine, and someone who could truly be the mastermind behind everything. For the very first time, one person's face begins to overlap perfectly with all of it. After sending the message to meet after school, Yatsuha nervously waits outside the school gates until her older brother finally appears. The moment she sees him, her chest tightens. It's been a long time since they last spoke face to face like this, and even now his expression remains calm and unreadable, as he quietly apologizes for making her come out so suddenly. For a second, neither of them knows what to say. Then Yotsuha immediately notices something strange. He doesn't seem surprised to see her. In fact, he almost looks like he expected this meeting from the very beginning. Her thoughts race back through everything she learned from the anonymous letter. The watch, the medicine, the loops, the person manipulating Rika from the shadows. And standing in front of him now only deepens her suspicion. The last time she saw him was the day she moved away years ago. And back then he told her he'd be living nearby and working somewhere in the medical field. At the time she didn't think much of it. But now, every small detail feels dangerous. Because whoever sent those letters knew exactly what medicine she takes. They knew about the watch, and somehow, they knew how to manipulate every loop perfectly. Her fingers tighten nervously around her bag as the thought settles in her mind. This person might really be Clover. Even so, she forces herself to stay calm and quietly asks for her watch back. Without hesitation, her brother simply hands it over. The simplicity of it catches her completely off guard. She stares at the watch in disbelief, carefully inspecting it the moment it lands in her hands. It looks exactly the same as before. Untouched, unchanged. He didn't replace it or tamper with it at all. The realization leaves her even more confused than before. If he really was the mastermind, why would he return it so easily? Trying to steady herself, she asks the question that's been bothering her the most. Why was he even at her school in the first place? According to the letter, Clover was supposed to retrieve the watch after it was thrown behind the building, so the timing feels far too suspicious to ignore. But once again, his answer comes naturally. The school contacted him after hearing she collapsed earlier, and since he's her legal guardian, he came to check on her. To him, picking up the watch afterward wasn't anything strange at all. He says it would have been weirder to leave without saying a word after hearing his little sister had passed out. The explanation sounds reasonable, too reasonable, and somehow that only makes Yotsuha more unsettled. As they continue talking, she accidentally blurts out something embarrassing, accusing him of interrupting her while she was busy with Yuichi in the infirmary, causing her face to explode red immediately afterward. Her brother quietly watches her panic, before softly smiling to himself. And for the first time since meeting him again, Yotsuha notices something gentle about his expression. He seems honest. But even then, the fear inside her doesn't disappear. Because the more she looks at him, the more she notices the resemblance between him and that mysterious hooded figure lingering in her memories. The similarities are subtle, but enough to make her uneasy. Quietly she wonders if maybe he really is connected to that demon somehow. Then he suddenly notices something himself. "You're my brother." Yotsuha finds herself unable to hold back her words, revealing a shared trait with her brother, Rika, that he initially denies, insisting they are different, and their eyes are not the same. This denial only adds to the mystery surrounding their family. Driven by curiosity, Yotsuha finally confronts her brother about their father, a question she has been avoiding. His reaction is immediate and tense, advising her that knowing the truth would not benefit her, regardless of their father's past. Despite his insistence, Yotsuha is determined to uncover the truth, arguing that secrecy only fuels her desire to know more. For the first time, her brother's composed demeanor falters, and he sternly warns her against pursuing the matter further. The sharpness in his voice makes Yotsuha freeze instantly. His hand grips her shoulder hard enough to make her flinch, as he firmly refuses to tell her anything else. The intensity in his eyes sends fear racing through her chest. She feels as though she's standing in front of someone completely different from the gentle older brother she remembered. Then suddenly, just as quickly, he lets go. Silence falls between them again. The apology comes quietly as he turns away, regaining his composure almost immediately, before telling her he'll see her later. And just like that, he walks off, leaving Yotsuha standing there alone, trembling slightly as she tries to calm her breathing. "I'm not scared," she repeats the words to herself over and over, though her shaking hands betray her completely. Still, despite everything, she did manage to get her watch back. And for now, that matters most. Later that evening, when she finally returns home, she immediately rushes toward Yuichi the moment she sees him waiting inside. Smiling brightly, she throws herself into his arms and happily announces that she's back, clinging tightly to him while he awkwardly catches her in surprise. The warmth of his embrace instantly calms some of the fear still lingering inside her chest. As they settle down together afterward, Yuichi casually mentions that he's planning to go hang out with his classmates after school tomorrow. Hearing that catches Yotsuha off guard for a moment. A transfer student like him voluntarily making plans with friends, even that small change feels enormous compared to the broken person he used to be. She smiles softly and encourages him, telling him he might feel a little lonely at first, but he should do his best to become closer with everyone. Then she quietly mentions something herself. Tomorrow, she plans to visit Eito together with Rika. The moment she says it, Yuichi's expression changes immediately. He gently grabs her face in both hands and looks directly into her eyes, his voice filled with concern as he asks what's wrong. She looks pale, nervous, like she's hiding something from him again. Slowly, carefully, he asks the question that's been bothering him this whole time. Is there something besides your illness? Yotsuha's lips tremble slightly. I can't. The answer barely leaves her mouth above a whisper. Despite Yuichi's recovery and the return of happiness, there are truths she cannot reveal to him. Fearing that knowledge of her illness, the loops or the mastermind, would lead to his suffering once more. Her primary desire is to protect him, so she masks her concerns with a bright smile, announcing her intention to take a bath and insisting she is hiding nothing, before quickly leaving. However, Yuichi remains silent, watching her go, aware that her smile conceals a lie. The next day, after school, Yotsuha finally leaves together with Rika to investigate the truth behind Uichi's middle school bullying. As she waves goodbye to Uichi, forcing a cheerful smile and telling him she'll see him later after hanging out with his friends. The unease inside her only grows stronger. Still, she pushes it aside and turns toward Rika, quietly reminding her that today, they're finally going to speak with Eito directly about what happened back then. Beside her, Rika clings tightly to her arm, with sparkling eyes, practically trembling with excitement, just from being treated honestly by Yotsuha. To her, this strange relationship already feels perfect. Even the way Yotsuha orders her around makes her heart race uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Yotsuha awkwardly tries to stay focused, suggesting they meet Eito at his family restaurant instead, since he'd probably feel more comfortable there. Rika calmly takes the lead and asks to speak with him alone first. From what she understands, Eito has always been easy to manipulate. Back in middle school, everyone else either feared Rika or stayed distant from her because she was too perfect. But Eito was different. She treated him casually, like a normal person, and before long he became attached to her, slowly starting to think of himself as someone special in her eyes. That made controlling him simple, so when she calls him now, he immediately comes running. The moment Eito enters the restaurant, Yotsuha quietly studies him from a distance, while pretending not to listen too closely. He looks rougher now, hiding under a hood and mask, after apparently becoming infamous online from past controversies. But even so, the instant Rika smiles at him sweetly, he still melts almost immediately. The conversation begins naturally enough. Rika casually brings up Yuichi, mentioning that one of her friends likes him now, and asking if Eito remembers him from middle school. The moment Yuichi's name comes up, Eito's expression twists with irritation. He admits immediately that he hates Yuichi and always has. Even hearing about him now makes him feel sick. Then, Rika gently asks the question they came for. Why was Uichi bullied in the first place? At first, Eito hesitates, but eventually he begins talking. Back during one lunch break in middle school, while he and his group were hanging out together, some random gloomy kid suddenly approached them and started complaining about the smell of cigarette smoke nearby. The boy bluntly called them a nuisance and trashy, criticizing them without hesitation, even though nobody had spoken to him first. That was when Uichi stepped in. He angrily confronted Eito's group, shouting that bullying someone over something so stupid was wrong. He pointed out that the gloomy kid only spoke up because the smoke smelled awful, and that insulting him for it was disgusting. To Uichi, standing up for someone weaker seemed completely natural. But to Eito, that reaction made him furious. Because the gloomy kid wasn't innocent at all. According to Eito, the whole thing felt staged from the beginning. The boy approached them intentionally, almost like he wanted trouble. And later, things only became stranger. At one point during class, rumors suddenly spread that someone had tried hanging themselves inside an abandoned house nearby. While everyone else panicked, the gloomy boy abruptly interrupted and began calmly explaining in horrifying detail exactly how to hang yourself properly. speaking so clearly that even children could understand it. The memory still disgusts Eito even now. The way that boy spoke about death felt wrong, like he had rehearsed it, like he genuinely knew what he was talking about. And afterward, another disturbing incident happened. Yuichi later received a strange message from someone telling him how to die. And around the same time the gloomy boy quietly muttered something under his breath that only Eito happened to overhear. I'll never forgive him. Even now, remembering it makes Eito furious. To him, that gloomy boy was terrifying. A complete hypocrite who acted weak while secretly manipulating everything around him. Someone obsessed with revenge. That's my reason for living. Those words still echo clearly in Eito's memory. As Yotsuha listens from nearby, her expression slowly stiffens. The more details Eito reveals, the more fragmented memories begin surfacing inside her mind too. Eito casually reveals that the boy he is talking about eventually transferred schools halfway through middle school, causing Yotsuha to freeze in recognition. As memories of the gloomy boy, obsessed with revenge, and tied to Yuichi's bullying, flood back to her. Yotsuha's breathing grows uneven as the fragmented memories in her head begin connecting faster and faster. The moment Eito mentions that the gloomy boy transferred away during their third year of middle school, she immediately demands his name, no longer caring about anything else. Her voice rises desperately as she asks over and over who he was, but Eito can only shake his head in frustration, admitting he doesn't remember, because the guy's name wasn't even in the yearbook anymore. According to him, it was almost like the boy disappeared completely. That answer only deepens Yotsuha's panic. Then, in the middle of the restaurant, another voice suddenly interrupts them. A worker politely asks Eito to stop talking on the phone so loudly inside the restaurant, and for a brief moment, the tension breaks. At that precise moment, as reflected clearly in the tray the employee is holding beside her, Eito recognizes her. The instant their eyes meet, the hooded boy's expression contorts in shock. I knew it, he mutters, his voice trembling as he points directly at her, his voice rising in disbelief and anger as he demands to know, what the hell is she doing here? For a brief moment, neither of them can move. Frozen in time as the nightmare that started everything finally stands before her. The moment the hooded boy sees Yotsuha standing inside the restaurant, his expression twists violently, with shock and anger. He points at her immediately, shouting that he knew it was her, demanding to know what the hell she's doing there, while Yotsuha instinctively freezes under the pressure of his voice. But before the atmosphere can completely spiral out of control, she suddenly forces a bright smile onto her face and apologizes sweetly for scaring him, explaining that after hearing about the backlash and flaming he received online after that incident, she became worried and asked Rika to call him over, just to make sure he was okay. Her response only makes him more agitated. He snaps back immediately, yelling that the harassment never stopped at all. Even now, people still drag him into arguments online, threatening him and attacking him constantly over what happened back then. Random strangers still approach him in real life too, recognizing him from the controversy and calling him disgusting whenever they see him. Every single day, he's forced to deal with it over and over again until he feels like he's losing his mind. And as he continues venting, the truth behind his actions back then slowly begins surfacing. The reason he targeted Yuichi wasn't random at all. His goal was to psychologically damage him. Since Yuichi became afraid of riding trains every morning after the public incident, he wanted to deepen that fear even further, so Yuichi would avoid attention completely and stop casually interacting with people in public. If that happened, then the odds of Yuichi meeting someone important by coincidence would naturally decrease too. That was the entire point. But according to him, the plan should have worked. The online controversy itself was already fading away. Public interest was dying down naturally. Yet somehow, things became even worse than before. He grits his teeth angrily, admitting that every single day since then has only become more unbearable. And while ranting, another memory suddenly flashes across Yotsuha's mind. The fake confession message Rika sent to Eito. For a brief second, his expression changes violently as he stares at it on the phone screen, muttering under his breath that for once something good almost happened. Then his frustration explodes completely. The fuck? Don't just pal up and start fucking with me. Before anyone can react, he suddenly lunges toward Yotsuha and throws a punch directly at her face. Everything happens too fast. Without the watch's power to rewind time, Yotsuha can't predict the attack at all, and for a split second she genuinely thinks she's about to get hit. But just before the punch reaches her, someone grabs his arm. Yuichi. He appears instantly between them, gripping the hooded boy's wrist tightly enough to stop the punch cold. The sudden interruption shocks everyone into silence. The hooded boy immediately starts yelling at him to let go, insisting he's not scared of him at all, but even while shouting, his voice trembles slightly. Meanwhile, Yuichi stands completely firm in front of Yotsuha, refusing to move even an inch. No way. His answer comes without hesitation. I gotta protect her. The hooded boy struggles harder, trying to wrench his arm free while cursing at him repeatedly. But Yuichi's grip doesn't budge at all, and slowly, the boy realizes something terrifying. Yuichi isn't shaking anymore. Back in middle school, standing in front of his person alone would have terrified him, but now, even face to face with the source of so much trauma, Yuichi's eyes remain steady, calm, strong. You used to be our toy in middle school. The words come out bitterly, almost desperately, but Yuichi quietly answers that even if that was true back then, things are different now. This person doesn't scare him anymore. Hearing that completely throws the hooded boy off balance. Even Yotsuha notices it immediately. Despite all his yelling and threats, he's actually the one panicking now. Then, for the first time, Yuichi calmly asks about the online flaming incident. He admits he heard about it earlier, and quietly says they should work together to see if there's anything they can do to help fix the situation. The suggestion only makes the hooded boy snap harder. He explodes angrily, shouting that none of this is his fault, and accusing Yuichi and everyone else of driving him into a corner until he finally broke down. According to him, all the harassment from weird internet people only happened because they wouldn't leave him alone in the first place. Eventually, after cursing at them one last time and screaming for them to disappear from his life forever, he storms away from the restaurant in frustration. Silence settles over the area afterward, leaving everyone visibly shaken by how unstable he was. Even Yotsuha quietly admits that meeting him like this again feels genuinely dangerous, and suggests they avoid talking to him for now, while emotions are still running high. As they leave together afterward, Yuichi suddenly notices something strange about Yotsuha. She keeps holding onto his hand tightly, almost nervously, and eventually he quietly asks if she still feels like she has to hide things from him. The question catches her completely off guard. For a moment, she tries to brush it off. But then she remembers all the times she convinced herself that Yuichi didn't need to know anything, that she alone would handle the loops, the mastermind, her illness, all of it by herself if it meant protecting him. Back then, she believed keeping him in the dark was the only way to keep him safe and happy. Yet standing beside him now, after watching him step in front of her without hesitation, she slowly realizes something important. Yuichi really has changed. He's become stronger, strong enough to fight beside her, instead of hiding behind her protection forever. I want to know what you're bearing. His voice stays gentle, but completely sincere. Yotsuha stares at him silently for several seconds, before finally smiling softly to herself. She admits she was wrong for trying to carry everything alone. No matter how painful the truth might be, Yuichi deserves to know. Even if he ends up hating her afterward, even if he thinks she's a terrible girl, she knows one thing for certain: I'll definitely love you. The words leave Yuichi naturally, as he squeezes her hand tighter, and hearing that, finally breaks the last hesitation left inside her heart. So as the two of them walk together beneath the evening sky, hand in hand, Yotsuha quietly gathers her courage, and finally makes up her mind. I'll tell you. Her fingers tighten around his. What I've been hiding from you. All of it. That night, after walking home together beneath the city lights, Yotsuha finally keeps the promise she made to Yuichi. Sitting across from him at the table inside their apartment, she quietly gathers her courage and decides to tell him everything she had been hiding all this time. She admits first that before transferring schools, she actually lived together with her mother and older brother, though even back then, she never fully understood why her father was never around. She thought if she ever explained that part of her life to Yuichi before, he might start feeling awkward about the two of them living together now, so she kept avoiding the subject entirely. But eventually, her expression slowly becomes more serious. Because the real secret isn't her family, it's everything else. Yotsuha quietly explains how after changing schools years ago, she eventually discovered the future Yuichi was heading toward. A future where he completely broke down under the weight of bullying and pain. A future where he died. And once she learned about that fate, she became obsessed with changing it, no matter what happened to her. She tells him about the watch, about her ability to rewind time, about the countless loops she repeated over and over trying desperately to save him, and about how every single thing she did until now was all for his sake. I wanted to make you happy. The words come softly, almost trembling. She explains how she eventually realized someone else was manipulating events behind the scenes too. Someone who seemed determined to keep Yuichi trapped and suffering no matter how many times she rewound things. The mastermind, Clover. And because of that she kept fighting alone, believing she had to protect Yuichi from everything without burdening him with the truth. After finishing her explanation, silence fills the apartment. Yotsuha nervously lowers her head, forcing out a weak smile, as she awkwardly says, "That's basically everything." She braces herself for disbelief, confusion, maybe even rejection. But instead, Yuichi simply stares at her quietly, before softly muttering two simple words. "Oh, that's all," he says at first. Then slowly, the weight of what she revealed begins sinking into him. He realizes she truly carried all of this alone the entire time. The loops, the fear, the guilt, the pressure of watching him die again and again. And despite everything she endured, she still kept smiling beside him every single day. "You did all that just for my happiness." Yotsuha quickly tries to brush it off, nervously laughing, while insisting he shouldn't take it too seriously. She explains that changing the future became her own form of atonement. After all, if she hadn't cried that day back then, maybe Yuichi never would have died in the first place. To her, she's the one who caused him the most suffering. She's the one who killed him. The instant those words leave her mouth, Yuichi immediately cuts her off. "No." His voice comes out stronger than she's ever heard before. He stands up suddenly, staring directly at her, while firmly declaring that he's never killing himself again. No matter how horrible things become in the future, he'll never choose that option anymore. And the reason he can say that with complete certainty now is because Yotsuha saved him. She protected him, healed his heart, erased the haze clouding his mind, and gave him a future worth living for again. The words hit Yotsuha so hard she can barely breathe. Yuichi gently grabs her hands and tells her that the future where he died no longer exists anymore because of everything she did. If anyone deserves blame now, it's the mastermind still trying to hurt them from the shadows. So instead of carrying everything alone, they should fight together from now on. Let's fight him together. The moment he says it, Yotsuha's composure finally starts breaking apart. She convinced herself she wasn't allowed to complain. Every time she rewound time, every time she watched Yuichi suffer or die, every terrifying moment she endured, she kept telling herself it was fine, because this was her punishment. But now, with Yuichi holding her tightly against him, those buried feelings finally begin surfacing all at once. Memories flash through her head one after another. The bullying, the blood, the fear, the endless rewinds, the crushing loneliness, and still, even after hearing everything, Yuichi simply thanks her. "You must have suffered so much." The gentleness in his voice completely destroys the wall she built around herself. Tears begin pouring from her eyes uncontrollably, while she desperately insists she isn't suffering, that she isn't going to cry. But the harder she denies it, the more violently she breaks down. She clings tightly to him while sobbing into his chest, and Yuichi quietly holds her the entire time, softly repeating his gratitude over and over again. "Thank you, Yotsuha." After crying herself completely exhausted, Yotsuha slowly falls asleep in his arms. Yuichi carefully looks down at her resting face in silence, finally realizing just how much she pushed herself beyond her limits for his sake. The medicine beside her bed, the way her body changed from stress and illness, the exhaustion hidden beneath her smiles. She carried everything alone for far too long, and now, it's his turn. His turn to protect her, his turn to solve the mystery surrounding Clover. His turn to fight beside her, instead of being protected forever. Quietly, while Yotsuha sleeps peacefully against him, Yuichi begins thinking back to the suspicious boy they met earlier that day, Rei. Even Yotsuha seemed convinced he might somehow be connected to everything happening behind the scenes. Nervously, Yuichi opens his phone and searches for the old middle school account Rei used back then. He hesitates. Yuichi anxiously awaits a message, hoping the person he's thinking of hasn't changed. When the message finally arrives, it reads, "It's been a while. There's something I want to talk to you about." After several tense minutes of silence, his phone vibrates with a response. "Come meet me at North Shirakawa Park at 1 a.m. Come alone, and don't tell anyone." As Yuichi stares at the glowing message in the darkness, his expression hardens with determination, knowing that the truth behind everything is finally within reach. After receiving Rei's message late at night, Yuichi can't stop thinking about the past. Sitting beside the sleeping Yotsuha while staring down at his phone, old memories slowly begin resurfacing, one after another, memories he had avoided for years because they hurt too much to face. Back in elementary school, Rei was always alone, quiet, withdrawn. The kind of kid who kept his head down while everyone else played together around him. But whenever Yuichi noticed him sitting by himself, he naturally reached out without thinking much about it, inviting him to join games, asking him to hang out after school, treating him like a normal friend. At the time, it seemed simple. Yuichi just wanted everyone to have fun together. And slowly, Rei began opening up. Even though he barely talked, Yuichi could tell he enjoyed being included. Every time they played together, Rei would quietly look happy, almost relieved. And before long it became normal for Yuichi to invite him along wherever he went. To Yuichi, those memories felt warm, innocent. But looking back now, he realizes something else too. Rei always watched him differently from everyone else. Then middle school happened. Yuichi received a strange note telling him to come behind the school building during lunch. Curious, he went there alone, only to find several students cornering Rei violently. The moment Yuichi saw what was happening, he immediately stepped in and shouted at them to stop, furious that someone was being bullied right in front of him. Back then, protecting people like that felt natural to him. But Rei's reaction wasn't gratitude. Rei quietly stared at him before suddenly telling him that his school life was over now. Confused, Yuichi asked what he meant, only for Rei to reveal the horrifying truth. The bullying scene had been staged from the beginning. It was bait meant specifically for Yuichi. Rei admitted he hated him all along, calling him a hypocritical hero who always acted righteous, without understanding how miserable he made other people feel, just by existing. Yuichi was the kind of person born only to make others suffer. Die. Even now, remembering those words makes Yuichi's chest tighten painfully. At the time he couldn't understand any of it. Why Rei hated him so much. Why someone he considered a friend suddenly cursed him with such terrifying hatred. And after that day, everything truly did fall apart. The bullying worsened. His classmates turned on him. Around the same time, Rei's own life also collapsed. His younger sister stopped attending school, his family situation became unstable, and his hatred only deepened further. Thinking back on it now, Yuichi quietly wonders if Rei genuinely believed all of his misfortune began because of him. Maybe that's why he became obsessed. Maybe that's why he kept targeting him for so many years afterward. Still, even while remembering all those painful days, Yuichi forces himself to stay calm. Whether Rei truly is Clover or not, he knows one thing for certain now. He has to face this properly, instead of running away again. Not just for himself, but for Yatsuha too. She suffered through countless lives trying to protect him, and now it's finally his turn to do something for her. So despite knowing how dangerous Rei might be, Yuichi quietly makes up his mind. I'm going. Carefully, he leans over the sleeping Yatsuha and gently brushes her hair aside before whispering that he'll be back soon. Late into the night, he quietly leaves the apartment alone and heads toward North Shirakawa Park. Morning eventually arrives. Birds chirp softly outside as sunlight begins creeping into the room, and slowly, Yatsuha opens her eyes. For a moment she looks around sleepily, expecting to find Yuichi beside her like usual. But instead, the bed beside her is empty. Immediately, a bad feeling runs through her chest. Panic flashes across her face as she hurriedly gets out of bed and stumbles toward the living room, only to find him calmly standing in the kitchen, preparing breakfast, as if nothing happened. The sight instantly overwhelms her with relief. She practically collapses into his arms the moment he greets her, tightly hugging him while thanking goodness he's still there. Yuichi awkwardly smiles while holding her back, gently teasing that she's acting unusually clingy this morning. But after hearing everything she told him last night, he understands now just how terrified she's been of losing him all this time. Quietly, he promises himself again that he'll never disappear from her side so easily anymore. As they eat together afterward, Yuichi carefully brings up Rei again. He explains that after thinking everything over, he's almost certain Rei is connected to the mastermind somehow. The way Rei spoke back then, the strange obsession with misery, the hatred directed specifically at him, it all lines up too perfectly. Even Yatsuha hesitates nervously after hearing it laid out that clearly. Still, part of her feels uncertain. Back in elementary school, Rei apparently acted normal enough that she barely even remembered him at all. Could someone like that really become the mastermind behind everything? And even if he hated Yuichi, does that truly explain the loops, the watch, and all the strange events surrounding Clover? The more she thinks about it, the more uneasy she becomes. Before either of them can continue, Yatsuha suddenly receives a phone call from Fu-chan. Cheerfully, she announces that she finally finished hacking into the school records they talked about earlier, and even managed to trace the address connected to the account, responsible for leaking Yamato's private information online. The moment she says it, the atmosphere changes completely. Rei do Rei. The name appears clearly in front of them. According to the data Fuchan uncovered, the address connected to the leaks traces directly back to him. Hearing that finally pushes everything into place. Yuichi and Yatsuha exchange stunned looks as the weight of the discovery settles in. If Rei really was behind those leaks too, then the possibility of him being Clover becomes even harder to ignore. And finally, after all the fear and uncertainty, Yatsuha makes up her mind. The pieces are finally starting to connect. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Yatsuha suddenly jolts awake again later that night from a horrible nightmare, screaming in terror as tears stream down her face. Her entire body shakes violently, while fragments of disturbing images flash through her mind. Blood, fear, and something inhuman staring directly at her from the darkness. Even after opening her eyes, the lingering dread refuses to disappear as she trembles helplessly beneath the blankets, unable to calm her breathing. The next day, after deciding to investigate Rei directly, Uichi and Yatsuha prepare to head toward his house together, while Fuchan agrees to meet them at the station first. Even now, the atmosphere between them feels tense. Rei is still their strongest lead regarding Clover, but the deeper they think about him, the more dangerous everything starts to feel. As they walk through the city together, Yatsuha quietly reflects on all the reasons Rei became the prime suspect. He was the one who gave Yamato orders online. He deliberately set up the trap that caused Uichi's bullying back in middle school. He owned the account connected to the harassment incidents, and worst of all, in the original future, he may have been the person who directly taught Uichi how to kill himself before pushing him toward the edge. I'll never forgive him. The anger inside her quietly hardens as she thinks about it. But at the same time, something still doesn't feel completely right. Rei had countless opportunities to seriously harm her throughout the loops, yet somehow he never actually did. Even Uichi notices the contradiction too. The stranger Rei's behavior starts to seem. Still, before they can dive too deeply into those thoughts, Fuchan suddenly appears at the station entrance, energetically waving toward them. The moment she sees Yatsuha making such a serious face beside Yuichi, she immediately starts teasing her for looking overly cute while acting dramatic, instantly breaking some of the tension. Then, when she spots Yuichi standing there too, she freezes for a second, before happily rushing over. It's been a long time since they last saw each other properly, and Fuchan immediately starts talking excitedly about how relieved she is that he's doing better now, after everything he went through. Yuichi awkwardly thanks her, quietly admitting he owes a lot to Yatsuha for helping him recover this much. And then, after nervously glancing toward Yatsuha beside him, he finally admits it out loud. We're dating now. The second the words leave his mouth, Fuchan completely explodes with excitement. Tears immediately gather in her eyes as she grabs Yatsuha's shoulders and starts screaming that it finally happened for real, already joking about wedding plans while Yatsuha turns bright red in embarrassment. Even Yuichi gets dragged into the teasing as Fuchan shamelessly asks how far they've gone already, causing both of them to panic at the same time while desperately begging her to stop asking weird questions. But underneath all the joking, the happiness in her expression is genuine. This might be the happiest I've been in years. Eventually, once things calm down a little, the conversation shifts back toward Clover and the loops. Fuchan quietly points out that Yuichi coming along with them now changes things completely. Originally, Yatsuha tried keeping everything hidden from him because she thought he deserved to stay protected from the truth. But after hearing everything from both of them, Fuchan slowly starts piecing together Yatsuha's feelings more clearly than ever before. She realizes Yatsuha spent all this time trying to shoulder every burden alone, and because of that, she quietly tells her something important. I can trust her. At first, Yatsuha looks confused, but then Fuchan explains herself. During all those rewind loops, Yatsuha constantly relied on her for help, and never once treated her like an enemy. If Yatsuha truly distrusted her, she never would have shared so much with her in the first place. To Fuchan, that alone already proves their friendship is real. She's my beloved best friend. The sincerity in her voice completely catches Yatsuha off guard. For so long, Yatsuha convinced herself that involving other people in the loops only put them in danger. Yet hearing Fuchan say those words so naturally almost makes her tear up. She quietly thanks her, while Yuichi watches the exchange beside them with a small smile, realizing again how much Yatsuha suffered silently before now. As the train ride continues, Fu Chen begins thinking more seriously about the rewind ability itself. Even if time travel sounds impossible scientifically, she points out that there are still theoretical discussions about strange forms of energy and electromagnetic phenomena tied to concepts humans don't fully understand yet. Her father, Professor Fudatsuki, is actually a world-famous Nobel Prize candidate in physics, and because of that, she suddenly suggests something unexpected. "What if you leave the watch with me for a while?" The proposal instantly catches Yotsuha off guard. Fu-chan carefully explains that the watch is already in terrible condition anyway, barely functioning properly anymore after so many rewinds. If they can investigate its mechanism scientifically, maybe they could repair it, or at least finally understand what the rewind power actually is. And with her father's connections, she could even consult top physicists around the world without revealing too much directly. At first, Yotsuha hesitates badly. The watch is precious to her. Terrifying but precious. It's the thing that allowed her to save Yuichi over and over again. Handing it to someone else feels frightening. But then her fingers slowly brush against the four-leaf clover attached to it, the small charm Yuichi once gave her. If something happens, this is the one thing I don't want to lose. Quietly, she removes the clover charm from the watch and holds it close against her chest instead. Seeing that, Fu-chan softly smiles and reassures her that she'll protect the watch properly. If there's any hope of fixing it or uncovering the truth behind it, she wants to help. Finally, after a long pause, Yotsuha carefully places the watch into her hands. "Leave it to me." The exchange marks something important. For the first time, Yotsuha is willingly entrusting part of the burden she carried alone to someone else. Eventually, as evening approaches, the three of them finally arrive near Rei's neighborhood. The atmosphere immediately grows heavier again. Uichi quietly reminds himself that whether Rei is truly Clover or not, he definitely knows something important. The memories of middle school, the accusations, the hatred in Rei's eyes, they still linger painfully in his chest, even now. There's a ton I want to ask him. Yotsuha's expression hardens with determination beside him. She needs answers. About Clover, about the loops, about why Rei hated Uichi so much in the first place. Then finally, after walking through several narrow streets, they spot a worn-down house, standing quietly in the distance. That house. The moment Uichi sees it, his eyes narrow slightly. Slowly he steps toward the front door and reaches out toward the bell. "I'm ringing it," and with that, they finally prepare to face the person who may have started everything. But inside the house, we see a black-haired guy trying to take his life. Anyway, the moment the three of them arrive in front of Rei's house, an uneasy silence settles over the group. The old building looks worn down and neglected, almost painfully similar to the apartment Yuichi used to live in before everything fell apart. Trash sits piled near the entrance. The windows look dark and lifeless, and even standing outside makes the atmosphere feel heavy. Yotsuha quietly stares at the house, while thinking to herself that this is where the person who ruined Yuichi's life has been living all this time. Still, despite the tension, they decide to ring the bell. At first, there's no response. The doorbell echoes repeatedly through the house, while the three of them wait nervously outside. Then finally, after several moments, the front door slowly creaks open. Standing there is an elderly woman with exhausted eyes, who immediately mistakes Fu-chan for someone else. "You returned?" The confusion catches everyone off guard. Fu-chan awkwardly explains that this is actually her first time visiting, but before the atmosphere can grow even stranger, Yuichi gently steps forward and introduces himself, asking if Rei is home. The instant she hears his name, the old woman's expression changes slightly. "Toshia, it's been a while." The familiarity in her voice immediately unsettles him. It sounds like she already knows who he is. Trying to stay calm, Yuichi awkwardly asks if Rei is around, and after a brief hesitation, the old woman quietly explains that Rei has completely shut himself inside his room lately. He stopped going to school, barely talks to anyone, and spends almost all his time locked away alone. He's a poor boy. Those words immediately bother Yotsuha. Poor boy? After everything Rei did to Yuichi? The idea feels completely wrong to her. But before she can question it further, the old woman softly asks them to leave. Her voice trembles slightly, as she says she doesn't really understand what they want from Rei anymore, and for a moment, the atmosphere becomes painfully awkward. Then, after exchanging a quick glance with Uichi, Fu-chan suddenly steps in and starts playing along naturally. She apologizes politely and explains they simply wanted to surprise Rei because they're old classmates. Her cheerful tone slowly eases some of the tension, and eventually the old woman reluctantly allows them inside, while mentioning that Rei's room is in the back. The moment they step through the doorway, the atmosphere inside the house becomes even heavier. The interior is filthy, with garbage bags piling across the floor, and empty containers, papers, and junk covering almost every visible surface, while the air itself feels stale and suffocating. It doesn't feel like a normal home anymore. It feels abandoned, forgotten. Even Uichi quietly realizes that Rei might really be living here alone, with his grandmother in complete isolation. Yotsuha notices something lying among the mess on the floor nearby. A familiar name, Ryokuha Kazuha. The sight of it immediately freezes her in place. She stares down at the papers scattered near Rei's room entrance, while unease crawls up her spine. Before she can fully process what she's seeing, Uichi suddenly calls out toward the back room, asking if Rei is there. No response comes at first. Then slowly, the door creaks open. The instant Rei appears, all three of them freeze completely. His body hangs limply from the doorway, head lowered unnaturally, while a rope digs tightly into his neck. For one horrifying second, nobody can even process what they're seeing. Rei sways slightly in place, like a broken puppet, completely motionless, a corpse. Yotsuha's breathing instantly becomes ragged, as terror crashes through her entire body. The sight drags old memories violently back to the surface. The image of Yuichi's dead body from previous looks. The blood, the silence, the unbearable helplessness. I've seen it before. Her vision shakes violently as panic overwhelms her. But before she completely breaks down, Uichi immediately snaps into action. He rushes forward without hesitation, while shouting that Rei might still be alive. Fuchan frantically grabs her phone to call an ambulance and the police at the same time, while Uichi desperately struggles to support Rei's body weight. His hands shake violently as he tells Fuchan to untie the rope quickly, while he keeps Rei from choking further. Yotsuha collapses to the floor, trembling uncontrollably, desperately trying to cover her ears, while the memories inside her head spiral out of control again. Meanwhile, Uichi and Fuchan continue fighting desperately to save Rei's life. "Back away!" Uichi shouts toward Yotsuha after noticing her condition, terrified she might collapse entirely from the shock. Even while panicking himself, he still instinctively tries protecting her first. After what feels like forever, police cars and ambulances finally arrive outside the house. Officers flood into the room, while paramedics rush to treat Rei immediately. The entire neighborhood becomes crowded with noise and flashing lights, as Yotsuha slowly regains enough awareness to stand again. Outside, while the police begin questioning everyone involved, Uichi calmly answers everything they ask, despite the chaos around him. Watching him handle the situation so reliably makes Yotsuha realize again just how much stronger he has become. Then another officer quietly approaches, carrying a piece of paper recovered from Rei's desk. A suicide note. The words immediately make Yotsuha's chest tighten. Without hesitation, she asks to see it herself. Rei was her childhood friend once. She wants to understand why he was carrying all this time, no matter how painful it might be. The officers finally hand the note over to her, and the moment she reads it, her eyes widen. "It looks like my plan will be coming to fruition, so I'll die." Then beneath the message, "From Clover." For a second, the entire world seems to stop around her. Because now, for the first time, Clover's name has appeared directly in front of them. The day after Rei's death, Yuichi, Yotsuha, and Fuchan attend the wake together. The atmosphere inside the funeral hall feels unbearably heavy, especially after everything they witnessed the night before. Even now, the image of Rei hanging motionless in that room still refuses to leave Yotsuha's mind. As they arrive, she quietly notices that the venue is painfully similar to the one used during Yuichi's funeral in the original future, and the realization alone makes her chest tighten. Beside her, Fuchan acts the same as always, calm, cheerful, gentle. And somehow, seeing that almost makes Yotsuha feel worse. After entering the hall, they're greeted by a middle-aged man who introduces himself as Rei's uncle. He explains awkwardly that Rei's father divorced long ago. His mother passed away from illness years earlier, and ever since then, Rei had been living alone with his grandmother. Apparently, his grandmother's condition worsened recently too, leaving Rei isolated, while quietly taking care of her by himself. Hearing that immediately changes the atmosphere. Even Yotsuha falls silent. Until now, Rei only existed in her mind, as the person who destroyed Yuichi's life. But now, standing here at his funeral, fragments of a much lonelier reality slowly begin surfacing around them. A boy abandoned by almost everyone around him. A boy who stopped attending school. A boy carrying something far heavier than anyone realized. Then Yotsuha notices Rei's grandmother sitting quietly nearby. The old woman looks completely detached from reality, gently muttering to herself while smiling absent-mindedly about Rei eventually coming out of his room again. She even compliments Yotsuha's hair ornament, calling it beautiful green leaves. The innocence in her voice breaks something inside Yotsuha. I wish I could see Rei-kun. The words leave her mouth softly before she can stop herself. Later, after sitting down away from the others, Yotsuha quietly stares at the suicide note again. The same handwriting, the same message. It looks like my plan won't be coming to fruition, so I'll die. From Clover. Everything points directly toward Rei being the mastermind. And yet, something about it still feels wrong. Too simple, too clean. Is it really Rei-kun? Meanwhile, Fuchan returns carrying drinks for everyone before noticing that Uichi isn't nearby. Apparently, he wandered off alone after spending the entire night thinking about yesterday's events. Even now, he hasn't fully recovered from the shock. Quietly, Fuchan sits beside Yotsuha and gently asks her what really happened back at Rei's house. At first, Yotsuha hesitates. Then slowly, she explains how the moment she saw Rei's body hanging there, she completely lost control. She started hyperventilating, shaking, remembering Uichi's death from previous loops all over again. Hearing that immediately changes Fuchan's expression. What happened yesterday? Yotsuha nervously tries brushing it off, but Fuchan quietly stops her. She explains that Uichi already told her everything. About the loops, about Yotsuha suffering alone this entire time, about the panic attack she had yesterday after seeing Rei's body. After a brief silence, Fuchan calmly reveals something she's never told anyone before. My dad committed suicide. The confession completely stuns Yotsuha. Fuchan quietly explains that her father, the famous physicist everyone admired, slowly collapsed under the pressure of overwork and depression caused by constant research and lectures around the world. Eventually, he took his own life. Worse still, Fuchan herself was the first person to find his body afterward. That did a number on my mental health. Her voice remains strangely calm while explaining how she ended up hospitalized afterward, and eventually started hurting herself too, trying to imitate her father, without fully understanding why. Then quietly, with trembling fingers, she pulls aside part of her collar, and reveals faint scars still left on her body from that time. These are from back then. The sight completely destroys Yotsuha's composure. She convinced herself she was the only one silently suffering. Meanwhile, the person smiling beside her every day had been carrying trauma just as heavy. Memories immediately rushed through Yotsuha's mind. Every moment Fuchan supported her through the loops. Every time she casually brushed off her own pain to focus on helping someone else instead. And Yotsuha never noticed any of it. Tears immediately spill from her eyes as she grabs Fuchan tightly, apologizing over and over for being so absorbed in her own suffering that she failed to realize what her best friend had endured all this time. But instead of looking upset, Fuchan simply laughs softly and squeezes Yotsuha's cheeks playfully. You're not getting it. Despite everything that happened, despite her father's death and the scars she still carries, Fuchan explains that she already decided years ago she wants to keep living. She wants to honor the intelligence and dreams her father gave her instead of throwing them away. She still wants to create technology that helps people. She still wants to become someone her father would be proud of. There are still things I want to do. And more than anything else, spending time with Yotsuha and Uichi made her want to live even more. Watching the two of them slowly become happy together gave her new reasons to keep moving forward. Thanks for giving me more reasons to live. Hearing those words finally overwhelms Yotsuha completely. She hugs Fuchan tightly while crying into her shoulder, realizing once again how precious the people beside her truly are. As the evening slowly passes, Yotsuha quietly reflects on everything that's happened. If Rei really was Clover, then maybe the nightmare is finally over. Maybe there are still unanswered questions, but if things can finally settle down now, then she wants to focus on protecting everyone she loves from this point onward. She desires Yuichi's full recovery, wishes for Fuchan to remain smiling by her side, and hopes to continue being their four-leaf clover. Meanwhile, in another part of the funeral hall, Yuichi stands alone in front of Rei's coffin, enveloped in an unbearable silence, as he gazes at Rei's face for the last time. His expression gradually hardens, for no matter how often he revisits the events in his mind, the suicide note never feels genuine. It was a lie, he realizes, looking down at Rei's lifeless body. You're not the mastermind, aren't you, Rei-kun? The suicide note still feels wrong no matter how many times he reads it. It feels less like a confession and more like something deliberately written for someone else to find. A final testament, a story left behind after a decision had already been made. And slowly, The truth Ray carried throughout his life began surfacing piece by piece. From the very beginning, Ray grew up believing he was worthless. His earliest memories were filled with his father screaming at him constantly, calling him incompetent, useless garbage, a burden who couldn't even clean properly after himself. Every mistake, no matter how small, became proof that he was fundamentally broken. Even as a child, he learned to apologize for simply existing. At home, things never improved. His mother quietly endured the abuse too, while constantly apologizing herself. And before long, Ray began internalizing everything around him. He convinced himself he truly was inferior to everyone else. Weak, dumb, hopeless, someone who would only disappoint people forever no matter how hard he tried. But then one day, during elementary school, he met someone completely different, a teacher, an elegant, beautiful woman from a prestigious family, who spoke kindly to him without mocking him at all. To Ray, she looked unreal, almost magical. The way she smiled at him, praised him, and gently encouraged him, completely overwhelmed him. She told him that when he grew older, he'd surely become a wonderful adult too. And for the first time in his life, Ray wanted to believe someone. Soon afterward, he met another person who seemed equally extraordinary, Fu-chan. Even as a child, she was already recognized as a genius, the daughter of the famous Professor Futatsuki. Special people like them slowly taught Ray something dangerous. Amazing people are simply born amazing. Meanwhile, someone like him, born from a miserable family and raised by cruel parents, could never become like them, no matter how hard he tried. So instead, he began withdrawing from everyone else entirely. If happiness and talent were decided at birth, then getting involved with people would only make him feel worse. One day, during elementary school, Uichi casually invited Ray to join a dodgeball game with everyone else. At first, Ray assumed it was some kind of joke. Someone like Uichi, bright, friendly, naturally loved by everyone, had no reason to approach him sincerely. Even after reluctantly joining them, Ray hated every second of it. Watching Uichi laugh so naturally with other people only deepened the bitterness inside him. Still, Uichi kept inviting him back. Eventually, Ray finally asked why. Why keep talking to someone useless like him? Why bother inviting him at all? And Uichi answered with complete honesty. Because it's more fun with you around. Those simple words completely confused him. At first, Ray convinced himself Uichi must be using him somehow. Maybe he kept him around as comic relief. Maybe making friends with someone pathetic like Ray simply made Uichi feel better about himself. Ray desperately searched for some hidden cruelty behind Uichi's kindness, because accepting it at face value felt impossible. And yet, no matter how much he watched him, Uichi never changed. He stayed kind, natural, warm, which only made Ray hate him more. I hate you, Uichi. The feeling slowly consumed him throughout elementary school, and then, around 6th grade, everything changed when Ray received a strange letter signed only with a 4-leaf clover symbol. At first, he assumed it was nonsense. But shortly afterward, the person who sent it approached him directly. A shadowy figure, someone Ray immediately viewed as extraordinary. The person calmly explained their hatred toward Uichi, claiming he was someone born with influence powerful enough to make other people miserable just by existing. Someone who indirectly ruined lives without even noticing it. They claimed Uichi deserved to suffer, deserved to become miserable enough to hang himself someday. And hearing those words changed everything for Ray. For the first time, someone validated the feelings buried deep inside him. Someone understood his hatred. Someone called him special instead of worthless. The figure quietly praised him, telling him he alone had the talent to see through Uichi's fake kindness, while everyone else remained fooled by his cheerful personality. You're the only one able to notice. Ray's final testimony continues revealing just how deeply Clover manipulated him from the very beginning. After hearing someone call him special, for the first time in his life, Ray completely surrendered himself to that shadowy figure. Even when he nervously insisted there was no way someone like him could possibly have talent, Clover immediately denied it and begged for his help instead, claiming they needed Ray's power specifically. Those words shook him completely. For someone who spent his entire childhood being treated like worthless garbage, finally being needed by someone extraordinary felt like a miracle. And because of that, Ray cooperated with everything Clover asked him to do. When middle school began, he carried out every instruction faithfully. He became Clover's eyes and ears around Uichi, carefully observing him while slowly helping isolate him from everyone around him. The fake confession from Rika, the growing tension with classmates, the bullying incidents. Ray quietly pushed things along however he could, because he genuinely believed Clover was right. And as Uichi's life worsened, Ray strangely started feeling better about himself. Watching someone bright and cheerful slowly become miserable made Ray feel less worthless in comparison. For the first time, he felt like he actually had power over someone else's life. That twisted satisfaction became the only thing keeping him going. But eventually things around Ray's own life completely collapsed too. His parents divorced, his mother's illness worsened, the teacher he admired passed away. He transferred schools and ended up getting brutally bullied himself as the gloomy new transfer student. Every day became unbearable. Even then, Ray still kept cooperating with Clover online, continuing to send messages and follow instructions, because by that point, he had nothing else left. Then his mother died from overwork. Afterward, Ray ended up living alone with his grandmother, while her dementia steadily worsened too. Watching her slowly lose herself day by day crushed him completely. For the first time, he started realizing that Uichi probably suffered just as much as he did, at school, at home, everywhere, and slowly, doubt finally began creeping into his mind. Maybe Uichi really wasn't a bad person after all. Maybe Clover had lied to him from the start. Still, Ray kept convincing himself that things had to end this way eventually. He continued sending messages to Yamato. He continued following Clover's orders because he believed there was no turning back anymore. But then one day, years later, Yurtsuha suddenly reappeared beside Yuichi again, and, seeing her triggered something inside him. An impossible thought. A horrifying hypothesis. For the first time, Ray began suspecting the truth behind everything happening around Clover and the loops. Quietly he realized he wasn't nearly as stupid as he always believed himself to be. So instead of ignoring his suspicions, he secretly went to investigate Clover's house himself, while pretending to continue cooperating normally. That decision changed everything. Inside Clover's room, Ray finally discovered the truth, something so horrifying that the moment he saw it, his entire body froze in terror. Before he could even process it fully, Clover suddenly appeared behind him in the darkness. And calmly, almost casually, Clover gave him 3 choices: continue cooperating, kill himself, or watch his grandmother be brutally murdered instead. At that moment, Ray finally understood. He was never Clover's partner. He was only another victim. Faced with Clover's ultimatum, Ray completely breaks down. Continue cooperating, kill himself, or watch his grandmother be murdered. None of the choices are really choices at all. Terrified beyond reason, he immediately agrees to obey, desperately promising he'll keep cooperating just like always if Clover would only spare his grandmother. After that, Clover orders him to deliver another letter to Rika's house. Ray carries it out mechanically, but the moment he sees Yotsuha and Yuichi together afterward, something inside him cracks completely. Until now, he believed everything Clover told him, that Yuichi was secretly awful, that he ruined people's lives just by existing, that Ray alone had the talent to understand the truth. But now, he realizes almost all of it was a lie. He was never special, he was manipulated. And Yuichi never actually did anything wrong. The realization crushes him. Looking back on his life now, Ray finally understands how childish and twisted his resentment really was. Yuichi had always invited him to play, always treated him kindly. Even in middle school, when everyone else stood back and watched, Yuichi immediately stepped in to protect him without hesitation. He really was a hero. The thought torments him more and more as Clover continues sending instructions through messages. Retrieve the watch. Push Yuichi toward suicide. Keep cooperating. Ray stares at those commands while realizing he no longer has the strength to stop any of it. The moment he took Clover's hand, his entire life was already ruined. Eventually, he reaches his limit. Crying alone in the streets at night, Ray admits to himself that he was foolish from the beginning. He wanted to become someone amazing so badly that he blindly followed the first person who ever called him special. But now it's too late. He already destroyed Yuichi's life. He already became a terrible influence on someone genuinely kind. I hate myself. The words repeat over and over inside his head. Then suddenly, his phone vibrates. A message from Yuichi. There's something I want to talk about. A simple message completely catches Ray off guard. Even after everything Ray did to him, Yuichi still reaches out naturally, asking if there's anything he can do to help if Ray is suffering. Reading those words destroys the last of Ray's emotional defenses. While trembling violently in his room, he realizes Yuichi is still trying to extend a hand towards someone like him. But the choices Clover gave him never disappear from his mind. He can't let his grandmother die. He can't keep pushing Yuichi towards suicide anymore either. So finally, Rei makes up his mind. As his final act, he'll meet Uichi face to face and tell him the truth about everything. He sends the message telling Uichi to come alone to Shirakawa Park at 1 a.m., determined to confess everything and apologize properly before ending things himself. But Clover notices immediately. Another message arrives before Rei can escape. Write a testament. Then another follows right after. If you try anything, your grandmother's following behind you right now. The threat completely corners him again. Even while riding his bicycle through the empty streets late at night, Rei desperately tries thinking of some way to save both Uichi and his grandmother at the same time. Some way to finally become someone worthwhile before everything ends. At the very least, he wants to tell Uichi the truth. And when he finally arrives at the park, seeing Uichi waiting there instantly overwhelms him. Uichi greets him naturally, almost warmly, as if they were still childhood friends meeting again after years apart. The kindness of his voice only makes Rei break down harder. I was wrong. Tears stream uncontrollably down his face as he apologizes over and over. He admits he was the worst kind of person. Someone who let jealousy and hatred destroy everything around him. But then, while trembling violently beneath the park lights, Rei finally screams out the truth he came there to reveal. The real worst person is Yotsuba. His voice echoes through the empty night as panic fills his expression completely. Get away from that woman. Yes guys, the same Yotsuba who's trying to save Yuichi from everything. From the beginning, like everything, till now we don't know what's gonna happen, who's actually the real culprit. If you wanna know, then subscribe and give this video 2,000 likes so we can cover more story. If you wanna suggest us any manga, then comment down below.